Cool. Good morning, everyone. Do we have our folks online joining us as well? Glenn, are you on there?
Good morning. Yes, I am.
Good morning. Okay. Cool. Well, here we are, second day of MSAB021. We will start the day off with going over the report from last night. And then, Alan, you're going to finish up the presentation that you had started yesterday. And then we're going to dive into the program of work and then finish up the report drafting session this afternoon. I predict that today will be a full day.
It will be.
All right.
And a bit of report writing tonight.
Cool. Gwen, do you have anything else to add before we dive in?
No, that sounds like a plan to me. I'm just doing a quick check through online, folks, just to make sure we don't have anyone new joining us that wasn't here yesterday that we might want to introduce. But I'm not seeing anyone.
Okay. I'm not able to see the participants. So again, when we're in this sort of report writing mode, just feel free to chime in, or if Pete or Gwen or anybody sees a raised hand or something, let me know. Okay, so I sent this out this morning. Hopefully you had a little bit of time to look at it. It's not a whole lot in here that's real critical, but there are a few things. Yesterday we ended with, we wrote some sections. A lot of the paragraphs were not formed, but just the concept. So I tried to write something around those paragraphs. I'll point those out when we get to those. And then there's a couple of things that I thought might be better moved to later in the meeting. So I'll note where that happened as well. Okay, so we have these first opening of the session paragraphs just talking about the number of members, and it's pretty incredible. We have everybody except one member here today at this meeting. So that's really good, shows your dedication. So thanks everybody. Recalling the terms of reference, adopted the agenda, and then we added a couple of paragraphs to MSAB membership, and we note the paper, term expiration, and we also acknowledge Per Odegaard and Kurt Iverson for their services. MSAB members, don't know if we want to say anything more in those acknowledgements. Maybe that they have retired from the MSAB. I don't know. But we also welcomed new members, Garrett Elwood and Andrew Olson, representing the commercial, USA Commercial and USA NOAA fisheries.
Do we add an adjective, exemplary service?
Yeah. Sure.
I mean, I'm joking, but
no,
they did a nice job.
I know. I wanted to. I just spelled exemplary.
There you go.
Wow. Okay, and Garrett and Andrew, notice your term expirations in 2029. Welcome to the MSAB. You'll be amazed how fast it goes. These term expirations sneak up on me all the time. And then this paragraph 10, the MSAB noting there are vacancies on the board as shown in Appendix 3, and that interested state. So I grabbed this rest of this text from text we had written for MSAB 19, and interested stakeholders submit expressions of interest for MSAB vacant positions on an ongoing basis. The IPHC Secretariat provides EOIs to the Commission on a periodic basis for their consideration. And I guess, Dave, I just want to make sure you're okay with that language. It was from a previous report as well. Okay. Updates on actions arising from the 20th MSAB. These 11 and 12 were already there and just sort of boilerplate. But I added in paragraph 13, just recalling those recommendations from MSAB 20 that are still in progress. And that is from paragraph 14, paragraph 41, paragraph 42. And these were presented and discussed about what happens with these. So I think this is one good way to make sure that they're recalled and that we can reference them later in the report.
Alan?
Yep.
Do you want people to call out if they've got questions or?
Yes, yeah, sure.
So since this was just pulled from the other report, this is just a information thing. What does REC period stand for?
Recommendation 1.
Ah,
If you look, it's the format from the executive summary of our reports.
Yeah.
We collate all the recommendations and their REC, and then all the requests are REQ.
and we always just keep it in non-boldface and not capitals.
Sometimes. We'll
It would
see
be
what-
easier if it
Yeah.
was REC cap boldface. But to kind of suss that out,
Oh, okay.
that's helpful for me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So
and then-
you're just saying something like that.
Yeah, now that I know what it is.
Yeah.
Also, this is kind of the same thing, but in the third paragraph under B, the third sentence under B that starts out, the triennial stock assessment frequency may increase. I know this has been published before and maybe many eyes have read this before, but just thinking about, and this is my last thing that I noticed, was when we say a statement like this, would it be better for people who are just looking for the top line on these past or current meetings to insert something like simulations show that the triennial stock assessment frequency may increase the median coastwide TCEY and reduce the interannual variability. Those two things were kind of struck me this meeting,
Okay.
and it was familiar, but it wasn't as clear as it was this meeting because of our
Okay.
discussion about it. So just for other people's benefit, reading
Yeah.
this report through.
Yeah, let's keep that in mind as we write these other paragraphs, and we can really call out that this is simulation-based results.
That was it. Thanks.
Online, can you please make sure that you're muted if you're not talking, but if you would like to speak up, go ahead.
Chris.
Oh, okay.
Dr. Hicks, it's Chris Sporer.
Thanks, Chris.
Can we go back up to 13A there? Yeah, okay. So I guess what I'm trying to figure out here is the commission came in with a recommendation to, we've always treated those two objectives of having equal weight. We sort of took for 1.1 and 2.1, that was a green means go, red means stop. And then we just looked at the performance metrics and made the trade-offs. So we've always treated it that way. And then the commission came in out of annual meeting 99 and said, no, they're to be in a priority order. And so we're going back now. We made this recommendation. No, we think those two, as we always have done, be given equal consideration in the evaluation of trade-offs. And that's what we would do. Have we had a response from the commission, whether they're accepting our recommendation or I noticed you say it's still in progress, and maybe we touched on this yesterday, but I guess two things come out of it is we seem to have, as a result of this, we seem to be changing, we've combined the two objectives into one. And I'm, so I'm just trying to get a sense, like where is this going on this discussion? Like what, have we had a response from the commission, I guess, is the first question.
Yeah, really good question, Chris. And this is the one thing that I thought we'd move to a little later in the meeting. And the reason is we've been in discussions with the commissioners when we've been putting together the harvest strategy policy. And what I realized last night was writing the objectives in the harvest strategy policy and then the objectives that the MSAB has been working on with the commission that's been going through the annual meeting. They've been sort of on a parallel track, but the language has been slightly different because they've been written for two different reasons. So my suggestion is we bring those two tracks together. And one way to do that is for the MSAB to make a recommendation on wording of the objectives as they should appear in the harvest strategy policy document. So we'll talk about that tomorrow morning. But in terms of a response from the commissioners, we've been working on this with the commissioners in the workshops for the Harvest Strategy Policy document. And that was how come we started combining them into maybe one recommendation. That was an idea that we haven't heard agreement from the commissioners on yet. But and then the new figure that we're showing to really highlight the hierarchical nature of these objectives. So I'm thinking the MSAB has a really important role here in making their recommendation of how they see these objectives worded. And then we'll feed that into the commissioners, and along with the work that we've been doing with them already on the objectives. And then when the MSAB is able to review the Harvest Strategy Policy draft document before adoption, we can see what the outcome is there.
Okay, so we're going to revisit this, the wording of these, or the wording of these either two objectives or combining them into one objective later in the meeting?
Yeah, they'll come up a little bit today, but I think in terms of writing the report, maybe the MSAB can put a recommendation that the commission I pre-wrote something, but I moved it down into the report section for the Harvest Strategy Policy, which we'll go over tomorrow or today if we have time.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to discuss it later in the meeting, then fine. I think this is paragraph 13 is fine as written, as long as we're going to have the opportunity to discuss it, because I think it's still an unanswered question in some ways.
Yeah, I agree. And I think this is probably going to be one of the major outcomes of this meeting, is advising the commission on how the MSAB sees the wording of the objectives. Thanks for that, Chris. Any other questions on this? This is just basically recalling these, and then the rest in the report will refer back to them and can make recommendations. But this is highlighting that they're still in progress so that they're not lost. Okay, outcomes of the 101st session of the annual meeting. That's pretty straightforward. And then we're in the main section of the first topic, was understanding MSE and how it's used for Pacific halibut management. This was a background document, and we note the paper. And then 16 here we are already referring back to those paragraphs in 13 above. And I'll discuss with Dave maybe the best way to do this so that we don't have to repeat it, or maybe we do repeat the paragraph from above. But
Okay,
basically,
sorry, Alan, on that
Yeah.
note, just if we're recalling paragraph 14 from MSAB 20, should we also be recalling the recommendation from AM 99, recommendation 2, where the commission recommended that there's the priority order? I guess I'm just saying is it, I don't want to give the impression that I don't know if MSAB wants the impression that we're not taking into account the direction that's come from the commissioners.
yeah, I mean, that's up to you, really.
I mean, we didn't actually discuss it yesterday, but the fact is the commissioners provided direction out of AM 99 that there was supposed to be a priority order, which led to the discussion at MSAB 20 that no, we think the other two, the last two are they're not hierarchical. There's no hierarchy with the last two. It's just the first two is red go, red means stop, green means go.
Yeah, we can do that.
But I guess it feels to me like we haven't resolved this issue yet, right? We're going to talk about it more. So
We are.
do we want to, like, why finalize this at this point? I mean, you mean just to capture what we said yesterday, I guess, but I mean, I don't know. It feels
Yeah.
like we're trying to put the cart before the horse. If we haven't had the discussion yet, we're trying to decide how to.
And I think, yeah, so possibly
That's fine. Then just leave it as is. As long as if we're going to have that discussion later, then the meeting record can reflect that discussion later.
Well, I'm wondering, this is a little bit of background in this section, so perhaps we could recall that paragraph from AM 99 where the commission had the priority objectives. And then we could maintain this paragraph, which would then be 17. And this paragraph would then be noting that MSAB recommendation was made in the past. And the MSAB noted that the 2 fishery objectives are subject to meeting the sustainability objectives, do not have priority over each other, are best to evaluate by examining the trade-off between them. This is just noting things. So it's just trying to bring the conversation into the report. And then I think later on will be the recommendation.
So then we just say, and we'll discuss it further later in the meeting or something.
Yeah, we'll discuss it. We don't need to say that here in this report, that we'll discuss it further, because this report will reflect the entire meeting.
Hey,
But
Alan, this is Tom. It's kind of, what point are we going to keep arguing with the commission? I mean, we've sent them our recommendation. They said, thank you very much, but we want these to be hierarchical, 1, 2, 3, 4. Please do that. And we're saying, no, you don't understand. We want these together. I think we're advisory, and are we starting to just argue with the commission? It seems like maybe we've made our position. They said, thank you very much, but we don't agree. So here's what we want you to do. And we say, no, we don't want to do that. And it seems like we're being argumentative at this point.
well, I think the commission is still working on exactly how to word the objectives, and there still is that opportunity to, and I realize the MSAB has made this recommendation numerous times, but I think right now is where we do have the commission's attention on writing these objectives in the harvest strategy policy, and we want to get it right. We want to make sure it's reflective of the stakeholders, and so I think maybe we repeat. Just make sure that
Okay. I can live with that. I just, have been on both sides of this equation.
Yeah, I mean, we can recall it, the old paragraph from AM099, but part of it too is that the harvest strategy policy is currently being worked on, and the commission is aware of this hierarchical nature and these last 2 not being hierarchical. So it's really up to the MSAB what they want to put into this section of the report here.
Alan, is Chris sorry, I didn't, somebody was speaking, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just wondering, for paragraph 16, could we just say, we recalled paragraphs 12 and 14 from MSAB 20, and then what we've noted there, because it's paragraph 12 that talks to the commission saying they should be hierarchical. And I think that would cover it off.
Right. Sorry, I'm just going to look at that report real quick. From 20, you said paragraph 12. Right. Okay, I see. So yeah, what I'm wondering is if we just copy this paragraph 12 and put it in there, recall this, maybe separate those 2 out so we don't have recalling 2 things in one paragraph.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
And really, this is just setting the stage. It's not saying, it's just saying the things that the MSAB has said before and recalling them, and then the MSAB can make their final recommendation later. Because the MSAB we may have a discussion that you do want to modify the wording of the objectives. Okay, is now 16 and 17 okay with everyone? Okay, on 18, it's recalling paragraph 41. Let me just review that. That's this one, where the MSAB recommended a SPR 46% and a triennial stock assessment frequency. And yesterday we had discussion that the MSE results show a trade-off between the TCY and variability in TCY, where the variability is minimized near an SPR 46% and is a balance between maximizing yield and minimizing the variability in yield. This was mentioned during the meeting and also during the report writing. And I think it's a pretty good paragraph because it supports that recommendation made by the MSAB earlier, but also recognizes that trade-off between the two and is showing how that trade-off was evaluated. Any thought on that or questions? Then 19 is the MSAB agreed it'd be useful to explore productivity regimes, their effect on the MSE results, and how they may be incorporated into a management procedure. So this is all just background, which it was meant to be. So I think that's good. The next presentation, which we'll finish today, is an update on the IPHC MSE process. This was getting at some of the, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Alan, before we leave that section, one thing I noticed, and maybe it's coming up or maybe it's something that is going to be discussed later and included in future meeting record, but we discussed some seeking clarification on the addition of the wording spatial and temporal, and I noticed that's been removed from the latest version here of the document.
Yes, sorry, that is where I think should be moved into the harvest strategy policy document. So I did a little bit of research last night, and what I found, I couldn't find the exact moment that wording was added, and I can't recall when, but it must have been in 2023. And so I think what has happened is we've been presenting these objectives at meetings, and the commission is putting in the annual meeting report their hierarchical objectives, and that had a certain wording that was relevant to the MSAB and relevant to the MSE analysis. As we've been writing the harvest strategy policy, the harvest strategy policy has its own language and style to it, and we've modified the wording of the objectives a little bit by bringing in the concept of BLIM and being a little bit more generic in some cases. We haven't lost the meaning of the objectives. We just reworded it a little bit, but I don't know when that wording came in. And Dave and I were talking this morning, and we remember that wording being mentioned by a commissioner, but we can't remember exactly when that occurred. It could have happened at an intersessional session or something like that. So I think my suggestion for the MSAB is to just when we talk about the harvest strategy policy draft, that wording is in that draft. If the MSAB wants, they can call out that wording. But I think the most important thing is for the MSAB to just suggest the wording that they think is the best wording for the objectives and removing that phrase in their suggested wording. So it's probably better to have that discussion when we get to the harvest strategy policy draft.
Yeah, I'm fine as long as we have the discussion, it gets reflected in the minutes.
We will, and in the when we go over the report tonight or tomorrow, I have a suggested paragraph in there that to remind us to talk about, to make sure that we talked about this. But it's definitely on top of my list to talk about this meeting. I just don't think this is the proper place for it, being a background, but it's going to go into the harvest strategy policy. That's going to be the document of the commission, and that's going to be the one that we just really want to make sure is correct.
Alan, do we have a copy of the harvest strategy policy draft as it is now?
It's document 09, and that was the one distributed at the annual meeting. We're currently, we made some edits after the workshop, but the commission has not reviewed that, so we're not able to bring that to the MSAB. But that document 09 is basically has that wording of the objectives and other things. So it's a useful document.
Thank you.
Okay, so update on the IPHC MSE process. The paper 21 is the MSAB note trade-offs between high and low TCYs at various fishing intensities, and that the lowest TCYs were avoided at SPR values near 46%. This is, we talked about how to capture the sentiment of the MSAB when I presented that first part. And I think this succinct sentence does that. The MSAB noted that average variability in the TCY over a 10-year period was smaller with the triennial assessment frequency, but the change in the TCY in a year with an assessment was greater with the triennial assessment frequency than with an annual assessment frequency. So this is getting at the concept is averaging over 10 years. It's less than triennial, but if you look at just assessment years, it's greater in the triennial. And Peggy, is this where you want based on simulation results?
I'm sorry, I was looking at something else. From 1920.
22.
Something like that, yeah, might be helpful for an outsider to understand.
Okay.
Was there one constraint or more constraints? I think Forrest was one of the ones who brought up a constraint is what we talked about.
Yeah, I think in this section, again, this is just an update. In the program of work, we can talk about details of management procedures to investigate. But here, I think the general concept was that a constraint would help reduce the interannual variability in the TC.
Okay.
Paragraph 23. It's 23 now.
Alan,
Yeah, Michelle?
on that same 22, the change in the TCY in a year with an assessment, do we want to clarify that that is the change relative to the prior year? And then I just want to make sure, I appreciate Peggy's clarification on the simulation results and just want to get confirmation. Is this always the case?
When we're, well, yeah, I mean, most often with the MSE, this is all based on simulation results. We might have conclusions that are not based on simulation results, but I can't think of any right now.
No, I'm sorry. Is it always the case in the simulation results that the year with an assessment has a greater change in the TCEY?
It might not be for some, but that's why the word average, or wait, yeah.
Yeah, just thinking we might say, but the change in the TCEY from the previous year or something is likely to be greater or is often greater, something.
Just trying to make sure that makes sense given the performance metrics. I think it does because we looked at the probability. Yeah, I think that makes sense, Michelle. Thanks.
Thanks.
Hey, Alan, it's Robert.
Hey, Robert.
With regards to the paragraph 23 with the constraint, do we want to direct you and the secretariat to come up with some options of constraints for us to evaluate, or is that just we're just making a note that a constraint would help?
I think here is where we'll make the note of the constraint. Below today, we'll talk about the program of work, and that's where the MSAB can come up with ideas or direct the secretariat to come up with ideas.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Okay, so here we're just noting the constraint.
Alan?
Yeah, go ahead, Michelle.
On 23, is the interannual variability in the TCEY under a triennial assessment frequency or either
For either.
annual or triennial?
It would help reduce interannual variability for any of the options of assessment frequency. Would that be
Okay.
something? I think yeah,
Well,
I mean,
it's not clear because in the one before, we introduced the triennial assessment frequency, and then this follows. So it just wasn't clear to me. Thanks.
any suggestions for how to improve that or make that more clear?
I mean, you could say under an annual or triennial assessment frequency, or for any assessment frequency.
I mean, when I was thinking about it, it was for the triennial. I mean, like, because it was a large jump. Like it was small steps on the non-assessment years, but when you got to the assessment, it was a large increase or decrease depending on which way it went. So I don't know if it'd be better to just have for the triennial.
It will help for the annual though too. Does the MSAB want only triennial in there or annual as well?
Well, we've supported this 15% max forever.
Yeah. I think it'd be useful to have both of them in there at this point. Okay, 24 now is just the comment that there was uncertainty if these performance metrics would be the same when the population is increasing or when the population is decreasing. So they were not calculated, but they may show important differences. 25, this was a tough one for me to write. And it's just noting the triennial assessment frequency to free up resources, allow for more research on assessment of biology of Pacific halibut, but may introduce greater change in the TCY when assessment is done. So this is the hard part after the but. It may introduce greater change in the TCY when assessment is done due to updating the stock estimates after applying empirically derived TCYs, and because additional research may result in more updates to assumptions in the stock assessment. So I tried to capture 2 points here. One, we've sort of captured above where we just found that the results are when there's an assessment in the third year, that it typically does have more variability after applying the empirically derived TCYs. But this last part is that additional research may result in more updates to assumptions in the stock assessment. That was a tough one for me to write. I'm sure Dr. Stewart's cringing right now.
That was kind of tongue in cheek. I mean, we want truth. If you know what I'm saying, I thought it was just sort of a jest that we didn't want you guys to uncover more truth about the halibut stock.
Yeah, and that's why it's tough for me to write, because it's making a better assessment, a less biased assessment, which in the long term could be better.
I don't think that needs to be there personally.
But I think it's a reality. It's a reality that additional research is going to result in more updates, and it's not a bad thing, but it's a reality that's going to come up and affect how management procedures, what's going to happen with interannual. It could affect what is happening with interannual variability. It's a reality. We've seen it in the past. We're going to see it in the future. And I think we just need to note that it's a possibility, and we understand it. We're not against it. Additional research is a good thing. And that's what we need to do. But it's going to change things.
Yeah, I had a similar thought there too, of somehow capturing that it's going to reduce the uncertainty in the assessment, or improve the precision, something more positive than just updates to assumptions.
What if you took the last part and put it's the but that throws the twist, the unwanted twist? Like, I don't disagree with Chris, but when you put the but in there and then you have the results, it's almost like, something that you don't want to happen. So if you take it out and throw it up before the but somehow.
And this may, I think Forrest is right, and this may
Right.
introduce.
Well, I would do it prior to the but. So it's going to free up resources to allow for more research on assessment and biology, which could reduce uncertainty or improve precision, something like that.
And may introduce greater change rather than but. You could even say that. So if you feel like the but reads as a negative or as something. Right. But I agree. I think it's good to call out that reducing uncertainty and bias.
This came up a couple times yesterday regarding the changes to this stock assessment in the last few years with the sex ratio and the natural mortality. I mean, I was hoping to discuss that at some point today, if we have any ideas to comment on maybe potential opportunities to maybe constrain some of those changes, or certainly to be able to look at what the changes before and after, to be able to see the output of the MSC with the change, with before and after updates to the stock assessment. I feel like a lot of folks on the conference board have been kind of looking for that, so that we can see kind of how far has our baseline, kind of our goalposts been shifted over time. And I'm aware that that's, potentially quite technically challenging, and that we're running these models through, or these simulations through long, are we talking like supercomputers, or is that what you do?
No, just my desktop.
Yeah.
But it's hard to, the thing is, I have to tell the model what to do, what to simulate. And simulating these updates in the stock assessment and those changes is really challenging. Like, how do I parameterize that? How do I say, oh, in 2032, assessment scientist is going to find out that movement and build a spatial model, or something like that.
Sure.
It's a really challenging thing. We can add in some sort of random noise, to those sorts of things, and understand what happens if the assessments, like every third year, the assessment has a little more change, or it begins biased and becomes less biased. But we can think about ways to do that.
Okay.
But I think maybe the alternative to that is to focus on why is that important to stakeholders, or why is that important to stakeholders in the context of management? Is it because the variability in their quota, the output, in the TCUI, is that the outcome? Or do they not care about that, and they just are confused about the science and why the science keeps changing? If it's about why the science keeps changing, that might be a different conversation that we're having in the MSE. That might be a conversation and, like, what's the best way to assess the stock such that it's more transparent to the stakeholders.
Is that what you meant? That kind of, I mean, I guess
I mean,
where I thought you were going, let me just ask you, like, the year that we introduced the big shift because of sex ratios, I think it was, and instead of, even though the stock the survey showed a decline in the stock, we didn't go down, we went up, or stayed the same. And
Natural mortality.
Maybe it was the natural mortality.
well,
and
it was kind of a series of
things, and there was a lot of
years.
Yeah, I hear a lot of anxiety from stakeholders that we should have taken cuts then. It got masked by these other stock assessment changes.
And it was kind of also a perfect storm, because we'd seen a nice bump the prior year or two from the 20, Yeah, from the 11, 12-year costs.
Yeah, 12.
And so, we saw some nice increases in region 3, and we're thinking, oh, okay, maybe we'll,
Those are
be
good.
coming up. And then once, yeah, so I mean, I guess, my comments here, and being a new participant here, I'm wondering, if there is a way for us to kind of tie this discussion into a recommendation to kind of, maybe put some constraints on, especially during a period of low productivity, if we're making retrospective, we're making changes to the stock assessment that are retrospectively increasing kind of the resilience or the potential productivity of his, retro or historical spawning biomass, that, I don't think we should be increasing our potential confidence during periods of low abundance and low productivity. And so I don't know if I'm articulating that very well, but I think, the goal is that we shouldn't be going back and looking retrospectively and saying, oh, we've actually been harvesting this stock way harder than we thought. And even though it continues to decline, it means that the resource is more resilient. I guess it's kind of my.
So Dr. Hicks, I think when you asked the question, is this an issue of whether industry understands the science, wants to believe the science, thinks the science is biased in the assessment or not, and how that is really a different discussion than what MSAB is about, does come into play here. But what I believe our role might be in this is to have it super clear what the relationship is between these components of the stock assessment that we're looking at and we're simulating, so that so we can go back to our constituents and explain why we're looking at this. Hopefully, if I could wave a magic wand, to the end of them getting the light bulb on of the importance of the research and the assessment that IPHC does, and to know that I think there needs to be a clear understanding of where the conservation level is for a population. And that might not be in our purview, but it's something that people are talking about almost every year, just keeps coming back. When are we really in trouble?
I mean, part of the MSC process can be to identify the estimation model. It doesn't have to be a stock assessment done with an ensemble model or something. It can be a real simple surplus production model, something, pretty simple. And this is what Dr. Sean Cox would say, as long as it performs well, that is all that matters. It performs well in determining the mortality limits and is sustainable over time and meets all of the objectives. So given that, it can be the purview of the MSAB to suggest methods for determining the TCY every year. And that's what we're looking at with empirical rules. It's just right now we're assuming one of the options is an annual stock assessment, this big ensemble stock assessment. That stock assessment can still happen every third year, but be used as a benchmark to determine stock status, to determine, make sure that we're still on track, estimate all those quantities that a very simple model cannot do. But, and that's how the Stable Fishing Canada basically works. They condition an operating model, they do a stock assessment at that time, they determine the stock status, and they have all that. But when they go to management, it's just a very simple formula. And they don't use the stock assessment to manage it. The stock assessment's used more in the conditioning process of the operating models and making sure we understand how the population works and all those things. That would be quite a paradigm shift for IPHC, but it's something that we could work towards. And the SRB has actually mentioned some things related to that. And that might help. You know, you're still going to have to have models that are pretty complex, like a stock assessment, to give us the best information and understanding of the stock. But when it comes to management and, you know, determining the TCY, it might be a more simple model that is more transparent, easier to understand, doesn't have as many assumptions, and stakeholders might be more accepting. I think that's what happened. The sort of the success of the Sablefish MSE, although it didn't originally, because we thought it might have to update it, right? So that's part of the MSE process as well. Was there a question online?
Yeah, Alan, it was Chris. It's Chris Spohr. I think we had a good discussion there, and I think the points you made about Sablefish are bang on in that it's kind of the operating model, the management strategy evaluation is what drives the Sablefish, and the stock assessment is really just used to report on stock status and make sure the operating model is properly calibrated. And then and we're sort of in the opposite situation where the stock assessment drives things, and you know, we'll require a real sort of culture shift to make that change. I guess just with respect to this point, we've been talking some of the points before you spoke. I guess we have to be careful we don't stray outside the MSAB terms of reference, and that we're supposed to provide advice on the MSE process. I think we have to make sure we stay in our lane. And I kind of started this discussion yesterday, and I guess my point was that just we can do all this thing, but just recognition that there could be changes in the stock assessment. I almost think of it like an exceptional circumstance that could alter some of our what we think, and it's just and it's not a bad thing. It's a good thing as you update the stock assessment with better information, better techniques. But just that this could happen, and it could change what our results or what our simulations, the results were showing. So I'm you know, I didn't mean to go down a rabbit hole here, but that was what I was trying to say.
I would just say, I agree with Chris, and I think part of why it's important to call it out is that has happened, and it has created a fair bit of angst in the past, and it's just important to acknowledge it and to do a better job of helping explain to stakeholders when those shifts happen and why.
I mean, I have like an example of kind of a theoretical but tangible concern is, you know, we have this ongoing work on the skip spawning and I struggle with the word, but
Fecundity.
Yeah.
And
and so, you know, my kind of worst case scenario, or my worst case instincts, I mean, if there's any downward revision of the spawning potential of, you know, of the stock, and that, I mean, that's going to have a major downward impact. So we've had these two revisions with the sex ratio and the natural mortality, and I'm concerned that, you know, if there's a downward revision in the you know, spawning potential, and there's some skip spawning that's identified, that, you know, that gets punched into the stock assessment, and then all of a sudden we have a dramatic shift of our baseline. And, you know, those kinds of shocks are, I think, something that I'm interested in pursuing that discussion and understanding if there are conversations and recommendations that we might be able to have in this group that, you know, might put some constraints or guardrails in place to kind of reduce the annual variability purely based on stock assessment adjustments. So that's kind of where
I mean,
where I'm going.
you're not alone in
Yeah.
thinking that way.
Sorry, Alan, it's Chris Spohr.
Go ahead, Chris.
I'm just, who was just speaking? Sorry, I can't see the room. Could you identify yourself?
Yeah, Garrett Elwood. Hey, Chris.
Hey, I think you're making, I just want to say, I think you're making some excellent points today and yesterday. I just want to say that. And I don't want to cut it off here, but, and like I say, I kind of started us down this rabbit hole. In the interest of moving the meeting along, and like I said, I don't want to cut off your points. I think you made some great points yesterday and you're doing it today. Just let's finish these meeting notes.
Yeah.
And move on to the discussion. But like I said, I don't want to sound like I'm cutting you off because I really enjoyed some of the points you made.
Oh, thanks, Chris. I appreciate it. And I'm coming from the conference board and just wanted to make sure that I have get these ideas out there, being it's my first meeting, and understanding that, well, we can dive into this a little bit later if time allows. Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, and I think we captured some of that. Yeah, thanks again, Chris. And I think we captured some of that in 25 here. But think about if you want to add a paragraph related to the potential for using different estimation models for management, for the determination of the TCY. The MSAB hasn't really gone down that road other than triennial frequency with an empirical rule in between. But there's lots of options there where we don't use the assessment to do the TCY. We'll learn a lot along the way, because if you have it wrong, you're going to be wrong, so, and you'll pay for it eventually. So but that's what simulation will do. It'll tell us if we have something that's not working. And I think Sablefish had a lot of lessons learned in their process as well. But there are options for doing things with the estimation model. We can talk about that when we get into the program of work, but just think about if you want something in between 25 and 26 here related to those comments. And we do have a little bit here, and because additional research may result in more updates to assumptions in the stock assessment. Okay, 26 is presenting the change in the TCY as an absolute metric would offer additional insight into the significance of differences between MPs. This was because it was always, the change was a percentage, and we thought that it might be useful to have that in absolute.
Sorry, Alan. I'm struggling with this paragraph, just in that, in my mind, if we're comparing MPs, one of the reporting metrics is the median TCY, so, which isn't an absolute metric. So when I read that, I got confused.
Yeah, it's talking about that change in the TCY from the previous year. And so that AC statistic metric that we reported. So it's not the actual TCY, but it's how it changes from year to year.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, with that addition makes sense to me now. Thanks.
Okay, yeah. So how much it changed? Did it go up by 2,000 pounds or 2 pounds? Might offer some additional insight.
Well, and was our AC objective wasn't it over 3 years or within 3 years? Didn't it wasn't tied to 3 years?
Yeah, it was originally that the annual change didn't exceed 15% in 3 or more years. We used to report it as what's the probability the annual change exceeded 15% in 3 or more years. But in the example I showed, we were trying to understand the assessment, non-assessment, and assessment years. So I just looked at it on an individual year basis.
Okay, it's just the thing is technically, if we're comparing MPs and we're reporting from the we're not really going to, that's not really in our reporting metrics right now. So we just have to figure out how to include it. Okay.
It's just a different take on a performance metric. And I think that's part of the MSAB is we don't only look at those 4 objectives. We have, I think, 500 different performance metrics we can look at in the MSE Explorer. And we often use additional ones for additional support. And since the MSAB asked the Secretariat to look into this, we found that was one of the best metrics to use to look into that, reasons why, and understand that a little bit better.
Percent change?
Yeah, the percent change, just understanding the assessment and the non-assessment years and how it changed. There wasn't, the 4 objectives weren't helping us understand that concept. All right, 27, the analysis of triennial assessment frequency with reduced FIST designs were not done. And that increased uncertainty with reduced designs will result in increased annual variability in the coastwide TCY, especially in non-assessment years, which rely on the FIST 030 WP to determine the reference coastwide TCY. So this is just stating that the notes that, or the comments that were made, that the what would be the potential effect of reductions in the FIST 032, and it's a bit of a we're guessing at what the results would be, but it's very likely those results. So I'm going to put it like this.
Something I think is important here as well as the uncertainty is the potential bias in the reduced design. So I think it's as simple as just that the increased uncertainty and bias in the FIST because that'll still increase. Yeah. It's important to know that that's a possible outcome for those designs.
Yeah, we're actually going to talk about that today. Okay, that's the end of the report. If you have a look through it, just make sure your name is correct, and if you were here, and then we'll have many chances to go over this again. Although we spent a lot of time on this first part, we got to start focusing on some other stuff too. Hopefully the meeting makes a little more sense after today. I am going to save this, and let's see, what time is it? It's 10 o'clock here. How about we start the next or we actually try to finish up this other topic. We are about an hour or so behind now. So I would like to get going with try to finish up this next topic, this document 07, I believe it is. Can we bring up that presentation, Rob? Thanks. There's still quite a bit to go through. We haven't even talked about productivity regimes yet. Excellent. So Rob's put us right on the right page, the right slide for us. So this is the last thing that the MSAB asked the Secretariat to do or requested further exploration of, and that was to noting that there's increased uncertainty due to reductions in the FIST design resulted in only declines in the median coastwide TCY. MSAB requested further exploration of the cause of this, especially since there's monetary value being attributed to the FIST design. So if you remember, we investigated 3 survey designs at MSAB 20. There was the base block, which is considered to be unbiased. Then the core block is only the core areas, and the reduced core is even less of the core areas. So those 2 designs could potentially be biased. To simulate this, we had to make some assumptions. And one of the assumptions is that we would have a base block design at least every 3 to 5 years in the simulations. So we try to do a whole survey of the whole area. And we just thought we can't do a survey indefinitely without surveying some of the outside areas. So in the simulations, we just made this assumption. And it actually depended on, so you can see here the frequency. This is the rows of the different FIST designs. So we have the base block design, the core design, and the reduced core design. And so the core and the reduced core would happen every 2 to 4 years. So it could go for 2 years, or it could go 3 years or 4 years. And then it would go to a base block and try to reduce that bias, and then do another 2 to 4 years of this reduced design. The frequency of that design depended on how big the stock was, because we figured if the stock was bigger, the survey would be able to survey more area and be revenue neutral. But really the important part here is there's no bias in the base block. There's some bias and a little more bias in the core and reduced core. There's assessment uncertainty. So how uncertain the assessment is increases with the reduced designs. And the bias is sort of additive. So the longer that a core survey or reduced core survey goes on, the more biased it becomes. And that's why we needed a base block every once in a while to sort of reduce that bias, bring it back. So these are just the assumptions in the simulation. It's useful to understand those when interpreting the results.
Before, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Before we get there, it sounded like you were just going to jump into results. So 2 to 4 years is a big difference. So did you choose one, or is this just
If the population, I can't remember, we had a threshold for the population size, and in the population size we figured would correlate with catch rates. And so the higher the catch rate, the more the survey can be cost neutral or revenue neutral. So we figured if the biomass was high, we'd be able to survey more areas. When the biomass is low, we can't pay for the survey. So we'd survey it. We'd have to keep a longer reduced survey.
okay? And are these results based on averages? You ran a 2 year, 3 year, and a 4 year core and reduced core?
No, it just determined, is it going to do a base block after 2 years? If the spawning biomass was high, the simulation said, we'll do a base block now, reduced by. But if the population was low, it said, well, we're going to do another reduced core. Still low, we got to do another reduced core. We've done it 4 years in a row. We have to go to a base block. So it's dynamic.
I have a question about the bias. There is none in the base block, and there is potential for some in the core and reduced core.
Yeah.
Is that because of a specific component in the base block survey, or what is the difference?
The base block was designed as it's an unbiased design, meaning that it's a random selection of areas, but it's a random selection of all strata, so all regulatory areas, you can think about it. So across, I think it's across 3 to 5 years, it's going to survey the entire coast.
Yes.
The reduced core and the core will not do that.
But is the difference, is the reduced core and the core also random? Or is it?
It's random, but only in the core areas.
Yes, so there is no skipper deciding where they want to.
Right, yeah, none of that.
Okay, thank you.
But I don't simulate the actual survey. I'm not simulating boats going out and doing a survey. So we had a lot of work done by Dr. Webster and Dr. Stewart in understanding how do these affect assessment uncertainty? How do they affect the uncertainty? How do they affect the bias? So all of these results are based on other work that they did to get, this is the potential uncertainty and bias. Now, it is important to understand before we jump to the next slide that the bias is, and this is based on work that Ian and Ray did, that the bias, if the population's increasing, the bias is going to go negative because it's not going to capture the increase in the population. If the population's decreasing, the bias is going to go positive. It's not going to capture the decrease. And we found that through simulation that that's the cause. And so the bias isn't always one direction. So you can have a simulation of 60 years where the bias is going like that, and then it comes down, and then it goes back up, and it comes down. So the bias can average out over the long term, and that's what we're going to find out. So I'm telling you that now to a little foreshadowing there.
Quick question, Alex.
Yeah.
What does the CV stand for?
That's coefficient of variation, and that's just sort of a measure of uncertainty. It's a nice way to quantify uncertainty because it's the, if I get technical, the standard deviation divided by the mean. So it's really a percentage of how far you're typically away from the mean. How far can you wave around the mean? So it's nice. If I just reported a standard deviation, that could be 10 or 100,000. And what does that mean? But it's 10%. It can be 10% greater or lower. If it's 100%, it's really bad. This just can be anything because it'd be 0 to whatever.
Was that your question before? Sort
I don't know because I've got another one and I was thinking about it, but and
Go ahead.
Maybe you need to add an extra day for all our questions every time we hold them stuff. So is the secretariat, so what are the assumptions here in terms of like, if we get back up to where the survey will be cost neutral. Are we intending on doing base block every year, or are we intending on laying up if we get cost neutral or it's even positive, revenue positive, are we like tucking it away so we can do more base block in low abundance years? Like, what's the strategy?
As I understand it, I think that would be the case, but maybe Dave can really talk about the revenue part of it.
Yeah, I think it's the latter. And so it would be a case of we're going to be targeting the base block design as what our overall goal is, but there's always a chance that it'll be revenue positive in certain years. And as a result of that, we will be banking that money so that if there are bad years, that we can hopefully get back or stay close to the base block design. That's the sort of the goal, where we're no longer just targeting revenue neutrality.
All right. Now for some plots. Okay, so first let's focus on the short term on the left there. And these are the results that we presented at MSAB 20, except all that we presented were these numbers for the median, and that was related to the objective C. So we'll report the median TCY, and what we found is that median, as you reduce the survey design, the median reduced from 60.1 to 59.7 to 59.2. And you can see there's a lot of variability around that. That doesn't mean these are insignificant from each other, because this isn't like a measure of significance. This is a measure of the distribution you would expect to see. And so it's showing you the distribution is declining. What I've also plotted here is the 25th, 75th quantiles, and then the 5th and 95th quantiles to give you an idea of the range of outcomes here. But you can see that all of the quantiles decrease over time, and believe that's due to the bias. So then I said, well, let me just have a look at the long term, even though we're not reporting, this isn't a long-term objective to look at the TCY. And it's interesting when you look at the long term, it's much less decline across there, and these distributions are much more similar. There's a little bit of difference from the base block going to the core block and the reduced core, but the differences are not as large between these, and they're almost identical, especially in some of these quantiles. So much reduced designs in the long term. And so I thought, okay, so why is that happening? What is causing this? And what I wanted to do was look at what is the bias coming out of the FIS in these designs. So remember I said the base block is unbiased, and that's what's happening. So the bias is how much would you expect the estimate to be away from on average, away from the true value. So when we simulate this in the short term, the next 4 to 14 years, we find that there's actually quite a bit of negative bias. And that is affecting these results, is the FIS just isn't capturing the increase that's occurring. Now, remember, we're starting in 2024, 2023, and that's where it's really low population. So this population is like, we're down low, we've been cutting back mortality. We really want this population to increase. So these simulations are going to try to increase the spawning biomass and the FIS 032W PUE. So that's why there's this bias. I said when the population's increasing, the bias tends to be negative. When you look in the long term, so you simulate out 60, 70 years, now the population is going up and down. It's doing a lot of ups and downs. And so after 60 or 70 years, the population has sort of settled in, but it's, doing its natural stuff, which is equal ups and downs. And so that bias is almost zero in the long term, but there's a spread around it. So in some simulations, it was negative bias, some simulations, it was positive, but it's showing you it's more or less in these simulations, we don't know if we're going to have bias surveys, negative or positive bias surveys. We just know they're going to be biased.
Alan,
Yeah.
I've got a question on a long-term one. Is that also reflective of just how you design the simulation where you're doing the base block every so often? So the lack of bias is really because you're bringing it back to a non-biased survey?
Sort of. It certainly is. If we didn't try to bring it back, it would just go. But actually, it might average out because the population is going to increase. You're going to be really bad negative, and then you're going to get to a high level because you're reducing the quotas, and then it's going to come up there, and then you're going to start coming back to it. And you say, oh, we take higher quotas, and it's going to start to decline, but you're not going to catch the decline. So it would probably take a lot longer for it to average out. But what the base block does, it only halves the bias. So it doesn't bring it right back to zero. It just reduces the bias. So there's still a little bit in there, but yeah, it's a lot of these results are going to be based on the assumptions that you put in. That's with most models. Yeah, Linda.
I'm just trying to sort of reconcile these with our, I don't know, like strong belief that more surveys are better. I mean, this would sort of suggest it's okay to reduce the surveys over time as long as we do the core block or the sort of more complete survey regularly. That we may vary around more because we're responding to bias when we shouldn't, but that over the long term, we end up in a good place.
So yeah.
And is that a fair interpretation or no?
This is something Dr. Stewart and I have been talking about for, let's see how long? When did we do the Hague assessment? In 2010? Yes, for 15 years, we've been talking about this problem when doing simulation results of survey designs. The problem is you're averaging over so much stuff. But think about the effect right now on stakeholders of implementing a bias survey today.
Right.
That effect is huge, right?
Yeah.
But it's averaged out in these simulations. And so you really have to think of the individual situations. So in this design, there was one trajectory where the population is declining quick and the survey is biased high. And so we're keep having TCYs that are probably too high. And so you really have to think about it in the context of, do you want to get in a situation where you have a bias survey when the population is decreasing or increasing? And so that's where Ian and I said, how do we present that? We haven't really come up with a good way to do that. What is the real effect here? And in Pacific Hague, we had a year where the survey was really high and then the survey was really low. And then we said, we have to do another survey. And then that survey was back high. So they thought, oh yeah, we can take a lot of Hague. Oh, we can't take a lot of Hague. Oh yeah, we can take a lot of Hague. And so we're not capturing that because it's an average over everything.
Right.
So we're working on how to present this, but I think the really important result here is that if we do these reduced designs starting from where we're at today, we're going to expect a bias and thus reduce TCUIs in the next 10 years.
Yeah.
And I think that's important for stakeholders. It's one of the few times you'll see me supporting short-term statistics out of these results.
No, I think it's important. I mean, and also there's an assumption that it will be biased high and will be biased low sometimes so that it's going to balance.
Yeah.
But maybe the stock's going in one direction and so he's biased the wrong way. Anyway, I guess I agree. I think the short term and that explanation is just important for stakeholders to hear.
Yeah. And I think, I can't remember, but the variability might be greater too, the interannual variability. Because you're going to be playing a lot of catch up, especially in the long term. Question?
Just maybe a comment. We're adding so many layers of uncertainty that it's going to play into the commission and their decisions, especially if we know that we're on a declining stock, and it's just scary because they're just going to put on the brakes like heavy. I think, and I don't know.
But I think that's why, I think that statement is exactly why we support good surveys and unbiased, reduced uncertainty, so that we can respond appropriately and don't have to put in more precaution.
The risks are so different, right? Based on the trajectory of the stock. Like the short term, you're kind of showing the risk of a declining stock.
Well,
no, an increasing
stock, yeah.
Because you're going up to the mean recruitment and the assumptions that you're putting in. like using those long-term results, you can potentially parse those out in between the years where you have your baseline to be able to look at, here's what happens when the stock is increasing. Here's what happens when the stock is decreasing. So you're going to have simulations that do that to kind of show the potential bias and risk on either side.
Right.
Might be
Oh,
a
yeah.
way to look
Well,
at it.
I
that'd be
think
good
that's really
To
important.
depict it, or
Yeah.
or a way to show it, yeah. I
Because
like
it
that.
is like your point is that like
Yeah,
it's not the long term looking at that doesn't. I think it's a little. It can be misconstrued.
yeah,
Right?
I do too.
absolutely.
When there's a ton
Yeah.
of risk within the
A
short
specific case,
tactical.
No, it looks
things
like,
that work.
you know, we could do any of these, it's all good.
But, and I think that's why just one statistic also isn't how you have to look at these things. There has to be more metrics and understanding the variability between years, the potential for foregone yield, for over harvesting and reductions, and, you know, all those sorts of things. So, but anyway, that's trying to get into a little bit more understanding of why there is the decline in the short-term TCYs. It's because of bias, which is an assumption in the model, but we expect there to be bias. So in the long term, that bias is near zero, but can be present. And remember, the bias is opposite the trend, and then the effect of the FIST design is situation dependent. And so that's what we were just talking about. And that could be parsed out, and we could really try to understand that. But I haven't gone into that detail. Okay, so that's response to all the MSAB 20 questions. It is now 10:20. I'm going to get into the regimes. I'm wondering if we just want to take a break, like a 15-minute break now.
We can. Yeah,
I think this is a really good time.
So.
Yeah. Yeah. So let's do a 15-minute break now. If that's okay.
Okay.
And then we'll come back at 11:35 Pacific, 10:35 Alaska. Perfect. Thanks.
Here.
Okay. So let's talk about regimes. Now, this discussion is pretty much preliminary, and it's really meant to give everyone here at the MSAB an idea of the possibilities of what can be done. So I think maybe we cannot focus on getting into too much of the nitty gritty here, but some of the real broad details, and think about what might come out from the MSAB as a recommendation for further work related to this. But there's some really neat outcomes even in this preliminary results. So as we've been talking about, we cannot control the size of age or environmental effects on the stock. There's things that we just can't control, and this is natural variability in the operating model. And so we have down here on the left, we show different, the historical in gray of the weighted age over time. And then we have a projection of the weighted age that occurs from the operating model. So it's a random process into the future of weighted age. And so each of these rows or each of these plots is a different realization of simulation. So this might be simulation 25, and this might be simulation 101. And so they're different, of course, because they have different random numbers, but you can see the colors are different ages, and this is the weighted age. So you have one simulation that the fish stayed small, but you have another simulation where the fish got quite large. So there's that randomness and that variability, and that's an important part of the variability. The other part of the operating model is the PDO, and the PDO has an effect on things like average recruitment, movement of fish, how the age zeros are distributed throughout the different among biological regions. And it also has an effect on something else I can't remember off the top of my head, I think. But anyways, so the PDO is a driver for some of these other realizations, such as average recruitment. And so we originally, a few years ago, we simulated the PDO in this what's called a semi-Markovian process, but it basically says the PDO is going to switch. It's going to be at 0. And then over time, it's eventually going to have a probability of switching to 1. And that probability gets greater the longer the run is. So if it's been 5 years, it probably won't switch. If it's been 10, it might switch. If it's been 20 years at 0, like a low negative PDO in the simulation, it has a high probability of switching. And so we can see in the historical part, we know, or we have an idea of what the PDO was. So we set it at positive or negative. And then we get into the simulation part of it here. And we had this probability was slow to decline. And so it had, this is the proportion of time it was positive. And so you see that it goes through the cyclical behavior, but it hadn't quite equilibrated in this. So we changed the parameterization so that it would start at a positive and then likely go negative, but then it eventually equilibrate so that in the long term, we had sort of 50% of the time it was positive, 50% of the time it was negative. So we could see it integrate over the variability. That might have been too much detail, but the key here is PDO affects this, and there's an effect on certain things with the PDO and the weighted ages. So we integrate over all that uncertainty in the operating model, and it might be useful to partition that variability and unintegrate it, you might say, in a sense, and understand how much is this variability affecting the outcomes.
Just as a quick reminder,
Yeah.
So you have the PDO is affecting your mean recruitment.
Yeah.
So you have one mean recruitment for a positive PDO, one mean recruitment for negative.
Yeah.
And so then you're presumably using like a binomial draw just based on that probability of whether it's a positive or a negative.
Yeah. So whether it's going to switch.
What's a binomial?
It's like flipping a coin. Yeah.
It's a 0 or it's 1, so it's either going to be true or false. And there's a probability. So like flipping a coin is a 50-50 probability, but in the, like you can set it up where there's like a 70-30 probability. And it could be one outcome or the other.
So if there's been only 1 year of a positive PDO, then the probability of switching is really low. If it's been 10 years of a positive PDO, the probability is probably about 50%. If it's been 20 years of a positive PDO, the probability is like 80-90% that it's going to switch. So basically the run of a positive or a negative PDO is 10 to 30 years in these simulations. And so I had to reduce it to just get this pattern on the bottom.
And that pattern on the bottom keeps it that way, like keeps it a series of years, or does it?
No, it's switching back and forth, but over across like 500 simulations, it's saying that half of the time you saw in year 2100, half of the time you saw negatives, half the time you saw positive PDOs. But the important part is for the short-term statistics that we're starting where we are now, and that we're not just all of a sudden switching. We can, but it's not likely that we're just going to suddenly switch to a new PDO regime. But it has you can see a couple of simulations but then over time, because we're starting there, it actually goes to, it's likely to switch in the next 10 to 20 years. That's the assumption, but the PDO, who knows what that's going to do. And that's why we have to integrate over it, because who knows?
So you've got two different runs here on the left-hand side of female weight.
Yeah.
But that's separate from the discussion we just had about assumptions on PDO.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a totally separate process, unrelated to the PDO. So given that, we thought, well, let's look at 3 different scenarios of weighted age and hold weighted age constant at those values for the simulations. So if I go back, what that means is instead of this lines going up and down, the lines would simply be constant. They'd go to an immediate different value and then just be a straight line across. So they'd be consistent across the whole next 100 years. Oops. And so we thought, well, how do we define these different regimes? We don't want it to be unreasonable. We want it to be meaningful in a way. So we looked at the historical weighted age and we defined different years, periods of years where the weighted age was either high, such as the early 1970s, where it was low, such as the early 2010s. And then we thought, well, let's take a look. What if weighted age stayed at where it currently has been and is constant at these values? Because it's slightly different than, it's a different pattern than you see in this low period as well. So we have this high, low, and current periods or scenarios of weighted age. With the PDO, we just simply fix it at 0 or at 1. And we simulate forward with it fixed at 0 or fixed at 1. And so in a high PDO, average recruitment is about 1.4 times greater than in a low PDO. You can see that here. Average recruitment is still variable, but it's low. Recruitment is still variable, but it's high in a PDO positive regime. In a positive high PDO, more age 0 Pacific halibut typically recruit to region 4. So they tend to go a little bit more north and west in the high PDO, according to the operating model, which has been conditioned to data. And then fewer halibut move to region 2 during high PDO. So it's not only the productivity of the stock, it's actually the input and output of each region. So there's differences. And in past results, we showed sort of how those regions differ, but I'm not going to go into that here. Okay, so let's take a look at this. So we have 3 weighted age scenarios and 2 PDO scenarios. We cross those, that makes 6. So we have, you can see in the legend here up top left that we have high weight, high recruitment, high low, low weight, high recruitment, low weight, low recruitment, and then a current high and a current low. And what we did is we just simulated forward, assuming an SPR 43%. And we looked at what the spawning biomass trajectory looks like. So this is now the median spawning biomass trajectory. I didn't put the variability on those, but I think it's useful to look at. A couple of things. First of all, these orange and red, so the reddish colors are high weight, the bluish colors are low weight, and the greenish colors are current weight. And what you can see is that weighted age in the simulation immediately goes to that scenario. So next year it would be high. We're starting at low and we're going high. So you can see the effect of that on the spawning biomass. And that tells you, wow, weighted age is a very important factor on the amount of spawning biomass out there, because it's not just the numbers of fish, it's the biomass of fish. So that's important. There's some interesting patterns that happen. You know, there's some details there. You can think about it, have an offline discussion with me if you want. But really in the long term, as we look at this, in the high weight, high recruitment regime, spawning biomass gets really high. In the high weight, low recruitment regime, spawning biomass is still high, but recruitment has an effect, average recruitment, and brings the biomass down. But you can see the high weight regimes are much higher than the low weight and the current weight, showing how much effect the weighted age can have on the spawning biomass. So now let's look at low weight, and that's the blue lines here. I think I called these out. Yeah, so that's high weight. Now current weight is in green, and you can see that, again, it's affected by the recruitment. It's a lot lower, and spawning biomass is the lowest with the low current weight, low recruitment regime. And then when we have the low weight regime, spawning biomass is a little bit higher than the current weight regime. But this is pretty interesting because when I showed those purple plots earlier in the meeting of the trajectories of spawning biomass, you saw it was just this big purple cloud going across the screen. That purple cloud is just going to encompass all of these things. And that's why that purple cloud's so wide.
Can you remind us back in the mid-90s what the estimated spending was? Was it like 650, 700 or something?
Yeah, I can't remember exactly, but it was up in this range, I think. Yeah, close to 600 if I recall correctly. You have to look at the assessment document to see exactly. But currently, the spawning biomass is estimated around 200.
So current weighted age is slightly higher than the low.
Not necessarily. It's a different pattern in that current weighted age has larger small fish, but smaller large fish than the low. So you look at the low here.
But sorry, rephrase my question.
Okay.
Right now okay. So smaller fish are
Larger.
growing
Yeah.
faster than the low.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's why we chose the low and the current, because they're both low, but they're different demographics. They're just different to each other. So we wanted to see, is that important? And it does seem like it is important. Okay, so
Sorry,
that's
Alan. Sorry,
Yeah,
Alan.
go ahead,
Can you
Chris.
go back to 24? Just to make sure I understand it. So when you're saying average recruitment, so average recruitment is 1.4 times greater during high PDO compared to low PDO?
that's correct.
What is low PDO?
What is low
0.5
PDO? Yeah.
So in the simulations, PDO is either 0 or 1. 0 is low and 1 is high. And and all that it does, if it's 0, average recruitment is, say, 10,000. And if PDO is 1, then average recruitment is 14,000.
Okay, so I guess the question I had is, and I was looking at this graph you've got here, and then looking at the way when Dr. Stewart presented it at the last annual meeting, he talked about sort of the period, the where the 87-year class is that high, that PDO positive period there as high productivity. And I guess what I'm trying to figure out is when we're saying low productivity, not to be too pessimistic, but is that low enough? Like, in other words, was that period of high productivity an anomaly? And in fact, today we're now kind of more into the new normal, or what the normal is. And so is low reflecting low, or is it reflecting normal? Like, I'm just trying to get a sense of what low actually means, because if looking at this graph and taking the point that that's a period of high productivity, if we said, okay, and somebody made this point yesterday, we took out that high productivity period, which went beyond into 2010 or maybe even further. If we took that out, what would kind of the average productivity be like? So is low really low? I guess I guess what I'm trying to struggle with is what is sort of normal now? Like, maybe normal wasn't what we thought it was, and normal is actually, we're kind of in normal now, or around there.
Yeah, that's a really tough question, because when you look back, we might have over 100 years of data. How many observations do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 observations of productivity regimes. So what can we infer from that? We can only infer what we can from those 6 observations, and that's what makes it tough. We don't know, could the halibut population go lower into the future? It may. Was the halibut population high or low back here? We just don't know. So we're using the data that we have as much as we can. And the nice thing about MST simulations, if we want to assume that there is a lower productivity regime, whether that's lower average recruitment, lower weighted age, we can code that. We can simply put that into the model and run it and see what happens. But I think what is telling here is that under the current, which is was it green? Sorry, current weight is, where the spawning biomass is at the current levels that we're observing. And so, on average, long-term, managing at SPR 43% would be around this current spawning biomass. And so I think it is somewhat reflective of, it's matching what we're seeing, which we would expect it to do. And also, these spawning biomasses are really high. we would expect this distribution to be sort of what we call a long tail distribution. These are probably less likely than staying around in here. So yeah, I didn't want to get into the distribution of this because I just wanted to show the MSAB that there's these differences occur, and then get some guidance on how the MSAB would like to see the next bit of work, because this is not complete work.
Could you just expand on that a little bit? When you say not complete work, what else would you
Whatever
suggest?
the MSAB wants me to do. But yeah,
Do
but
you
no,
have
but
ideas of
yeah,
what
yeah.
more you wanna look at?
And I think we'll talk about that program of work. I can't remember, but there's a lot of things we can do, and I think the MSAB's already been suggesting. Evaluate management procedures at different productivity regimes. Does the MSAB want to use these as defined productivity regimes, or do you want to try even lower or higher productivity regimes? And then are these types of outputs, or do you know, how do you want to take a look at these? Do you want to look at the 4 priority objectives under different scenarios? Or what I've done in the past as well is looked at sort of the differences in where the fish are in the different regions to give an idea of how these different productivity regimes affect availability of fish in certain areas as well. But, you know, I think a full analysis would be characterizing distribution around these, trying to understand how these relate to the full integrated results and things like that. But I think this is a real good preliminary look at the effects of regimes, and that they're really important. They're a big part of the variability.
So would a recommendation, if we wanted to see low productivity, essentially taking current or low, would that essentially alter the conditioned model input on the MSC Explorer? So we would be.
Yeah, so the MSC Explorer currently has full integrated results. So it's some simulations are down here, some simulations are up here in the MSC Explorer. But I have put an Explorer together in the past that allowed you to look at these certain productivity regimes. So I do say back here that this is not useful. These scenarios are not useful to really determine the performance of a management procedure. They're useful to understand the performance of a management procedure if that occurred. But we don't know that that's going to occur into the future. We want to be robust to the uncertainty. By backing away from the uncertainty, that management procedure is not robust anymore. So, you know, we've talked about, well, maybe we should do low productivity regimes and then we know our management procedure works the best. Well, I'll bet you if I was doing these simulations in 2000 or 1999, nobody would have ever said, let's do that. Let's take what we have now. Let's manage the stock as the best given the conditions that we have. And the conditions could go back to that state in the future. So you just want to be a little bit careful how you interpret scenarios in providing management advice. It's more of an understanding of what these effects are and how important it is.
Hey, Alan, this is Tom. I'm just curious. On slide 24, do we recollect what the FCEY was for the fishery during the 50s and 60s, those 2 decades when the PDO was negative?
I don't recall what the FCEY was, but if I remember correctly, it was relatively low in the 50s and 60s and leading up throughout the 70s.
I guess what I'm thinking is, are we currently about the same FCEY, TCEY as they were back in that low productivity period for those, 25 years or so?
Yeah, I do know we're at the lowest TCEY we've seen in the last decade or so, but it's hard to relate that to the FCEY back in the 70s. But I do know from some, we are down around where we were in the late 70s is what Dr. Stewart says. So I think we're in a similar place that we were in the 70s, and talking with some of the, I guess you call them old timers that were fishing in the 70s, they weren't surprised at the catch rates they're seeing nowadays. They said, yeah, this isn't much different than the late 70s.
Does this historical weighted age graph, is there any data that goes back to 1930, 1928 maybe?
There's very limited data, and we've leveraged all of the data that we could use to develop this relationship. But you can see that it's constant, pretty much an assumption back there, and there's very little data informing it here. It's not until 1993 when we have our survey that we really get good quality data to really understand the trends.
Because I was thinking, like, we don't have enough data to say this might happen every 40 years.
Yep. Even with 100 years, can't say much about every 40 years.
Go back 100 years.
Yeah. And we can't collect to that data. So we just got to learn from what we observe now.
Okay, so we've got to work with what we've got.
Yep.
Alan, I want to understand how we might be able to use slide 2025 in a request, because it seems that there's interest in seeing the simulation with low or current productivity. So would that basically, from the slide 13 on document 6, where we have the simulation with the conditioned model and then the projections moving forward, that in theory
That's exactly
might align more closely with where our short-term kind of projections and feelings are currently.
Yeah, I think this plot is very similar to those. I think it's those purple plots. Is that
Yeah.
right? Yeah. And so yeah, if this plot is exactly that, but now taking out some of the variability. So these lines would be those dark lines in that plot. And so yeah, if you did a low productivity regime into the future, it would be that assumption of saying, what if the productivity stayed at this level going into the future, where we currently are? And it'd be very useful simulation for people to understand where we're currently at and how much we rely on the regimes to get us out of these situations rather than management.
Incredibly useful.
Yeah, thanks. So I think I saw Anne Marie wanted to get mic access. And while that's happening, I just want to switch to the next plot, because this now is showing the TCY, and I just want to show you that the TCY has very similar results as the spawning biomass, but it has one important difference. So we still have high weight, shows it way up there. We have current weight now is above the low weight. And so current weight and low weight have sort of switched positions in these plots. And that's because spawning biomass is mostly like 11 or 12-year-old and older fish, whereas the TCY contains some 7 and 8-year-old fish in it as well. And so it's showing you the importance of that low weight and the current weight, the demographics, the difference in the demographics of those two. That's really, that has a big effect on the TCY, and a different effect than it has on the spawning biomass. So it's not only are we just high or low, it's what is the pattern within across ages even has some pretty significant effects. Okay, were there any questions online?
Yeah, Anne Marie, did you have a question? She's got mic access.
Okay.
Thanks. Back in terms of the weighted age, and Alan, you were mentioning that the results that were shown in the MSAB Explorer are essentially integrated over all the different weighted ages and recruitment regimes. And I understand that, we want something that's robust to like all the like all of the potential range of future scenarios. But I'm wondering whether it would be helpful to separate out some of those scenarios so that we can see like how the harvest control rule responds to each, not so that we can pick like which one is which, but just in case. I'm worried that if we integrate over everything, we sort of have everything sort of muddled and averaged out into the middle, as opposed to seeing if things start breaking when we get into those extremes. Just in terms of what we were talking about earlier, in terms of what you and Ian were talking about, it's like how to explain averages and how that's an average. Like one of the Sportfish guys that I used to work with, like eons ago, like always used to get so mad at me when I was like, well, on average, this is how the model performs. He's like, on average, if I stick my head in an oven and my feet on a block of ice, on average, I'm perfectly comfortable. It's like, yep. Point taken, Bill. Right? So like that's the issue with averages. Is like, yeah, generally this is where you're at, but you can get pretty uncomfortable at the extremes.
Yeah, and I agree. And I think that's why these are useful to look at to see how it performs under sort of more consistent, to sort of get into the tails of those distributions as well, and make sure it performs right. It's sort of a similar argument we were talking about with the survey. What are those specific situations? So yeah, I think, a recommendation coming out of this could simply be something along the lines of, the MSAB encourages continued investigation of productivity regimes and reporting performance metrics for different management procedures at different productivity regimes.
Yeah, and I think like looking at these with a bit of the distribution might be helpful, because like looking at the medians, again, we're sort of on the average of the individual pieces.
Yeah, I think the distributions will be really telling, especially if like this distribution of the red up top here.
Yeah.
Cover some of that, or even if this lowest one is just a tiny little distribution, it's going to say, wow, that's a big assumption there, and what happens if it's those what if scenarios. That's how I like to think of it.
Yeah, great, thank you.
And I like the concept too. It was mentioned that fixing this at the productivity regime also says, look, we're in this current state, what if we stay in this state for the next 10-20 years? It's probably a good thing to have in mind, especially when we're using a short-term performance metric. Yeah.
And Alan, in simulating this, you are assuming that the TCYs are set based on the existing management policy, right?
It's assuming an SPR 43%, but I can do that in any management procedure. We can do this.
Yeah. I mean, I guess a couple thoughts come to mind. One is the commissioners are not following that right now, and does that have an effect? I don't know how you.
This has decision making very well. I don't think this one does. So
but you could.
Yeah, I could do that, but I purposefully simulated this without estimation error, without decision making error, so that we can have a better idea of this variability. So we really wanted to, we're trying to look at how the variability is partitioned.
Yeah.
It's good to understand that. We do similar things. Sometimes we'll do simulations without assessment error, for example, or with perfect information to understand what is the best that we could do. And then we throw in all that error and we realize, wow, it'd be nice if we could do that good, but we have error in there, uncertainty. And so the question is, if we set a management procedure today, that we like because it performed well in a low productivity regime, but then all of a sudden we get the 1987 year class again in 2023, I don't think people are going to be happy with the way we set the management procedure when all of a sudden there's a huge influx of fish coming that they can't access, potentially can't access. So that's the hard part.
Yeah, it would have to have a
and then
if then sort of thing, right?
Well, that would be an exceptional circumstance, like start triggering those things.
And a higher SPR like 50, it would likely shift everything up
in the spawning biomass and then shift everything down in the TCU.
Yeah.
And actually all these lines would start to approach each other in the TCUI but the spawning biomass, that still remains totally separate. So yeah, it's fun. It's fun stuff.
So this jump that is in, like, for example, the current weight that has everything to do with 43%. Just going from what's been realized over the last couple of years to then doing 43% the coming years. That like spike.
Yeah, I mean, jumping from here up a little bit, yeah, I guess it is. It's partly due to the 43%, that the fact that they all spike up is the 43%, but the immediate differences between them is the weighted age, because the weighted age immediately switches. In the simulations, it's more slow. And also the recruitment has a more immediate effect because it's coming into the TCY earlier than it does with this one. It comes in at like 7 or 8. But it is good to note too, in the real simulations for the MSE, not just randomly thrown in weighted age of recruitment from today. It has the probability that the PDO changes is, it's going to stay where it currently is for a while, probably 10 or 20 years. And then the weighted age is actually changing slowly. It's done by a random walk, it's called, and it's just moving slowly away from where it currently is. But I bound it so it can't go a whole lot lower. It only go like 5% lower than where it is because we've never observed it smaller than that.
And assuming with the PDO relationship is the same going forward, this 1.4 in positive PDO, but we also know that there's some indication that that relationship might be changing, right? With the PDO, and that the PDO is becoming less consistent and having potentially not the same effect.
And that's that's an uncertainty that's not included in it.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a little bit of uncertainty around that relationship, but that's probably one of those unknowns.
Yeah. I just wonder how much that's having a.
Yeah. So you can see in this plot right here, this is the probability or the number of simulations. You can think of it, the number of simulations or the percentage of simulations where the PDO is positive. So these simulations all started with a positive PDO. And so it remains mostly positive until about 2030. So another 20 years, and then it's switching over to negative. So, but I think with the reanalysis Ian's been doing, I can't remember. No, I think this is correct. It's changed its sort of viewpoint on what the PDO is in recent years.
And that is incorporated?
I think these simulations have that new updated stuff. I wanted to make sure it did, but that would definitely be incorporated in the next round of simulations.
Yeah.
And Alan, you speak.
Sorry, Chris, we'll get to you.
Oh, yeah.
No, go ahead.
And you're speaking of regimes, but like I asked for some information from AI. It can be all false, but it had flip-flopping over just the past couple decades. It had a lot of more flip-flopping than I'm seeing. So we're characterizing these as, I don't know what the trigger points are, but we're characterizing this as a PDO positive or negative regime. And it does have some off years in there that would, is that?
Yeah. So that, I mean, that's a really good point. Is we see here, it was negative for what, 30, 40 years in this middle of this plot. And then it was positive for 20 years. And then now it's negative for 20 years. But we have seen a different relationship in recent years. It looks like it is potentially switching more often, but it'd be good to, so Ian Stewart says the updated PDO has a longer negative period in recent years. So they've recalculated the PDO in a new way to determine positive or negative and that. So
well, the information I was getting is it was about every 4 years it was going from negative to positive in the last couple of decades.
It depends how you look at it. So, and if you look, there's another, I don't have the plot here, but Ian's presented in the past. And it shows it's been negative, and then all of a sudden you get a positive year, and then it goes negative again. And that's just they don't define that as a regime, right? You have a short period of time where all of a sudden it's positive, but then it goes back negative. And they don't classify that as a regime of positive. They just say that was a short blip in that zone, but it stays a decadal process being negative. And so there's also variability around that. So you can see here, it was super low there, sort of low here, but there's a lot of variability within those regimes. So there's going to still be a lot of variability in these plots.
Chris, you had your hand up for a while. Did you still have a question?
Well, it was more just, we just actually touched on it. If you go back to that PDO one, it was just that it's been updated. And I think it's an example of, just at the annual meeting, it looked like the last few years the PDO was positive, but now it's saying, no, it's probably was negative. And it just shows that we don't really know what regime we're in until after the fact. I guess I'm finding this part of the discussion here, as I think others are, what if we look at different scenarios for productivity, just very useful, because I think one of the challenges, I don't know about others, but I have, and I think it's one of the challenges we have with commissioners, but certainly when I'm talking to stakeholders and I'm showing them results from the MSE process, and we're saying, hey, SPR 43, and they're saying, are you crazy? Like that's way too high. We can't harvest at that. Your model's wrong. And I think if we had some scenarios that showed lower productivity, we could say, yes, but look, this is when productivity is normal or average, or however we want to characterize it, how it changed with time. But if we forced it into low productivity like we are now, what I'm hoping is we are able to do that. We're able to agree on some scenarios and then some runs to be able to say, yeah, okay, but look, if we force it into a low productivity regime like we are now, this is what it shows. So the model's not wrong. It's just looking at things over a long term when we're focusing on what the short term is in terms of the current productivity. So I'm thinking this could be an interesting area that we're getting into here.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. That's a really good way to characterize it. And I think it's very useful for that reason. But I think where the MSAB might want to go with this is not trying to develop management procedures that respond to environmental regimes or productivity regimes, because as you said, Chris, we often don't know what the regime is until after we've experienced it. And sometimes they change that depending on how they analyze the data. But it might be insightful to develop a management procedure on when the spawning biomass gets low, we might want to act more like we would in a low productivity regime and understand what's driving that low spawning biomass, and then develop management procedures that can respond appropriately.
Hey, Alan, on the bottom of that chart, there's two dotted green lines going, horizontally. What do those represent?
Maybe the two different models.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It might be average recruitment for each of the PDO regimes. Dr. Stewart's typing, so check out the chat if you're on. It says long-term average for each of the two models. Oh, that's the coastwide long and the areas as fleece models.
Oh, okay. All right. Got it. Thanks.
Yeah. I stole this from Ian, this full plot.
Don't tell him.
Oh, he knows I steal a lot of things from him. Okay, so that's it that I have for this presentation, and we still have a lot to go over for what you all want me to do next year. And I have a feeling that our discussion of objectives might be lengthy. I have a feeling for some reason.
Everything I've heard on this part of the presentation has emphasized to me that we need to work on something to give us an early indication of when things have changed and we don't know about it for 10 years. So we can make those decisions while they're still active. So we have to be able to work on ways to say, okay, given this data, we can say this is 90%, 50% probable. This has changed. And so we should be giving that
Yeah, I would agree, is getting a better indication of what's coming in the future would be really helpful. And Dr. Stewart's been saying the same thing in the stock assessment, that we don't get a really good picture of what recruitment is until they're probably 8, 9, 10 years old.
Yes.
And if we had a better picture of recruitment, then we would do a better job with the stock assessment, predicting what's coming down the pipeline. But we're doing a lot of research trying to figure those things out, and a lot of people are. That's a tough one.
That's where I'd like to see some of your effort.
Yeah, we can make a note of that in the report.
Ellen?
Yep.
Quick, maybe dark comic relief. I was just trying to figure out what the best predictions of PDOs are, and I came across an abstract that was published last month. And the guys are saying, during the test period of 39 years, 82 to 2020, our model can skillfully predict the PDO index up to 1 year, which beats out it outperforms 6 other methods used as a benchmark. So things could be worse, I guess.
Yeah, and what I've done quite a bit of work on linking. I haven't heard of this paper, but it was published a year ago, actually, or no?
Oh, sorry,
a year and a
2
half
years
ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's trying to find the best prediction of all of these environmental variables, and I thought I had it once when I was in my master's degree, and I was like, "This is great! I got it figured out." And then I got another year of data, and it blew it all apart. Never worked again. And that seems to be what happens with environmental stuff. It's like you think you got it, and then it proves you wrong. Yeah. So, but I agree that there are probably some things that we can collect data for that would help us in predicting what's going to come down the road. We can just get a good age 0 survey of any fish species. That's the holy grail.
And if they would respond to the environment the same way.
Oh, God,
Or we
no.
can control the environment. Let's try that.
Yeah. Well, I'll put that in the management procedure side.
Like a fish farm.
Yeah. Well, my suggestion is we move on to presentation 8 and dive into that, and maybe we can make some good progress on that before lunchtime. So could you bring up that one, please, Rob? Thanks. This presentation is this is really where we really want to start thinking about the program of work for the management strategy evaluation and what the MSAB would like to guide, how they would like to guide that program of work for 2025 and 2026. So this is just providing you with some potential MSc related topics. Just noting that completed work was summarized. So this was work completed late last year, was summarized in the reports for the MSAB 20 and the annual meeting 101. I've shown you a little bit of more work that has been done in the last few months. But potential topic areas are continued discussion of objectives, which we've already noted is probably necessary. Elements of management procedures, which we've been noting as well. And then I have a couple more here that really haven't been talked about, and that's reference points and variability, basically redoing that analysis that we did in 2019, and then operating model development. And given that there's a full assessment coming this year, what sort of time and energy should we spend on developing and improving the operating? But I think these first two topics are going to be the big discussion topics. So, okay, objectives. I think the MSAB can provide recommendations to the commission on important objectives. And I think this involves the wording of them, what are important objectives. But I think this is really the time to make sure the MSAB's really clear on what and how they want the objectives worded and put into the harvest strategy policy. This is that opportunity. You might want to recommend that hierarchical structure for the for the objectives and how to present that hierarchical structure. Any advice on that would be appreciated. We always are thinking about regional and sector objectives. If any are popping out still, that would be useful to know. And then what performance metrics would you like to see associated with those objectives? So as we noted earlier, these are the Commission's current priority objectives with the wording in B that's been discussed, and optimize is still in there as well under C instead of maximize. So the Commission has not made any decisions on these, which is why I have not updated this slide. But I think now is the time where the Commission will change the objectives to what they see as fit for the harvest strategy policy. So I presented this slide earlier, so I'm not going to go over all the details of it again, but it's getting into that objective B where the stock status is fine. It's above 36%, but the catch rates in the fishery and then the FIS 032W PUE is at the lowest level we've ever seen. So spawning biomass is low, but it says stock status is fine. So what's going on there? This is the plot I was talking about yesterday that would be good to see. And it is basically showing you how we determine stock status or that relative spawning biomass. So focus first, can't remember what's called out on. Yeah, so focus first on the black line. And that is the estimated spawning biomass without any fishing occurring. So Forrest, this is getting at your question. What was the spawning biomass in the late 90s? And you can see if we hadn't fished the stock, that spawning biomass would be up about 1,200 million pounds. But we did fish the stock. So black is hypothetical, but it accounts for the changes in weighted age and the changes in average recruitment. The blue line is our best estimate of what reality is, of the estimated spawning biomass. And so you can see there in the late 90s that the estimated spawning biomass was about 700 million. So it actually matches those simulations that I was showing earlier. So that's good.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Is this a model look back on the estimates, or is this as estimated in that year or the next year looking back?
This is estimated from the current stock assessment. Okay. So using all the data to estimate everything back historically. Okay. So yeah, it doesn't have what we thought it was back then. This is updated.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so now we have an estimate of the current spawning biomass and an estimate.
Sorry, Ian. Sorry, Alan.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Tom's got his hand up first.
Oh, okay.
And then,
thanks.
And then me.
Yeah, thanks, Chris.
Alan, I don't mean to digress, but could, at this point in time, before you get too deep into it, could you explain to me what is the difference between absolute spawning biomass and dynamic unfished spawning biomass? What is the difference between those two?
Well, absolute just refers to the any number. Well, absolute has a couple of different things to it, but the way I'm using absolute in terms of absolute spawning biomass is it means it's the actual spawning biomass. It's not relative to anything else. It's not divided, but it's the actual weight of fish that you would see out there. Unfished, we can call this dynamic unfished absolute spawning biomass that's shown in this plot, meaning it's how many million pounds we think of halibut would have been out there if we had not been fishing on them. So that's all that it means. When we say relative spawning biomass, now that's a percentage. And relative spawning biomass is taking the blue line and dividing it by the black line to get what percentage is the blue line of the black line. Does that help, Tom?
Yeah, I had the relative is fine. It was absolute was confusing me. All right, thank you.
Yeah, I don't know a good term for that, and I wish I could find a better one. Thanks. Go ahead, Chris.
It's kind of along the same lines as what Tom was asking, but so can we say that the black line is the it's basically B naught, over time, because B naught is unfished, the equilibrium level, the biomass would go to an unfished biomass level. So
Yep.
Can we say that?
Yep, exactly.
Okay, so what that means is that B naught scales up and down with changes in productivity.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, just want to make sure I understand. Thanks.
Yeah, so another, I think basically what you said, Chris, is if we stopped fishing in 2016 and the parameters and demographics, the productivity of the stock remained exactly the same, the stock would eventually increase to that black level in 2016. And so this is an important concept because unfished spawning biomass is changing. That's the effect, things that we cannot control. And the estimated spawning biomass is also changing partly because of how we're managing the stock. And so let me see what else called out here. So in 1997, there was a 38% reduction due to fishing. So the status was in 1997, 62%. In 2011, though, the difference between the blue and the black line is much greater. And so there was a 72% reduction due to fishing. But look at what management has done in recent years. It's actually stabilized the spawning biomass compared to the unfished spawning biomass. And so in recent years, it's only a 62% reduction due to fishing. And that's where we get that 38% relative spawning biomass as stock status.
I have a question on that.
Yeah, Peggy.
So the black line goes down when changes when weighted age decreases and when recruitment decreases. And we've noted the points where there has been a reduction due to fishing on the estimated spawning biomass. I guess what I'm trying to see in my mind is a third line that would be very close to the bottom. That is the total removals every year by fishing.
Yeah.
And see if that correlates in any way with the, change in weighted age that we saw over time.
Yeah, we've done that, and we've analyzed those data. In the past, I think people thought they had figured it out, and then more data proved them wrong. And so yeah, we're doing a lot of research on weighted age. I think after we do the maturity fecundity stuff, we're going to really start focusing on describing the functional relationships of weighted age and trying to understand those better.
I think that would be good, because just to look at this in a gross way, it would support the statement that says fishing doesn't matter really on spawning biomass. But if we could see the inflection points between where we cut back and where nature was cutting back, I have a sense that would help. You've probably seen more of that.
I think what would typically happen too with the catches or the removals is it's going to lag behind these peaks a little bit, because as the weighted age starts increasing, you're going to start increasing your removals. And so, but that's also,
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I'll try to think of ways to present this. Linda, do you have a question?
No, I think it was answered.
Okay.
Just a real quick clarification. When we talk about spawning potential ratios, SPR 43 or 46, that is the same as like the blue line divided by the black line. Like
it's slightly different.
It's slightly different.
Yeah.
But there's some mechanical similarities of like comparing.
Yeah, the SPR is similar to this, but it's doing it on a per fish basis, you might think. So it's trying to say, if a fish was born in 2025, what's its spawning potential over time? And then you relate that. It's a hard concept to depict, but it's a very similar concept in that you're comparing unfished to a fished. It's just a slightly different calculation in how it deals with recruit.
Well, August, thanks.
Yeah. That's probably one of the most difficult things for me to explain in fishery science. Okay, so we've taken on this left plot, we've taken that blue line and the black line from the previous, divided it by each other, put uncertainty on it, and plotted it as relative spawning biomass. So you see this current status is 38%. And it looks rosy. Here's 30% as the red dashed line, 36% is slightly above that red dashed line, and then 20% is and below is the red area. So it looks like the stock is doing fine. It might have dipped below 30% in the past, but it's been increasing. Its stock status has been increasing. In contradiction, the coastwide survey is at the lowest ever, and the commercial WPOE is at the lowest ever too. That lowest that we've observed since 1993. So that's where I think there's been this contradiction and confusion about how can we say the status is good, but what we're seeing is not good. And so that's because of the environmental effects. So we thought about working towards a potential new objective. And one of the potentials as it was originally presented was presenting this as an absolute spawning biomass objective. So right now we're using relative spawning biomass, and that's relative to, I'll back up. That's over here, relative spawning biomass, relative to what it would be unfished, showing us just the effect of management. Absolute spawning biomass is these measures on the right. And it would be more of a measure of what we're seeing on the water, how many fish are actually in the water. So we had a discussion with the MSAB about this, and the MSAB said, well, why use absolute spawning biomass? Why not just use the TCY, the coastwide TCY? We want the coastwide TCY to be above 30 million pounds. And that would be useful. It would relate somewhat back to spawning biomass, but it would be an indication, it would be an objective relative to an absolute number, to a real number. And there's a lot of reasons that you could do it. But the MSAB also noted that this current objective B is useful because of a number of different things. It separates fishing effects from environmental effects, scales, is based on a proxy for MEY, and is an objective that's important to fisheries certification agencies. So there's arguments for going both ways, and we could have two objectives if we wanted to. So what the commission asked us to do, and they wanted to understand a little bit more what are the pros and cons of an objective related to absolute spawning biomass. So we're stepping away from the TCY one that the MSAB recommended, and we're just moving to absolute spawning biomass. But I think they're very similar pros and cons. And so a pro of an objective related to absolute spawning biomass is higher spawning biomass likely correlates with a more efficient fishery in terms of catch rates. It measures the actual amount of biomass, so what stakeholders are seeing on the water, what they're experiencing. It may ensure successful reproduction. Maybe there's a threshold on how much biomass just has to be in the water. And it can represent a reference level that's meaningful to stakeholders. So for example, a stakeholder might say, I sure wish the fishing was like it was in 1998. That's a reference level for you. I don't know if we get back there, but that's where you're setting your benchmark. However, some cons are, and the first thing is setting that threshold can be challenging. You know, a lot of people probably wish it was like what it was in 2000 or 2002. But, you know, getting back there might be challenging because we need the environment to help us get back there. It's dependent on those external factors like the environment. It's not influenced solely by management. And it may be more important in areas, absolute biomass, than along the coastwide. I think a lot of stakeholders tend to think area-based, and so it might actually be a more important metric to have more biomass in your area than just more biomass coastwide. And then, as we've found out, is that interpretation of that appropriate threshold can really differ among stakeholders. So there'd be quite a bit of work to figure out what is an appropriate TCY or what is an appropriate absolute spawning biomass level. Another question that has come up is like, is an absolute spawning biomass a conservation or a fishery objective? And I've always argued that it's a fishery objective, but it can be viewed as both. I'll start with fishery objective. It can be thought as an objective to maintain the population to support catch rates, because you want catch rates to be high. You want opportunity to be out there because there's lots of fish out there. It could also be a biomass a sufficient biomass that it supplies opportunity across a lot of regions. So it spreads across a lot of areas. But on the conservation side, it might support successful spawning, and it might support ecosystem functioning. So as a predator and as prey in the ecosystem, maybe more biomass is better, or some threshold of biomass. So there's still a lot of thought to put into this, and that's where we're at on this objective B. The commission really hasn't, as I noted, they've shown interest in this and asked us for these things, but we haven't had any real discussions with the commission about what their preference is on this. I think they're still focusing on these 4 priority objectives. And a lot of the reason is because of the reasons the MSAB stated in paragraph 17 of the MSAB020 report. It is a measure of how well management is doing on the stock and removing those environmental effects.
Jim has.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, thanks. So when I think about, the performance metrics or the reference points we have now, which are kind of relative to the spawning biomass stuff, and an absolute one. I mean, to me, when you start going down into fixing absolute, whether it's a spawning biomass or a TCUI, how is that going to affect your management outcomes? Like so if you have something that's fixed, how many years would you then be on the ramp or on the bottom because you're below this reference, that absolute number, compared to where you would be and when you're comparing the relative spawning biomass metrics. And I think that may be useful for people to see, because to me, I just think going to these absolute numbers actually really pigeonholes you and provides you a lot less flexibility. But maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, so we do have to be careful not to confuse objectives with management procedures. So defining an objective wouldn't necessarily define a ramp. So we wouldn't be on the ramp with this objective. But the performance metrics might indicate that there's a high probability of being below this objective. And we've seen that presented yesterday, some of the probabilities of being below the spawning biomass in 2023. So defining this objective, and remember yesterday, even this B36% objective right now is one of the objectives that defines the management procedures that are or are not to be considered. So it eliminates a management procedure. And this would just be another way to eliminate management procedures that just don't maintain the spawning biomass above levels as often as one likes. But related to that is when we get into the management procedures, maybe instead of defining an objective on absolute spawning biomass, we define a management procedure that responds to absolute spawning biomass by reducing the fishing intensity. And this is basically what commissioners have been doing recently. Just their empirical, I started working on it, trying to identify what their empirical control is based on their decisions in the past. I haven't finished it yet. And they're basically saying spawning biomass is low, let's back off. It's like, well, that's interesting. You're using the absolute spawning biomass control rule rather than the relative spawning biomass control rule. Does that make sense, Jim?
But yeah, I get all that, but I just think it's, I think a lot of that's glossed over, I think, in people's minds. I know it is some of the conference boards, but what does it really mean when you start going down this road?
Yeah.
And what does that actually mean when you start saying, well, we want these fixed numbers, or we want these numbers, even if it's a management procedure, what will that actually mean? Do you think how often will it actually be there? And that maybe people need to think about that a little bit more.
Yeah, I think that's where the simulations can help us too, because we can see from the simulations what it does mean, and that can help us define an appropriate objective. And then other parts of this that I thought, I like to think about it, not defining 10 million pounds or whatever, your threshold is, but defining it relative to where something that's been experienced. So that might be, I really did not like 2023. That was a horrible year, low catch rates, whatever. I do not want to be back in that place again. And so you can say that's the reference point. That's the threshold. I want to have a low probability of getting back to that place. And that might be one way to define the level and seeing what the probability of going below that is.
Alan, it's Chris Spohr.
Okay. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, I think I share Jim's concern about the fact that if you build something that, if you're using a metric that doesn't scale up and down with productivity, like relative spawning biomass will, like B0 will, and you set some absolute value, like for instance, if we said, in 2023, yeah, gee, that was a terrible season. We don't want to see anything like that. But then, at so we said we don't want to drop below that. So, for instance, just because of data issues, the stock at the end of 2022, the 2023 biomass, that's 192 million pounds. But then because of data issues, it's gone to 171 in the following year when it was updated. And then it was, 146 with the latest update to it. So, like if we're looking at slide 6, what if you set an absolute level back in 2012, and then look at where the biomass is today? So I guess that's my concern about an absolute spawning biomass, some kind of objective, because it's not something that scales up and down. I know we look at it and say, gee, we're sitting at B38, but boy, the stock's in a terrible position. Yeah, but we're targeting to be above that B38 no matter what the productivity is. And in low productivity times, we're making sure that the stock is not dropping below, or we're trying to develop a management procedure that keeps it around or above B38. And then when things are more productive, obviously that will be a higher number. So I guess that's what makes me nervous about this absolute spawning biomass, is it's not tied to anything. It's kind of an arbitrary choice, and it doesn't scale up and down with productivity. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Really good points. We can tie it to something like 2023, and then at least it would scale to changes in the data and assumptions of the stock assessment. But I think you make a really good point in that an absolute spawning biomass in a high productivity regime, it would just say, well, you're way above it, do whatever you want. And so I think that's where the relative spawning biomass scaling with productivity is really useful as well. Is it Forrest or Linda?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I think that's what Chris said is sort of exactly why there are people who want an absolute spawning biomass minimum, because otherwise we never get there, basically. And, just are we being conservative enough given the low productivity of the stock, the low spawning biomass right now, and that there should be a place where we don't say it's okay because we haven't hit some minimum threshold. So, I mean, I do think it's something we should look at and think about more, and consider setting an objective around it, because I've heard a lot of concern from stakeholders about that, which isn't to say we ever let go of the relative spawning biomass objective. Like, we still need that one. And then this minimum, I mean, as you just said, doesn't have any impact when we're in high levels. But I guess the other question I have is, I guess adding that objective doesn't necessarily suggest any kind of management policy for where we are right now. And maybe we would still talk about that, but do you have a sense that the commissioners are interested in a management policy that guides what we do in this
zone we're in right now where they're not following the existing management policy that we have for the long term, but they're uncomfortable with where we are because of not having many year classes or historical exploding biomass. I mean, they've said all those things on the record. Is that why you're developing, trying to capture what they're doing?
Yes.
So you could explain it. Like, do you think they have an interest in any kind of input from this body on that? Or is that something you see as outside the purview of?
I think it'd be useful for this body to mention that, if that's a management procedure that the MSAB would be interested in pursuing. It's interesting that the commission is sometimes, it's hard to know if they're interested in being told what to do or interested in making the decision of what to do. And so what I mean told what to do is through a management procedure, like a control rule or something like that, where it says you have to back off fishing and here's your reference level. Or they just want to say, no, we just want this reference level of 43%, and then we'll decide when to back off. But that's a little bit of lack of transparency. You don't know, a little bit of that uncertainty. So I think guiding or having some advice on thresholds that are important related to the reason that decisions have been made the way they have been made in recent years would be helpful in terms of transparency. And so that's why we're going down this road, because decisions have been made to back off fishing intensity because absolute spawning biomass is low. And so that's what we're trying to look at. Is this an objective or not? And it's turned out it was a little more complicated than I originally thought. But it's still useful to have this discussion. I think we can bring it as an objective and just see how these management procedures meet it. If it's an objective, you asked if there would be management response. It would affect it would potentially affect the choice of a management procedure, and it would probably support a lower fishing intensity across all board. And so people are like, well, I'm worried about that because I don't want a lower fishing intensity when we're above this at a high biomass. I want this 43% when at a high biomass. And that's where, okay, are we really talking about backing off fishing intensity when we're at low spawning biomass and having higher fishing intensities when we're at high spawning biomass? That's a management procedure.
Okay.
Forrest?
So I think part of the confusion in this whole thing is we're talking about it under conservation objectives, and yet part of our conversation is really looking at it as a fishery objective, and it can serve both, because on the conservation side we're trying to say we're not comfortable getting below this biological level, absolute biological level. But the other part of the conversation is what fishery performance and efficiency and all that kind of stuff. And so you also mentioned that an objective could be a minimum TCUI that we're looking for. And I think, in full disclosure, a lot of the time when we're having all these conversations, it's like, as long as we're meeting the biological objectives, really what I'm after for the sport, as a sport fishing representative, is being at a level where we're not hitting rock bottom. And I think sport would be willing to sacrifice long-term TCUI yield to have that kind of stability. And so maybe there is a biological objective not to go below a certain absolute spawning biomass, but there's a certain TCUI objective, that we're putting forward, so that we just don't even get here unless environmental conditions just drive us here without it, and we have zero control over it.
Right. Yeah, and defining a biologic or a conservation objective on an absolute spawning biomass is pretty difficult. That's why we're trying to do that with the relative spawning biomass. I have no clue what that would be. We haven't observed. If we did observe it, we'd be in a bad place. So yeah.
So am I mistaken that people aren't actually worried, including commissioners, that we're at a super low level and we don't know if recruitment is in jeopardy? And
what do you call it if it's not
That-
conservation?
It's a fishery objective for catch rates, to support catch rates in the fishery. And so, but
I think that's how most people see it, that
Yeah.
I hear calling for this though.
I mean, I know you're saying, some people are saying weight per unit effort is so bad, but a lot of people are saying, we don't know if the stock can recover from
Yep.
these low levels because we haven't seen it do that in the past. So I'm worried
That's
on
the
a
key.
conservation basis,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So what do we
And
call
that's
it?
the key, is that we don't know. And so how do we define the lower limit? We don't know what it is. And so it's easier to do that on a relative spawning biomass metric because, one, we can control that, the management of it. But we don't know, is it 100 million pounds? Is it 50 million pounds? Is it 200? Are we already below and the stock is crashing? I don't think we're at that level, but we defining a conservation objective. You give me the number, give me the threshold, because your guess is as good as mine. I know it's not zero, it's above zero. That's all I can really say.
As long as there's a female in
Yeah.
the we're still.
But isn't it like, I don't know what you call it, but it's a historic low and high uncertainty or unknown of how the stock will behave because we've never seen it before.
Yeah.
And so it's not like saying we know we shouldn't go lower. It's saying we don't know if we will be okay if we go lower.
Yeah.
And, I mean, isn't that
And that
conservation? Or I don't know. Is that just uncertainty?
no, that is conservation in that sense, phrasing it that way. And that's why the original suggestion was to use the spawning biomass estimated in 2023.
Right.
Because that is the low point
Yeah.
of the spawning biomass. So it's like, look, we've been that low. We may have been lower in the 1970s, but we're not certain. But let's try to avoid going lower than that. What can we do in management to avoid going lower than that?
But you're sticking to your narrative that it's really not a biological objective because we can't base it on any science because we don't know where the stock actually hits the threshold of non-recovery.
Well, we already have a conservation objective, and that's not going below 20% relative spawning biomass. Could add in another conservation objective, but I think there was hardly any support for a 20% other than that's common in fisheries, and we know that if we get below that, it's probably likely to impair recruitment. But we can define it as a conservation objective. I've seen it argued both ways. I've seen people say these low catch rates, we can't have this. We need to back off on the fishery and the fishing intensity to increase our catch rates. But I've probably seen fewer people actually phrase it as a conservation objective, saying we're at low spawning biomass and I'm worried about the future of this stock. I have heard that argument. I think we tried to define and then the MSAB came back at MSAB020 and actually defined it based on TCUI, which states that that is a fishery objective. And they said absolute spawning biomass isn't important to us. So I think there's a lot of discussion to be had around this topic. I don't know that we're going to solve it at this meeting, and we're really running out of time now because we have a lot of report to write. And I wonder if we think about this as, I don't mean to kick it down the road, but think of it as we want to make sure that this topic doesn't doesn't get lost, because I feel like this topic is getting lost. People are starting to say, whatever, it's too hard, let's forget about it. And maybe write some recommendations that suggest continued work on this or whatever. I doubt this is going to go into the harvest strategy policy. And this is something that could actually stall a lot of things. Could stall evaluation of management procedures because we're just arguing about what the right objective is. So I think maybe we recommend continued work on this. We have these objectives. We realize where they're wrong. We do need to look at other objectives. We can easily look at the probability of being below the spawning biomass in 2023, which we've been reporting anyways. And and then we can continue to make progress where we need to make progress. Because the talk of this has taken up a third of every meeting I've been at.
So how do we ever really make progress on it though? I mean, I guess I hear you and I'll be ready to move along in a minute. And with the recommendation that we keep this alive and keep doing this work. But I also heard at the conference board anyway, a huge amount of support for
this work and figuring out. And I thought also from commissioners that, yeah, we hear this concern and we want to more work done on this. So I don't know, is it just a future meeting of MSAB? We set up more time to really dig into this?
Yeah, I mean, that's one possibility, but I feel like the MSAB is now sort of contradicting itself from the recommendation it made at MSAB 2020, MSAB 20, and I'll put that back up here. Because at MSAB 20, sorry, I missed it. I forget where it was. Holy cow. But it was, maybe it was after. The objectives, it was about, yeah, this one here. To maintain the coastwide TCY above a threshold. Economic viability is meaningful to stakeholders and proxy for maintaining catch rates and absolute spawning biomass above a threshold, which may be important to stakeholders. So I think maybe the MSAB can think about what this recommendation or noted. This is just a note, not a recommendation, but I think there's some more thought to be done on this, given the comments I've heard today, where it seems like it's more of a conservation objective.
Well, I wouldn't say that I'm in the fishery objective, that's a fishery objective, just to make it clear.
It can be both, really.
Yeah, but I think when we were discussing it, it was a fishery objective. Like, where do you want to be making those things about, fishing rates, catch rates, that sort of thing? Because then we would just have two conservation objectives that are actually different from each other, which wouldn't make sense to me.
And that's why I think, before we try to make any definite recommendations on an objective like this, we need to sort out those finer details. And those with more experience in the MSAB realize we worked years and years to come up with these 4 objectives.
Yeah.
It takes time. It's not a bad thing that's happening, but this is a good thing, because we're making sure that we're understanding it all.
And I don't want to keep this from getting where it needs to be. But I mean, just the experience in the MSAB says that we're missing something, and what we're missing, like we can stay relative to stock status or spawning biomass. We can fish it at F45 or whatever, but in the end, the benefits that we're looking for are to keep ourselves out of this zone. And until we establish whether it's a, and maybe it's a TCY, a minimum coastwide TCY, until we establish that, or a metric for that, and we don't have that. All we have is a relative, we're trying to maximize. Our biggest fishery objective is we're trying to maximize TCY, but that does not keep us up where we're at. It doesn't keep us out of that. And I think the prevailing sentiment is we need to find a way for us to stay far above this level if we can, if it's possible. And so how, even if it has to happen at a future meeting, how do we get there? How do we have that discussion? How do we allow time for that? How can we make suggestions as an MSAB, help us maybe figure out what you need to accomplish now. We're looking for, stuff that we want to have analyzed, and I think that's high on our priority list.
Yeah, and so we started this discussion with, just, is this important? And that's where we came up with this, and it was like, wow, it wasn't quite what I thought it would be. I thought absolute spawning biomass would be the important objective, but at MSAB 20, it was the coastwide TCY. And so it's like, okay, maybe we need to rethink our thinking here, but I think that's part of the process. We need to start with the basics. First of all, should we be considering an objective like this? Sounds like we should be. We spent a lot of time on it. The second thing is this a fishery or a conservation objective, or is it both? And it can be both. And then the third thing is well, what is the measurable objective? What are we trying to measure? Absolute spawning biomass, TCY. Once we define that, what's the threshold? and we define the threshold, spawning biomass in 2023 or something like that. And then what's our tolerance? And so I think that's the process. We started moving forward, but I think now we're back at what I would call the goal. What's the goal? Do we have a conservation goal here, or do we even need this in our set of objectives? And so let's go to, is there,
Scott goes first.
Peggy?
I mean,
Okay.
at the table.
Okay, go ahead, Scott.
I realized we're hitting up on a lunch hour, and I was actually going to propose an objective with a management procedure with measurable outcomes that we think about over lunch. And if you could flip back to slide 6, please. So I've been thinking, you know, I don't like the idea of an absolute either, but it seems like the last couple of annual meetings, the conference board, the fishermen present, and the commissioners both see that we're falling below this 200 million spawning biomass. And maybe that number is 180 or something different, however people want to talk about that. And they see that we're falling below that. And then on the short-term stock assessment production models going out 3 to 5 years, it's predicted that over 50% we're going to be lower the following year, the following 3 years, and the following 5 years. And so for an objective, we want to, on the short-term objective, we want to, if we hit that 200 million, 180, whatever it is, hit that point, then for the next 3 to 5 years out, we want to be less than 50% chance of going below that the following year, the following 3 years, 5 years. The management procedure, and so to get to there, the management procedure would be scaling back the fishing intensity, and the support that, and then the measurable outcomes would be to if you change the SPR from 43 or 46 to something less intense, then your measurable outcomes is you run the simulation models and you see what the short-term stock assessment predictions 3 to 5 years out, if you are above or below 50% dropping further.
Amen.
I'm going to note on this. This is an interesting thought because the commissioners, it does seem, have been making decisions like they are already on a ramp as compared to the current. And that seems to be an argument of the risk of continued is one of the reasons they continually provide as to why they're reducing fishing intensity is to reduce that risk of continued decline. I find your proposal very interesting.
It's just something for everyone to think about over lunch. It's got a lot of work to it, but
yeah,
something on the table.
Peggy, or go to Chris or Peggy.
I can hold off, Chris.
Okay, go ahead, Chris.
Well, I mean, just a couple of things. I noticed we're fixated on a $200 million pound spawning biomass. Just to remind everybody that at the end of 2024, the estimated spawning biomass was 149 million pounds because of the data issue. It's already lower. So I think that's one of the dangers of just arbitrarily picking an absolute number. But I guess the thing is, the one thing I see is we're talking about commissioners are doing this and the MSC process is saying that. And I think we have to keep in mind the fundamental point is commissioners are responding to very short-term tactical decisions based on the information that is today, and at best it projects out 3 years. And the disconnect is that we're looking at, okay, out 100 years for conservation or whatever it is, or 60 or I can't remember, a lot of years, long term for these things. So there's a disconnect there. And what I think is that if we can run some of these scenarios that we've talked about where we're looking at a low productivity regime, because then I think that's going to be interesting, because then we can look at and say, how does our management procedure, how does an SPR F43 perform in that type of environment? Because we could be in this low productivity we've already been in it for a while. We could be in it for quite a while. And looking at the historical recruitment estimates graph, we could be in it for a long, long time. So I think that, you know, people are saying commissioners are doing this, or we're saying this at the conference board. Keep in mind that at that point, we're all fixated on immediate term data. And I'm not saying that's wrong. And I'm not saying we shouldn't be conservative and we need to really look at the stock continues to drop, even though we've made these reductions. But I just think that's the disconnect. One's long-term, one's short-term. And that's why I think some of these possible scenarios coming up with respect to productivity could really shed some light on the discussion. Thanks.
Yeah, and that goes back to, do you want to give the commission in the short term to make those decisions, those tactical decisions, or do you want a management procedure to try to a reference management procedure to make those decisions?
But I mean, our harvest strategy policy is clear that it falls in the purview of the commissioners.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that document you showed us before. I mean, that's the way the commission operates. That's the way it's going to operate, and it has operated for several years. I think that if we, if the discussion is we do want to move towards MSC, I think that's a pretty significant change. But I think one of the first things that we need to do, like I find when talking to my stakeholders, is being able to show them, as I mentioned earlier, that, okay, yes, this is what the operating model, the simulations are showing at an SPR 43, but that's over the long term. Now, if you want to look at it in terms of, okay, low productivity, this is what the operating model shows. And hopefully they're somewhat similar, and we can use that and say, see, the operating model is not wrong. It's just looking at things over a longer period of time.
Alan, can I jump into this?
Hang on, Tom. Peggy's had her hand up for
I'm
a
going
while.
to go offline with my comment.
Okay, go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I think we should, we can kind of stay the course what we're doing. I think that the problem was right about the 2000s, and I've talked to Bob, about this, in the past, and they expected a bigger cohort to come through from the 90s, and it didn't show up. So, in your chart right there, it's pretty clear. We still had about 60% of the unfished biomass in existence in 1997. We continued to fish that fairly hard, expecting another cohort to come up, and it didn't show up. So between 2000 and about 2009 or 10, we fished this pretty hard. And hindsight shows we shouldn't have. So now we've driven ourselves down to about 200, and now we're kind of stuck there for a while. And it's going to take, probably 10 to 15 years for these fish to grow up to recover. We already this year cut 24% below reduction of harvest on the TCY above what the 43 recommended. So, I mean, that's a pretty drastic cut. So they are reacting, but I think, we can't do much more than we already are. We're just going to have to give this time for these fish to grow up and more recruitment to come back. The mistake was made in the 2010, and hindsight's great, but nobody realized we were going to drive the stock down this low, because now we're down to what, we only got 40% left and said 60% left. So, I just think we are where we are, and we just, we need to keep doing what we're doing and not, jump out of the wagon. I think we're fine. We're just going to have to give it time to recover.
And that's why we need to develop a management procedure. And
yeah, I agree. It's just, stay the course what we're doing,
Yeah. Well, I'm going to suggest that maybe we take a little time over lunch to think about this, and also think about what other things the MSAB wants to get through today, because we got to do a lot of writing on the report tonight. There's a lot of important concepts to put in. We can cut out a couple of sections of this presentation if you want, but I think we need to get through the objectives, and there's still a bit more. There could be another couple hours of discussion if you want. So I'm going to leave it up to the MSAB to decide how they want this afternoon to go, and what they want to cover. So, but I think now is a good time to break for lunch. Maybe we should just go till past, or that's an hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah, I think so. Gwen, how are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I think just having it so at least we get back on the tentative schedule at the allotted time, knowing that we still have a lot to get through. So I think that's fine.
Do an hour. Lunch.
Up to the MSAB.
Well, we took liberty to kind of slow things down because we had a lot of questions, so we're willing to sacrifice some lunch if we fill out the schedule.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm in favor of a shorter lunch. but I'm sitting at home, so it's a lot easier for me. But yeah, well, there's a lot of stuff to cover, I know. So I think we should try and cover as much as we can.
Okay, we can come back at 15 after that.
Did I give you enough time to do what you need to do?
We'll see.
Between then you're usually sitting down doing stuff in preparation for the next section.
Yeah, we'll make it work. Yeah, but that's good. MSAB made a decision.
Yeah.
We're back
Well,
in an hour.
It'd be nice to not miss out on some of what you want to present. So-
Can we bring food here?
Okay, let me start here. So just a little bit of roadmap for where it'd probably be good to go this afternoon. Be nice to finish up discussion of the objectives, noting that the discussion of the absolute objective, absolute spawning biomass or TCY, whatever it is, the first half of the slide, is an important discussion. But to be frank, I don't know if we're going to make a lot more progress at this meeting on it. And that's fine. We've learned in the past that this is a process. It's not a product. We don't expect a product out of this meeting on everything. But I think the MSAB might want to make a statement about how they want to, if absolute spawning biomass, coast-wide TCY objective along that lines, what is useful and what is the what's to be discussed in the future, and if there's anything that would be helpful to bring to that discussion in the future. Because what we do need to discuss are the 4 priority objectives that the Commission is currently considering for inclusion in the Harvest Strategy Policy document. And I think that's a really important discussion, since decisions will be made on that topic relatively soon. So that being said, after discussion of objectives, I think it's important to get to a discussion of management procedures and what elements of management procedures the MSAB would like to continue focusing on in the future in the program of work. And if we can get through those 2 things this afternoon and then start report writing, I think that'll be really good progress. So with that, I think that, any comments or suggestions on where, how, or what we should tie up the absolute spawning biomass or coast-wide TCY. This is a whole new objective, not currently in the 4 of the Commission. And then maybe we can also then tackle this in report writing for any sort of details. So you're not going to see the participant list anymore. They changed how presentation is. But...
So any of us, or are you the only ones?
So would it be?
So we have Jim Lane online with the hand up.
Thanks, Alan. So just clarifying my brain here after lunch. So the RSP 36 currently is an objective, right?
Yes, that's objective B.
Yeah, objective B. And the one above it, that's something new.
That's correct.
Okay, so I mean, my personal feel that, these absolute ones are, I don't think have that much utility per se, but I think if there's a feeling to sort of do something on this type of absolute, whatever that turns out to be, a TCY or a biomass number, and then to develop, see if how that performs under our various management procedures, I don't have a problem with that.
So we've we've been reporting a performance metric related to that, although it's not a defined objective as well.
Not a defined objective, yeah. So that would just be wording the objective, what the tolerance would be, right?
Yeah, and we don't need to do that at this point in time. I think if people, there's been mention of a management procedure related to an absolute spawning biomass level. And in that sense, you might just want to state that, you know, maintaining the spawning biomass above some absolute level of spawning biomass is an important objective. And that would be a start to defining that. We don't have to get into details, but I think just the MSAB having a decision or an agreement on the fact that something along these lines is important may be useful, especially as we begin to talk about management procedures.
Should we just say at this point then the MSAB agreed that investigation and the utility of absolute spawning biomass minimum or a proxy of a minimum TCY would be useful, or something to that effect as a placeholder and to get it on our next calendar discussion.
Yeah, and I think you can go further and say to be discussed further at MSAB 22.
I would agree with that.
I wouldn't agree with the utility part of it. I'd agree with let's put something there and see what the results are, but I'm still not convinced of the utility of something based on an absolute number. But I'm sure we can word something that put something together, and then let's see how it measures up, and maybe I'll be changing my mind. But at this point, I don't see the utility of it.
Well, and maybe I misspoke, I didn't speak loud enough, but that was the whole idea, is to investigate whether there was utility in it, because I was trying to be sensitive to the fact that you might not agree with the utility, but we should investigate it as an advisory body.
I mean, it could be worded simply as absolute spawning biomass, or TCY, is an important objective to continue investigating.
At a future.
At MSAB 22.
Great.
Then we can calendar schedule time for it.
And then if we also want to think about a management procedure or control, we'll bring that up later. Okay, got it.
Yes.
Just on the your suggested wording, Alan, I wouldn't say I agree with it. It continues to be an important. I'd say that it's still of interest from MSAB members.
That's important to some.
Is an objective of interest. Yeah. We can get into the details when we report, right? An objective of interest to continue investigating. Something along that lines. Yeah, so I guess if the MSAB is in sort of quasi agreement with that, maybe think about wording, and we can bring that up in report writing. So given that, it'd probably be good to move on, because I think this next part's a really important part. First of all, I just want to remind everybody about Objective C, and that the SRB is the group that really started us thinking about this and saying that optimize is vague and cannot be evaluated. And just a reminder, the MSAB, I remember the discussion why we chose optimize at the time, and it was to provide the flexibility during the evaluation so that we could evaluate it with the trade-offs between interannual variability. So the MSAB then came back at MSAB 20, and I do like this recommendation, is they recommended the commission priority objective optimize be changed to maximize. And this objective, along with the variability and yield, be given equal consideration to allow for the evaluation of trade-offs. I think those are two really important concepts, and the commission is considering that MSAB recommendation. So even though they haven't made a decision on it, that is what is feeding into the development of the harvest strategy policy. So then, given this discussions we've been having with the commission, the SRB, and the MSAB about the objectives, Dr. Stewart and I sat down and really thought about how can we present this in a slightly different way that could help people understand what the objectives mean, how they're hierarchical, and what they actually are. And so we came up with this table where we have the top here is, this is again, those long-term overarching objectives, defining the management procedures to avoid, and then the short-term management objectives, defining a reference MP. So this table's in your document because this is what we came up with 30 days ago. And then we have our actual objectives here, A, B, C, and D, with blue text indicating changes to these objectives. And at this time, we threw in the absolute spawning biomass one, just as a placeholder in this part. And we actually discussed this table with the commissioners. And they made some suggestions that, it could be improved. And so Dr. Stewart and I went away and we thought a little bit more, and that's how we came up with this, more of an illustration of the objectives and the hierarchical nature of them. And showing again that there's these two objectives on the top, defining acceptable MPs, and then the ones informing a reference MP. And then it was really post-discussion with the commissioners that we decided to combine Objective 3 into the balancing the trade-off between maximizing and minimizing variability. And this was a decision we made after having those discussions. We thought it might help clarify that this is how the evaluation would occur, and this is how the measurable objectives informing a reference MP would be decided upon, or that would help that decision-making process of defining a reference MP. So let me see if this is the, so this is where we ended up. This is the current wording. We've talked about the spatial and temporal scale as being wording that that is maybe confusing or not understood fully completely. So what I think might be best in a discussion of objectives is to discuss exactly what the MSAB would like for the commission to consider to input into the harvest strategy policy. And I put up this table, which appears in an appendix often. And this table shows our priority objectives in green, noting that there are other objectives too, a lot of them based on areas that are important objectives. And then there's even more objectives that we've defined than this with performance measures. So I'll leave it there and see where the MSAB wants to discuss these objectives. I'll actually back up to this page. Jim, do you have a comment? You wanna?
Actually, I just got a bit lost because I thought this was something that we discussed yesterday, this hierarchical thing that we all agreed that, I thought most of us agreed, or all of us agreed that was kind of the best way to communicate it. And that the discussion of this morning and early this afternoon was, okay, so how do we, whether it's an objective or performance metric or whatever for one of these absolute measures. And then, so I'm just, I don't know what more we're going to do with these ones. I thought these were pretty solid, or maybe I'm misunderstanding.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. My understanding is that people still wanted to discuss these objectives and discuss the wording and make a request to understand some of the wording, things like that.
Okay. I think they're good. I think after 10, 11 years, I think they're good. But
let's go to Chris first, if that's okay. Or if you're done, Jim.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot to take my hand down. That's why now I figured it out. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so basically these are the objectives that we've been using for a while, with the exception of the addition of on a spatial and temporal scale text in number 2, and I'm still trying to figure out what that means, and hopefully we can get that clarified. And then for this, what is now objective 3 really combines, I guess, what we're C and D. And I guess, I mean, I'm not, if we want to combine them, fine. I mean, we were weighting them equally the same. There was no hierarchy there. But I guess what I'm wondering is what does the measurable outcome look like for those? Is it simply the same metrics as before, but now they're just
Yeah, that's a good question, Chris, is how do you
merge those? How do you merge two
Yeah.
distinct measurable outcomes? That's the only question I had about it. Like I said, we've always kind of, as I said earlier, we always said there's no hierarchy with respect to those two. And we would just look at the trade-offs. For example, last meeting, we looked at SPR 43 versus SPR 46, looked at the trade-offs and said, hey, we actually think maybe SPR F46 makes more sense. So, but then the commission did come back and say, no, this is the hierarchy, and they listed them differently, and that there was a hierarchy. And we, at the last meeting, we said, no, we think it should be as we said. So, like I say, the wording here, whether they're separate, they're together, is probably not a big deal. The only question I would have is, what does that measurable outcome look then? Is it just two separate points like it is now, and then it's really no change, or do we somehow have to combine them because it's an and, not an or now?
Yeah, and I think the performance metrics they're always evaluated together. There are multiple performance metrics, but you have to think about it in 2 dimensions rather than a single dimension. So getting that point across might be a little bit more challenging.
So basically it's no different. If you go to that next slide, really all what we're saying here is we're going to do is combine 2.2 and 2.3 into one, and the measurable objective of median coastwide TCY and then the other one, median coastwide AAV, are just going to be merged into kind of one cell of a table. And same thing with the timeframes, and the timeframes are the same, but the performance metrics.
Yep. Yeah, the performance metrics. That's my first thought of doing that. I hadn't really thought about it, but that's exactly what it is.
Okay, well then it's basically the same thing we have now, isn't it? Just it's that we've changed the tables slightly.
Yep, and it just avoids any sort of confusion that there's any hierarchy in that trade-off analysis.
Okay. Then can we switch back to the spatial and temporal scale relevant to the fishery and what that means?
Yeah. My suggestion is for the MSAB. Well, first of all, I asked the MSAB, is it necessary? I cannot remember why it was brought up, but I don't see it as necessary. The MSAB never had a statement like that. I remember the commission talking about it.
Yeah, my recollection of thinking about it just a few minutes ago was that there was some discussion that we want to spread out the opportunities across the entire regulatory areas and not just no fishing in some areas just constantly or whatever. So I think that's, to me, that my mind kind of jiggles. That's kind of what was being discussed, but we never used this particular wording, but that was brought up a couple of times. I can't remember if it was at MSAB or whether it was at an annual meeting.
Yeah, that does start ringing some bells in my mind too. How about Linda? I think you've been waiting a little while.
So I thought that wording came from the commissioners. Did I miss?
I think so.
Oh.
Yeah, I just can't remember exactly when and how and why.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, following on what Chris said earlier, it's probably not a good place for us to come back and say, you suggested this language, but we don't like it. I mean, I guess I don't see a problem with it. And like what Jim said, to me, it talks about, we're not going to load all the effort into one area. We're going to think about this as a coastwide
stock and manage it across the whole coast. So I don't see a problem with it. My only other, was make sure we get rid of the comma in number one for me to feel okay about that highest objective.
Alan?
How about Robert online first, if you don't mind?
Yeah, Alan, thanks. I don't necessarily have a problem with it. I just know that to get to these 4 objectives, it took us a heck of a long time to get there. And I think being the reason was that we want those to look at the variability, and because they're fishery objectives, they're not necessarily, they're not conservation objectives. And it was to assess the management procedures and rate the management procedures. So, I mean, as long as we're not losing that, that's fine. But there is a trade-off when you're comparing management procedures, and I think that's why we're had the 2 instead of combined. But I could be wrong. But I just know that I don't know how many meetings it took us to get to where we're at.
A lot. Yeah. Peggy?
Well, going back to what Chris first said was that he wanted clarity on that phrase, and I agree 100% with that. I understand also the difficulty or the sensitivity to making any changes in this. But I'll just throw it out there to, instead of on a spatial and temporal scale relevant to the fishery, use the word coastwide.
Well, that's my point, Peggy, is it already says maintain the long term. So that's your temporal scale. Coastwide, Pacific halibut, female. Coastwide is the spatial scale. So I'm just having trouble understanding. And I mean, hey, I don't want to. It's not a hill to die on, but at least if we go back to the commission and say, could you just please explain this, given the wording of the objective? It's just, it already defines the temporal and the spatial scale.
Long-term coastwide, it does.
That's fine. So we're just asking them to clarify why they want those words.
I think we could definitely do that when we could offer a suggestion to put a period after activities.
Which is how the MSAB originally phrased it. I think that'll be good. It'll get the commission to think about it, and then they can remove it or change it if they wish at that time.
Hey, Alan, this is Tom. I think that discussion came up either in an interim meeting or it was an annual meeting. And I think the reference to it by the commission was that they were talking about at some point to have a minimum female spawning biomass in various regulatory areas. And I think that's when that phrase temporal and spatial came in. Is in reference to that request or statement.
I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, we went down the rodeo of regulatory areas, and then the commission actually yanked us back and said, keep it coastwide. And this change,
I know, Chris, at one point they talked about having minimum spawning biomass of females by regulatory area. And it was surprised me because I thought, well, that's interesting that they wanted actually a designation of regulatory area rather than just coastwide. But I know, I remember that conversation because I even put a note on it in a hyphen and thought, wow, that's interesting. So, and I don't know if they ever followed up on it, but I can figure that's the only relevance I can find to it.
But then, I mean, and then this is relevant to the fishery. If they're saying relevant to the, you know what I mean? Like I'm just, then it's not saying that either. So I think let's just get some clarity. We can try to interpret who said what and when, and we're just guessing. I think from my perspective, and again, maybe it's not a hill to die on. To me, it doesn't make sense. If I was somebody reading this, I'd say, I look at it now and I don't get it.
Yeah, I agree. I think that would be useful to just, if you put a statement in like that, bring it to the attention of the commission.
Is there something to be added in terms of like the long-term coastwide? As Chris said, it says long-term. I don't know if what we're using in MSAB for long-term is actually consistent with relevant to the fishery. Just as a thought.
Well, yeah, well, because also fishery objectives are the short term.
Yep. Yeah, we can see clarity on this from the commission.
Great, that sounds good.
Any other comments on what is objective 3 here, whether the MSAP prefers it to be separate or in two separate or combined?
I feel like people were okay with the concept of the combined, but the question was how to evaluate.
Right.
So clarity on that point.
And the combining of it was actually a decision the Secretariat made.
Yeah, and
So.
I think we can be neutral on that because it still contains what was in the 2 separate objectives and includes maximized as we suggested. But the question is now on the evaluation. Do we still evaluate those separately, and then how do you compare them?
Yeah, good point. Is that something that would need to go here, or maybe as an additional something that describes is additional to these objectives? But I see your point, because I was thinking what the SRB is going to say. They're saying it's still vague. It's still that there's still no easy, defined outcome of this. You're just balancing. What does balance mean? I bet they'd come back and say, well, what does balance mean?
Perfection.
Yeah.
But I guess in response to what Carla was saying, I think we do want to make sure we can see that analysis of each of them, right? We don't want that lost, which I think is what you said. You would still analyze it,
Yep.
where we could see each separately, and then we would.
It would sort of be like the plots that I was showing, where one axis had one metric and the other axis the other metric.
Right.
So I think we'd create a table with describing, or how we describe performance metrics with each of these objectives. We'd define the 2 performance metrics, and then I don't know if we go as far as saying, how we do the evaluation.
Sorry.
Distracted.
I mean, if you fix one, like if you fix annual changes to 15%, and then look at the results based on that, that gives you something that combines them and a product to look at. And I don't know what the reverse of that would look like, but yeah, it's almost like you've got to make a statement about something to create a function that's measurable or a metric. Or maybe I'm like so far from the field that I have no idea where we're talking about. But
No, you're right. There's no measurable objective to this, and I think it's always been that way. If we look at the next slide, there's been no tolerance defined for these, and the measurable outcome is simply just median coastwide TCUI and median AAV. And then we've had additional performance metrics that are not part of the priority performance metrics that we've looked at as well for additional meaning. We used to have a more measurable objective for AAV, and that was to maintain the AAV below 15%. And we found that once we put a measurable objective on these 2 fishery objectives, that there were no MPs that satisfied it. And so we would reject everything. We couldn't find one that did. Probably a really low fishing intensity would have. But.
Alan, just going back to the previous slide, instead of balance, wouldn't evaluate the trade-offs be a better way? Because that's what we're really doing, is evaluating what the trade-offs are between maximizing and this coastwide yield and minimizing the annual changes is that's the whole point of that. Instead of, it's not balance, it's we want to evaluate and see what the differences are. So I don't know if that's a better way to go, but
Is that an objective then?
Yeah, Linda just asked, is that an objective though? And I think it might move it a little bit. You're exactly right, Rob.
Yeah.
I think that was Robert.
yeah,
That is exactly what we'd be doing, is evaluating that. But as an objective, the objective I don't think would be to evaluate it, but what to do when we evaluate it.
yeah.
I agree with you though. I don't think balance is the right word either.
No,
Yeah.
it's not, because we're trying to we want to see the two, the contrast between the two.
Yeah.
Understand the trade-off.
But
Is that-
yeah, that is what we're doing. It's like
That's what we're
evaluate-
trying to do.
Yeah, but it's not the objective. What is it?
Yeah, well, you know what I think, as I mentioned this morning, is that I think my suggestion is that when the MSAB can make a clear recommendation on the objectives, and that might be best suited to be in the harbor strategy policies section of this report, which we'll go over tomorrow morning. So if I may give everybody a little bit of homework tonight, maybe we can think about ways to, what their preference would be to word this objective either as a single objective or as two separate objectives. If there's any wording that people have on that. That way we're not, I mean, if we want to brainstorm now, we can, but maybe we can have a little thinking independently overnight and then come back tomorrow and we'll talk about this, because I think this will be an important topic in the morning to discuss.
Alan, you could say they're two separate objectives, but with equal weighting. Because you don't balance an objective. You know, an objective is exactly that. It's a measurable unit. But you can just say they're equally weighted.
Yeah, that was what was said. I'm trying to find it.
Well,
We'll get back to what was said previously.
would
Go ahead, Linda.
it make sense to just get rid of the first part and say the objective is maximizing the sustainable average coastwide yield while minimizing annual changes in the coastwide mortality line? Given the constraints above.
Yeah, that's.
Just cut all that first
Mhm.
part about balance and trade-offs out.
Maximize coastwide yield while minimizing variability in yield.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good suggestion.
I think that's probably a better way to go there, instead of, because you're not trying to balance. You want to see what the you want to see what the outcome is, and I think that's a better way to go.
And yeah, okay, well, I think that's a great suggestion. And let's think about if we want that to actually be two objectives, or we want to combine it into one. It's still my concern. The reason I thought combining it into one objective is it really just takes away the hierarchical potential nature of it. Go ahead.
I guess I feel fine with it being one,
Okay.
reworded. I don't know if other people feel differently.
Oh, I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, but we're doing both of these. It's not that one's more important than the other. Our objective is to do these two things.
All right, we got a thumbs up online. Okay, well, if it's okay, maybe we can move on from objective and start talking about management procedures.
I have one.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry about this.
No worries.
I know you really want to. And it's perhaps semantics, but I've just been thinking about how maximize is somewhat of a trigger word. Can we say something like fully utilize the sustainable average coastwide yield while minimizing, like just change the word maximize to something?
different, but meaning the same thing.
Yeah, it definitely is a trigger word. I think some people might interpret utilize as
How much of the catch
Is
is
how much of the quotas caught.
yeah.
that, and how much of the quota is used.
Yeah, right. And yeah, because that could bring in bycatch
Yeah, all
issues and
kinds
things
of
like that too. Yeah. But yeah, no. The SRB wasn't specific. They just wanted a phrase that would allow for, that was less vague than optimized and was more, would give you like an answer, clear answer, but maximize. Yeah.
We don't have to do
Yeah. No, let's think about it though.
Yeah.
That's your homework tonight, Pete.
I'm looking at sentiments.
Yeah, right. Google it. Yeah.
Not coming up with anything that augment, boost.
Yeah.
Not working for me.
Boost the yield. All right. Well, anything else on objectives? Wow. Tired you all out, didn't I? This is good. So let's talk about management procedures. And now, if you remember, a management procedure is different than an objective in that this is the defined process to determine the mortality limit. This is repeatable, coded for simulation, and it has multiple elements. And so it can have all sorts of different elements in it. We'll talk about what we've investigated already. And then a reminder, the current interim reference management procedure has a SPR 43%, that's a fission intensity, and a 30-20 control rule in it, where the fission intensity is reduced if the stock is below 30%. And just as a reminder, the management procedures, all those things we can control. So it includes monitoring, how we collect the data, how we estimate the what's needed to estimate to calculate a quota or TCUI, and then different elements that are part of the harvest rule. Okay, so we have investigated a lot of these, such as fission intensity, constraints, assessment frequency. We talked a lot about it. This one, FIST design, size limits. We're due for another size limit analysis. Distribution procedures, which we've been tasked to not consider at this time. And then the control rule. We've investigated that 30-20 control rule on relative spawning biomass. And I just want to note, I believe what Scott recommended earlier was an element of a management procedure that would have a control rule type thing that would then potentially reduce fission intensity when the spawning biomass was low. The absolute spawning biomass was low. So you can develop a control rule based on relative spawning biomass or on something like absolute spawning biomass. But this is all things we've done in the past and been doing. And so I think you're beginning to learn that this is a process, not a product.
Can I ask
Yeah.
a quick question? When you say we're due for another size limit analysis, is that just a note that it's been a couple of years, or a note that it's in the pipeline plan and coming back to us soon?
It was tongue in cheek because it's just been a couple of years and we've done a size limit analysis every 3 years for the past decade or so. So we're just always like, oh, time for another size limit analysis. So, but I think the last one was actually a really comprehensive analysis. I don't know what we'll be doing in the future.
Maybe we'll get 4 years out of it.
Maybe 4, yeah.
Yeah, it's a thing that's coming up on the council with
Oh,
final
yeah.
action with sablefish and
Yeah.
markets changing and things like that. Yeah, it's just.
Yeah, our last size limit analysis was really interesting. It tried to eliminate the cost out of it, but considered all those market considerations and price differences, and it was pretty good. So I'd suggest looking at it if you want. If you want to see it, I can direct you to it.
No, I've looked at it.
Yeah. So I just want to note, related to management procedures, these are 2 of the MSAB020 recommendations. The first one we've gone over, and this is the recommending an SPR 46% and a triennial triennial stock assessment frequency. And this is so now a recommendation on top there. is a recommendation to change the reference management procedure to include these elements. Below is a recommendation on further evaluations of the different elements and developing a program of work. I see maybe the MSAB developing more of a recommendation like the bottom, where you suggest things to really investigate, like is the MSAB still interested in triennial assessment frequency? Empirical rules, I've heard that, coming up with different empirical rules in non-assessment years, and constraints. So I think all these three that were recommended for MSAB 20 have been mentioned at this meeting for continued investigation. And we can add more if wished. And in the past, the MSAB have actually been very specific on the like the levels of fishing intensity they wanted to investigate it, between 35 and 55 or something like that. So you can get specific as well. That's what I have on management procedures. And I just want to note something else here in sort of the timeline of this and development of this program of work is the full assessment is coming at the end of this year. So the full assessment will be presented at the annual meeting, or actually presented at the interim meeting, reviewed by the SRB. But that full assessment will not be ready until November. And so once a full assessment is done, we'll have new information about the stock and potentially new information to condition an operating model too. And since we've had some changes and there's concerns about where we are with productivity, I think it would be useful to recondition the operating model in late 2025, early 2026. And so if I begin a lot of simulations with the current operating model now, and then we recondition an operating model, would just need to do all those things over again. So I want the MSAB to think about that in their recommendations of anything in this program of work that would require doing simulations, is to consider whether or not they want to wait until the operating model is reconditioned. And the MSAB can make a recommendation of reconditioning the operating model or not, if they feel like, no, I want to continue with this one that was conditioned to 2023. But seeing a little bit of differences already.
When is our next meeting scheduled?
For MSAB?
Yeah,
That will be
we haven't
a
decided
topic.
yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the MSAB at MSAB 20 made a recommendation to have 2 meetings a year.
Okay.
And if the MSAB would suggest holding off on a lot of this simulation work until 2026, then we could potentially bring back this work at MSAB in May of 2026. There are other topics that we could talk about in the fall if we wanted to. And one of them could be reviewing the harvest strategy policy, because I think the commissioners might have a draft by then.
Right. And
or
that's
objectives.
The absolute
Yeah.
spawning biomass issue
Right.
minimums.
Go ahead, Forrest.
So if we postpone this till you recondition the operating model, that kicks it to 26. Is there no chance that the commission will implement a triennial assessment before that point? Because we talked about having some type of a smoother for using an empirical rule. I don't want to get down the road and lose the ability to analyze that and, recommend it.
Yeah, so if we did not do any investigations this year, then there wouldn't be any possible recommendations like the top one here for the 100th or the 102nd AM, the annual meeting in January 2026. The MSAB could pass on that paragraph 41 as a continued recommendation to the commission for consideration at that annual meeting. But yeah, you wouldn't have any new results to base any sort of recommendation on, like smoothing and other things like that.
Okay, so at what point do we say, hey, if we did anything like this, it would be important to investigate what it would look like with or without smoothing?
I think that that's where in this report, we can put together a list of all those different elements you want investigated.
Okay.
And when that investigation occurs is another recommendation of the MSAB.
Okay.
You have a couple.
Oh, okay. Yeah, thanks. How about Chris?
Yeah, thanks, Alan. I guess my question, well, I have several questions, but first one is, how long does it take to update the operating model? Like, would it be ready to run for if we had a May MSAB? Like, I guess I'm trying to get a sense of that if we wanted to calibrate it and use the new stock assessment.
Yeah, the current operating model that I've coded and the framework of it, it would, I mean, I would have it conditioned in a month. And so, I mean, I'd have it probably have it right. Hopefully I could get it done, around the time of the annual meeting, meaning, nothing will be presented at the annual meeting on it, but in January or February, it'd be conditioned. And then February, March, running simulations and bring those to the MSAB in May.
Okay, that's useful.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that if, however, a couple of slides later, I have further development of the operating model, and I have lots of ideas how to improve the operating model, which would require coding. I'd really like to put it in a whole new coding platform and make it easier to use and more robust, but that would actually take a few more months. Then that would add a few months of time, but that could be something I do this summer. And then once the assessment's done, then, it's just conditioned and ready to go by February. So I think regardless of what we do with the operating model, the goal would to be bringing results with the new operating model to MSAB in May, recognizing that the SRB will not have reviewed that operating model, that newly conditioned operating model at that time.
Okay, so I guess, I mean, it seems to make sense if we're going to do something and it's really close to having the new conditioned model to use that. But I guess in the interim, and I don't know how much work this is, but how at MSAB, the 2024 MSAB 19, you gave us those, they were charts. It was graphs. It was spawning biomass, relative spawning biomass, and then spawning biomass relative to 2023. And one was no fishing, and one was SPR 43. And the MSC Explorer allowed us to look at, I think, some other fishing intensities.
Yeah, I think I provided that at this annual meeting in the MSC Explorer, like those purple plots.
So
intensities, yeah.
What I'm wondering about is and I don't know how much work it is, but we talked about these different possible scenarios, and in the interim, while we're waiting for a condition to model, I just might help us think about things a bit. Like, what if would it be possible, or is it a lot of work to build in like some low productivity scenarios? I'll give you an example. So say you had sort of the status quo, and then you had one that was low recruitment, low weight, and one that was low recruitment, current weight. So 3 possible choices. And then looking at those and being able to look at some different fishing intensities like we were able to do before. I think it was, I can't remember, it was like 40 to 52 or something, in that range. And I think there was also SPR 100, you could look at no fishing. Is that a lot of work to do that? I just think being able to look at some of that stuff and say, in these scenarios, how the biomass behaves is in terms of absolute, relative, and then relative to 2023 might help us, like would certainly help me as I think about, okay, what do we think about going forward here? And some of the questions that I brought up today, but I just don't know how much work that is.
Yeah, I mean, doing 6 productivity scenarios like I showed you earlier today, that was actually quite a bit of just time simulating for the computer to be running. If you think about, it takes one computer, I think 3 days, so one desktop, 3 days to do one of those scenarios. And then on top of that, you're doing the integrated scenario as well. So it's time consuming, but you know, if we reduced it back from 6 to like 2, 3, or 4, it's not, you know, and then a subset of the total management procedures being investigated, it's definitely doable. So, you know, the MSAB making a recommendation to include different productivity scenarios is totally reasonable in my mind.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to talk about that now, or is that you want to finish the presentation and because you said you had some things on operating model development?
Yeah, maybe I'm trying to think where to talk about scenarios. Yeah, I think, you know, let's talk about elements of management procedures, and then we can talk about scenarios, and then we can move on from there. So yeah, I think that's a good point, Chris, but let's move on and continue on talking about elements of management procedures. I've heard at this meeting constraints and other things like that. And if anybody has specific ideas, Forrest mentioned about smoothers on empirical rules. We could talk about empirical rules and things like that. It was also mentioned to task the Secretariat to come up with some really good empirical rules. But yeah, so go ahead, Robert.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. Kind of just going off the Forrest thing. It seems like we're going to be going into this triennial assessment, at least for the short term. And if it works out, we'll be going into it long term. That being said, I do think we need to have some smoothers for the non-assessment years. So I'd really like to see that. I'd like to see the options before we start going into the triennial assessment, just because like you kind of want to see what you're dealing with before you're going to be stuck in a position where you have to make those, like, if we don't have any smoothers in and the full stock assessment comes in 3 years later, and all of a sudden we have to take like a 30-40% cut to our TAC, like that's a big hit, as opposed to just taking smaller cuts or bigger cuts in when the model says we can take smaller cuts. You know what I mean? Like, it's just I don't as a business, like, you don't want to be taking a huge hit all at once. I'd rather take I'd rather take a little bit bigger cut over a longer period so that I can adjust, as opposed to a big hit at all at once.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point, Robert. Thanks. And Ian made a comment to me earlier that said, you know, changes in the assessment are unattainable. The meaning really can't avoid changes in the assessment, but we can manage changes in the TCY. And so I think having a smoother, not only on assessment years, but maybe as the trend on the non-assessment year to the assessment year is a possibility as well.
Because, like, I mean, you can kind of see what the trend is, and like already, like, even if we didn't fish, the stock would be going down just through natural processes. So I mean, like, you can kind of look backwards and see, okay, well, what's the stock doing? Is it still trending down? And then maybe we should be taking a little bit bigger cuts when it's saying we shouldn't be taking as big a cut, so that when we get to the actual assessment, it's not a big cut. And if we're wrong, then we can take more fish.
Yeah, no, that's a good way to put it.
Could I just clarify one thing? I thought I heard Robert say non-assessment years, but you said assessment, and and I would think we would want to look at both.
Yeah. I meant to say non-assessment years, but also the transition from a non-assessment to assessment year as well.
And also potentially buffer those.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Linda. I wasn't meaning just like focus on that. I mean, I want to see a suite of things that that's what I want to see, a full option of what we can think of and what the Secretariat can think of in terms of smoothing the process.
Yeah. So I think that's useful to just know that, you know, empirical rules, smoothers, or constraints are all still important concepts.
And how do we proceed on that? Are we waiting till our next meeting to say specifically what we have what to look at, or are we waiting for the Secretariat to come back and say these are probably some reasonable things to explore and And are we waiting till 26 when the operating one was?
I think if there's ideas at this meeting to bring them up, to specify them, we can put them in the report. If they want the secretariat to think of some ideas to, put that. So I think any of the above, however much detail you want. We've done everything in the past.
The two most common, well, actually the most common smoother that when this group talks about in reference to the survey is, like a 3-year rolling average. That's back conversations and public conversations. So that would be something to consider, I would think, that we'd want to have looked at.
Yeah, so when you're using the FIS to determine the TCY in a non-assessment year, to use a 3-year average of it to smooth over that.
And then maybe on an assessment year, a 2-year phase-in potentially.
Yeah, we have a 2-year phase-in, a 15% max constraint, all sorts of things.
It seems like maybe limiting it to 15%, we would never get back to the right place. So maybe it should be something like a 2-year phase-in. Because the assessment is sort of the reset point, right? When we do have an assessment, and if we don't get back on track, like we could just keep getting farther off. But if there's a 2-year phase-in seems like it could spread out the pain if it's going down, or
if you're on a declining stock, does that just make the second year of phase-in the impactful year? You're just like pushing out there.
Well, I mean, so say the assessment year says we got a 20% cut we need to take, rather than doing it all in 1 year, you do 10% a year for 2 years.
But then you have to take a larger cut the second year because you didn't take as much cut the first year. So you'd have to do like a 10 and then a 25 or something. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So that's always the issue with phase-in, is that you're not stopping the change in the population, it's continuing to decline.
So do we not want to include that? Like
I don't know. We can figure out some way. I'm trying to think exactly how to, but we could just say a phase-in approach where the whole cut isn't taken in the first year, but see what has to be taken the second year to get where
to the right place.
Yeah.
Or to the
Well, I don't know about phasing in or the whole point is like if the cut is warranted, the cut is warranted. I think like it's also looking at the trend of what the FIS is showing, and maybe even commercial cash per unit effort is showing. If it's still showing that we're going down, and you can see the trend, then maybe we should be taking bigger cuts in the non-assessment years, so that by the time it comes to the actual stock assessment and it shows that like we need to take a cut, we won't have to have taken as big a cut because we've already taken the bigger cuts beforehand. That's what my thought is. Because if the cuts are warranted, the cuts are warranted. Like that's just the way it has to be. If the fish aren't there, the fish aren't there. But that being said, like if you look at how the triennial works, is because we're just using FIS data and we're not doing the full stock assessment, you don't really get the full picture. So those 2 non-assessment years is you're potentially not taking as big a cut. So that when you get to the 3rd year, you're taking that big cut because it's almost baked into the system because it's got to catch up.
So Robert, something could be that, if you've had last 3 years have shown decline in the FIS 032W PUE, that you back off the fishing intensity or you take a larger reduction than is suggested because there's a trend going down or something like that.
I think that's one way to look at it. And again, if the trend is showing that it's positive, then maybe we can just rely on the smaller take. But if the trend is showing downward, then maybe we should be taking a larger cut.
Yeah.
So I have a question to everyone on this. Robert, your step through that made me think of this, so I appreciate that. If we do that, and we're working with a less than perfect survey, will we want to, is there any benefit in looking at weighting the areas of the survey that we have, so that if we are, say, 3B, 3A, you know, so that's a significant contributor, at least historically has been a significant contributor to the coastwide biomass, that we would, you know, have caution prevail on our decision of how much to go down or up. Down is most important. Does that make sense?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Alan, but I think with the FIS, with the new survey design, you're still surveying most of the core areas and then some of the outlier areas every year, right? Like you're still getting a decent picture of where the core areas are, and then some of the outlier areas. Is that right?
Yeah, we've definitely been surveying the core areas on a random basis, so that you think of just the core area, that is an unbiased estimate, and you try to add in the outer areas. And we've been pretty fortunate in the last couple of years. We've had a decent survey in those outer areas, but there are some areas that haven't been surveyed in a number of years, and we're prioritizing them to be surveyed. And that's always dependent on the funding and the availability of captains to survey those areas. But, you know, I think there's potentially a little bit of bias in the survey, but we've been doing the best that we can.
So then isn't a trend more important than, so like, wouldn't it be better to like look at commercial catch per unit effort and the FIS and notice what the trend is doing, whether or not, like, in the last 3 years we've been getting poor results? Well, then we should be very cautious moving forward with what we're taking in the non-assessment years. I don't think it really matters so much. Like, I don't think you have to weight it, because it's on a coast-wide scale.
I agree with you, as long as we're looking at, you know, a true average.
I think that's it's intriguing my brain to have.
I mean, I don't have any answers. I'm not the smartest man in the room, and there's way more smarter people than me. So I just want to bring up the fact that I think we're going to need something before we start implementing, or at least have an idea of some of the options before we start implementing the triennial, because the way this works is we're going to be, by the time we get any recommendations out, we'll be on the assessment year again. So I think to have some options sooner rather than later is important.
Yep. No, I think this is really good. Just thinking about these things, we can put them in the report however we see, and then continue to work on them. All right. You mind if I move to Tom?
No, not at all.
Alan, Alan, why don't we consider a rolling geometric mean? It smooths things out, and that's what they do for salmon in California. It works really well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, definitely, we can do that.
What is that?
And that would be on the FIS 032, the FIS 032 WPW in the non-assessment years, I imagine.
What is it? What is the rolling
And, you know, each triennial you do it, it would help true that up. You know, you don't have to do an abrupt change, but a rolling average would bring it back pretty close to being true.
Yep. Yeah. So we have a 3-year average to smooth the FIS, and then a different way to calculate an average is the geometric mean.
Did you find the definition of that?
It's a simple tendency of a finite collection of positive real numbers, but in plain English.
It's just a different way of calculating it.
Okay.
It weights smaller values a little bit larger or a little bit more so that you would be, it's going to be on average lower than the actual, than the it's called the arithmetic mean is what you'd think of as like your average.
Did you say error-free?
Arithmetic.
Aromatic.
Arithmetic.
That's not wonderful.
But just if your distribution is like skewed, sometimes it's different mean than the normal mean. It is a better central tendency. Cool. This is good. It sounds like there's a lot of interest still in a triennial assessment frequency, but figuring out ways to reduce that variability on when that assessment year comes up.
Alan, do you think you would be able to run some scenarios on smoothing on the operating model we have now? And then once we redo the assessment and you update the model, you can rework them, but that'll give us something to look at, start thinking in the fall? Or would that be a lot of work for you?
Wasted work.
It could be wasted work, but it could also help to winnow down the options. But it depends on how many other tasks I have, if, development of the operating model and things like that occur this year. So, so I don't want to, I want us to put together all the ideas that you have, and then we can decide on the timing of them. And we can discuss that in other business as well when we start thinking about the next meeting, what we want to do at the next meeting. And then, so I guess, what's the other thing? So we have the triennial assessment, different empirical rules, constraints potentially.
How about the control rule? That's something
There's a
to
couple
discuss
people
in the
online too.
future around the minimum spawning biomass. I mean, not something we arrive at today, but that we want to talk about that.
Can we put that on hold real quick? I noticed there's a couple of hands up still online. No, sorry, that was my fault. But don't forget that. And maybe we can go to Anne Marie, because I'll bet it's related to this variability.
Yes. Actually, I popped something into your email last night along with the co-chairs in terms of like usually when we're talking about the constraints and smoothers, it's on that 1 year, like that every third year, how to minimize the amount of change that happens in those third years. And so another way of thinking about it might be to, and I think you guys were just starting to talk about it today in terms of that. I think that's what you meant in terms of phased in. Mm-hmm. And so what my example that I sent was that if, for example, the TCEY change would be 10 million pounds, doesn't matter whether it's up or down, that what would happen is that in that first year, instead of 10 million, make that a 5 million change. In the second year, make it another 5 million change. And in the third year, make it another 5 million change, so that it averages over those years to the TCEY that would have been in that first year. But now you've essentially done that trend. You're either taking off 5 million pounds every year or you're adding 5 million pounds every year. So you're sort of following the trend ahead. And so that the amount of change in any given year would be smaller as you go. So there's definitely ways to finesse that, but I'm just sort of thinking about the different types of ways that you can actually apply a constraint. You can apply a constraint every third year, or you can apply something that is that smooths out, that sort of partitions out the change over those 3 years, so that it averages out the way that you need it to, but it's done incrementally.
Yeah, thanks, Anne Marie. I think that's related to the phase-in, as you said, and I wanted you to bring that up. But I haven't had time to really dive into your email, but thanks for sending that.
Yeah.
But I think, that's a possibility. I think this phase-in approach, some way to alleviate the change, but maybe spread it out over a number of years. I'll have to think about that a little bit more.
Yeah, and I think that could still, and that could work with a bunch of different ways with the annual constraint. If you wanted to do the 15%, AAV constraint or slow up, fast down, or the anticipatory change that Robert was explaining right now. So I think the way that people have been talking about constraints, there's definitely ways to like add them together, as opposed to it's not necessarily just one and done. I think that's something else to think about as well.
Yeah. Thanks, Anne Marie. Okay. Was there anyone else online? If not, we can go to Linda and her thought that I cut off.
Well, I was just getting back actually to Scott's thought about a constraint that put the brakes on as we got, not slam the brakes on, but pump the brakes maybe as we approach this minimum, the 2023 spawning biomass. So that we had a, lower probability of going below it. And that would go back to, if we decide that that's an objective that the MSAB wants to identify, that we then would identify a control rule that helped us meet that objective as part of a management procedure, if I got all those terms right.
Yeah, no, I like that idea. And thanks, Scott, for bringing that up. And I think it's been mentioned a few times. That is, I think, basically what the commission's been doing. Spawning biomass has been low.
The commissioners have been doing
Yeah, so they've been backing off on the fishing intensity. I could see what their empirical control rule is, try to develop an actual control rule that they've been sort of implementing ad hoc. But I think developing something along those lines would be useful. You're right. We might have to admit that there is an objective to avoid a low absolute spawning biomass. That might be all we need to say. And then developing different control rules, different ways to back off fishing intensity such that we avoid going below that spawning biomass. And it doesn't have to be like a cutoff directed fishing, like the 30-20 one. It could be as simple as when the spawning biomass is less than 1.5 times the spawning biomass in 2023, our reference SPR is 52%. As simple as that. When we're below a certain threshold, we have a lower fishing intensity. When we're above a fishing intensity. People criticize that because it's a stair step and stuff like that, but it's a good example to use.
Does that fall apart with the concept that absolute spawning biomass and recruitment have no pair relationship? Maybe they do have an apparent, but I mean, we get really good recruitment with a really small biomass.
Yep, and that's part of the reason that an absolute spawning biomass might not be a useful conservation objective.
But it also, I guess it's not that is absolute, it's historic low, right? So it's more that going into uncharted territory of not knowing that a stock can rebuild from that level. And do we want to take that risk that it can, even though we don't know the stock recruit relationship? And just to say it's something we explore more. And then if we decided it's an objective, we would look at.
Is the assessment and operating model, does it assume a spawner recruit or is it just random recruitment?
Yeah, the operating model has a spawner recruit curve.
Okay.
The assessment and the estimation model in the operating in the framework, in the simulation framework is super simple. Yeah, but there is a feedback, and that's why we investigated depensation.
Yeah,
we put in a depensation parameter, and we found that You've never been to a low enough spawning biomass that has an effect, but the SRB still wants to keep an eye on that. Yeah, I think that's a good idea and really try to mimic recent decisions. There's been a lot of justification has been low spawning biomass wanting to rebuild.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess to me, it's to be explicit about what's been happening, but then give us a chance to evaluate what's been happening and share that, and not that it would ever be dictative of commissioner action, but could be a guide and be a little more transparent than what's happening right now.
It could be as easy as like, or it's not easy, but as simple as having another column in the table that Ian provides where you have those F rates and one of them is
this policy
based upon this recommendation.
I like that.
Yeah. Okay.
So
sure, go ahead.
one thing, but because we're in such a historic low, and like Linda says, we don't want to take it to the point where we don't know what's going on if we make some sort of change. So we have seen recoveries from places we've been. We look at it and say, this is the minimum we've ever seen recovery from. This is the absolute point we want. We don't want to go past this point because we're at that point, we're in uncharted territory. And if we have exceeded our thing, we're screwed. So I don't want to see us pick anything lower than we had today.
And that's what Bill Clark and Stephen Hare did a couple decades ago now, I think. They had an objective that was exactly that. They had they said a biomass in 1970 something was the lowest they'd seen. But I think there's a lot of uncertainty in the estimates of spawning biomass in the 70s, but it could have been lower than it is now in the 1970s, but we also could have seen the lowest spawning biomass in 2023. So I think personally, I would suggest the spawning
would have
biomass.
more confidence.
Yeah.
And so I would pick that.
Yeah.
Or
2023. Yeah, that's my suggestion too. And that way you're not pinning it to a number like 200 million pounds, because as you noticed, you could say 200 million pounds and the assessment last year estimated at 210 million pounds. And then the assessment says, oh yeah, we got an update in our data and now it's 160 million pounds. So you have a static number and the assessment's jumping around it, where if you pin it to a estimated value that they sort of go together. And that's, I think, what Chris was talking about, things like scales with productivity. This would scale with our estimates of that low point.
Meaning you hindcast new information, like when you recondition models.
Well,
and it just follows that.
Or if this was a management procedure that said, when you develop, what's the probability of being below that value? It's always using the estimate from that one simulation or that assessment year or whatever it is. It's updating that estimate based on your best data.
Best data.
Yeah, it's too risky.
Yeah. And so that would then, that could be used in defining a objective related to spawning biomass. The objective could be to avoid going below minimum spawning biomass observed, i.e. spawning biomass in 2023. And then we could always work on developing more of that objective.
Yeah, observed to this date.
When we say spawning biomass observed in 2023, what are we talking about? Are we talking about what's calibrated in the model now? Or are we talking about what the latest stock assessment says the biomass was in 2023?
What the latest stock assessment would say. So as an objective, the performance metric would be relative to what the operating model said the spawning biomass was in 2023. This is where it gets confusing. If we were to use this absolute spawning biomass level in a control rule and reduce, say it's 1.5 times the spawning biomass in 2023, it would be whatever the best estimate of that 2023 spawning biomass is from the assessment model. So that estimate would be updated every year that there's a new assessment based on the best data. And that way it scales together with the current year estimate of spawning biomass as well.
That good by you?
That's good by me.
Okay. Like it was your idea.
All right, anything else on management procedures at this point in time? I think this is good. It's really guiding the work of the MSE and where we're going with this. So I think this is really useful.
Good.
Just tell me if this isn't the time, but it seems like for this analysis and for this consideration that we were discussing looking at the MSE outputs with the high, low, and current productivity regimes. Do we need to make a request specifically at this point or later to be, because I feel like that's going to be pretty important to this discussion later at a later meeting.
No, I think now's a good time, and that's what Chris was saying earlier. It's like, when do we bring up this productivity regimes? And I think now is the time to have that discussion. We've talked about management procedures, and now let's switch over to that discussion.
I'm just trying to remember maybe could we ask Chris to restate what he was saying about?
Sure. Chris, do you have, do you want to start the discussion about productivity regimes and what might be a recommendation for when simulating management procedures?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of a wish list, and I think it has to be tempered by what's in the realm of can actually be done without given all your other duties. But obviously, we've got sort of the status quo, if you will. And like I say, I don't know if I keep looking at those charts, those graphs that you gave us at MSAB021 on, like I say, spawning biomass, relative spawning biomass, and spawning biomass relative to 2023. I just found those very helpful. So what I was thinking about is, okay, so we have the status quo, for lack of a better word, the current productivity that's used in the model that the model generates. And then we had a scenario where it was low recruitment, low weight, and then another scenario, low recruitment, current weight.
Sorry, repeat that again. Low.
So low recruitment, low weight would be one scenario, and then the other scenario would be low recruitment, current weight. And the reason I'm choosing those is I'm trying to kind of look at, okay, given what the operating model currently says, assumes, or generates, versus if we force it into the worst of the worst, if you will, the worst productivities, the two worst productivity scenarios, what do the results look at different fishing intensities? And like I said, the fishing intensities and I know, again, it's easy to make this work big, and it can expand really quick, but I think interesting at least would be SPR 43, 46, 52, and 100. And 100 is just a reference, just so we see how the stock behaves in the absence of fishing.
Yep.
I like that.
Now I know that's a wish list, but that's where there you go, Santa.
Yeah. No, I like the idea of using more current conditions to then simulate out and see what we can call them reference points or whatever, or the results would be if these current conditions remained. And so I like that idea. I really like, low recruitment, current weight would really satisfy that one. Low recruitment, low weight would be a little bit different, not hugely different. But it might be nice to contrast it with something of a high, either a low high or I don't think a high necessarily, but like a high recruitment, low weight. I can't remember, and Ian's offline now, but before the days of SPR and dynamic B0, we had to decide on what the reference was. And I can't remember if it was low weight, high weighted age, or low weighted age, high recruitment. I can't remember which direction which one it was, but that might be another good scenario just based on historical paradigms. So I'm happy to add one more, is I guess what I'm saying.
Yeah, let's do it. I mean, if it seems like it would show a good contrast, then I suppose a good recruitment. I mean, somehow a good recruitment seems more likely than a very quick change in weighted age.
Weighted age is going to change slowly.
Yeah.
It'll take decades.
Yeah, and we don't, Black Hat showed us we know nothing about what might cause good recruitment.
Sure.
Yeah.
Alan, I have a couple comments on this. So as a visual aid for this work, I think it'd be useful if we could see the outputs as compared to document 8, slide 6. So that's the long-term unfished biomass versus current estimated spawning biomass. Yep. So being able to compare that to the current model, the current operating model, as well as from document 6, slide 13.
Oh, those purple plots.
Yeah. Because if I'm thinking about that correctly, I'm sure there's a lot more inputs than just productivity. But I'm hoping to get some insight if there was a way to kind of not remove, but reduce the weighting of the 88 year class and like our recent kind of confidence in our survey data and whatnot since 1990. That to me is one source of uncertainty that we've discussed, that we're our best available science. A lot of that was produced during what may or may not have been kind of an unprecedented level of abundance.
Yeah, that would take quite a bit of work because I'd have to completely recondition the model to that. So,
Okay.
Dr. Hicks, could you bring up from MSAB021 those slides? Because I think they're going to show maybe what is being requested, or at least I feel they do. I'm looking at the paper 06. I don't know if the presentation, I can't remember what it looks like, but from MSAB019, just as it will show the graphs that I think capture a little bit of what was just referred to, and it's also the graphs that I'm talking about, and then it shows it for SPR.
What figure is that? Oh yeah, I know what it is.
MSAB019 paper 06, and I can't remember what's in the presentation.
What I'm going to do instead is I'm going to go to the Explorer.
Okay, that's probably better.
These same plots and more are in the Explorer, and I'll share my screen in a moment. Noting that we should probably start thinking about getting into report writing. All right, let me share my screen. Okay, it's coming up. Okay, so this is the MSC Explorer. Let me. That's not going to work. Okay, so over here is HSP table, and when you bring that up, these are the plots I think you're talking about. And so what you can do here is you can set the actual SPR values, and so you can see it at 43. Then I'll put this one on unfished. So go ahead, Chris.
No, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I just think if we had those, and what I do with them is I do exactly what you've got here, right? And I sort of cut and paste. Okay, here's one, and then I put it there, and I cut and paste like, and then if we had sort of the low productivity scenarios,
Right.
we'd have the graphs there for the 43 and no directed for the SPR would look very different, so presumably, or they may not. I mean, it would allow us to look at that. I just found these a very helpful way to kind of, and then of course you also have the tables that you can also look at in terms of if you want to get actual numbers. But that's sort of what I envisioned when I was sort of with my ask, this type of being able to look at this type of output.
Yeah, and what I'm also thinking is I could draw the distribution in a slightly different color of a low productivity regime, and you'd see how it fits within this broader purple distribution. So you'd really get a better picture of it as well. That's good to know. Thanks. That's really helpful. Did you have more suggestions?
I think
that's it. That's all for me.
Well,
I'm sure you have.
He's got more.
Alan, can I ask just a quick clarification? And this is back to the former presentation on slide 25, where you showed us spawning biomass and the regimes, the current low, current high.
Yeah.
So
can we bring up 08 again? Presentation. Thanks.
And I'm on 720 slide 25. That, yeah. Anyway, so my question is, what on the low recruitment? Are we supposed to be thinking like 2006 or 2011, or what that low recruitment gap was, or like what are your assumptions? And as high back in the, like 1980s, like what define low and high here?
Yeah, sorry. If you could bring up 07. Sorry about that. Wrong. I gave you that one. Yeah, so you're talking like here. So your question was, what are the assumptions?
Yeah. So when you say low recruitment, is that just sort of how did you come up with that? Is it, 2006 to 2011 or whatever that, year class gap was, recruitment gap we had, that's like low, but does this mean that, or does this mean?
No, this simply means average recruitment was what the stock assessment estimates it to be in a negative PDO regime.
Okay.
And so on average, recruitment is 1.4 times greater in a positive regime. And so low, did I put in low recruitment? I probably did. Yeah, so low recruitment would be a negative PDO.
Okay.
High recruitment would be positive.
And just looking historically, what that recruitment would have.
And then it's just varying around that average.
Okay.
So you have a bunch of lows down here, and then all of a sudden it switched to a positive PDO, and then it's up here.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I think we, I don't want to cut off the conversation, but I also want to make sure that we're getting breaks when we need them. But I'm trying to find the agenda. I think we had a break scheduled about now-ish. Now-ish, yeah. Now-ish. Yeah. Should we take a short break and
10-minute?
10-minute break? Okay. How about we come back at 5 after the hour, if that's all right with everyone online?
Sounds good.
Thanks. Online, are you ready to go?
So ready?
Modern areas so that we can do that code things way easier.
Cool. Before I move on to a little bit more, I just want to make sure that we've had discussion about different concepts related to management procedures we want to have. And noting we can, wordsmith these things in the report writing session as well. All right. Pretty quiet. Then, go ahead.
Maybe just, is there something you feel like we should talk about more on the management procedures? Or I guess I'm not quite clear on your question, what you're looking for, different constructs.
Yeah, just what things are important, and what I'm hearing are important are some sort of mechanisms, mainly two things. One, mechanisms to smooth out variability in the yield, in the TCY, and whether that's the smoother in non-assessment years, or if you have an assessment every year, a constraint, or phase-in approaches, or whatever. We don't have to hash out real details right now, but the Secretariat can think about some ideas and bring those back. Unless people have really good, specific ideas. And then the other part of this was, so I think those things, and then presenting these and understanding sort of the productivity regimes and how they affect the results. And some suggestions on the visualizations of those. Chris, just real quick, you threw out some SPR values and I didn't get them all. Do you mind just reminding us what those are?
Yeah, 100, 52, 46, and 43.
Okay. Yeah.
I'd throw in 40 for good measure, but I think I've given you enough there already.
No, I like to span it. I don't like to. So I might even go down a little more into the 30s.
Okay. One thing I think just in comments about other management procedures people might suggest is, and I think this is what you're getting at, but making sure we look at, given we're recommending a possible change to SPR 46, we don't just look at 43, but at least 43 and 46.
Yeah.
But like I say, I agree with you. It's nice to have a range to look at.
I just have one more trailing thought about looking at things in relative to different regimes. And the reason why I asked that clarification question is I thought, okay, well, what's the most likely scenario? We're looking at low, and we're looking at low-high and stuff like that. But as far as regime or PDO past like the next 10 years, 20, 30, 40, and a lot of our graphs forecast out to like 2080. The most likely thing to happen is that there's a flip-flop back and forth, and we have a positive PDO and a negative PDO. So it seems like I would have interest in seeing something like, well, what's the most likely scenario? I like the extremes, unless maybe the extremes is really how we need to be looking at it. But like an average, and I don't know what this would look like. And I'm not asking for this. I'm kind of trying to get this straight in my head here. Like we don't have the weighted age thing is gonna, likely be another 30 or 40 years in coming if we get back up to any highs that we've seen. But the PDOs are likely to flip flop. And so is there any value to looking at like what our best guess is? And I know that's because I say that really loosely. What's our best guess at what PDO regimes are going to look like over the next 40 years? What's our best guess of what weighted age is going to do given historical and current situations?
That's what the integrated results will include.
Okay.
So they're including this flip-flopping of the PDO, and it happens every 10 to 30 years.
Okay.
Typically. And then it's also modeling changes, slow changes in weighted age as well, integrating over that. So the next 10 years, it's more likely to be a positive PDO right now. And what I need to do is update the operating model with the current information because it's changed. And then, but because the longer the run is, the more likely it's to change. That about in 20 years, it's saying it's more likely to be a negative PDO or something like whatever. So it's incorporating that concept in the integrated results. It's our best guess on the process that's occurring into the future.
All right, my apologies.
No problem. And then what I'll do is if I run specific regimes, that those integrated results are pretty wide confidence bands because that's a lot of variability it's going through. Those productivity regimes are much less variability, and I'll try to draw it within those and show high and low and things like that. So you can really see how the definition of a regime, consistent regime, is partitioning that variability. One question that I had is when looking at these different productivity regimes is that what I've done to really understand it, because I look at it from the sense of what's the variability in these productivity regimes, is I've cut out other sources of variability. I've cut out decision-making, I've cut out assessment error. Would you want these run with all sources of variability and then only holding PDO and weighted age constant? Or do you want to remove some of those other sources of variability so you can really see what's happening, in there? So it depends on what you want to see, what you really want to focus on.
Well, against the backdrop of reality is probably how our brains are going to function. We're not going to, at least my brain's not going to say, okay, leave all these things aside and this is what I'm looking at. I'm always going to want to put it in the context of, everything real to us, which is all the uncertainties that you just described.
Yeah.
Does that complicate it a lot for you or not?
No.
Okay.
It's just what I set it up to do. Okay. So but I think Forrest is right. It might complicate it in interpretation where it's like, why is it doing something totally different? Oh, that's decision-making error that had that. But if we keep that in, then you're now focused on the results, because I've always focused on what's the effect on the population. So I want to take out some of that variance. Yeah. But I think if we're looking on the results, it might be better to keep all those other sources of variability in.
And then I guess this would maintain assumptions about a correlation between PDO and positive recruitment, even though we feel like that's breaking down.
Yeah. We don't know if that correlation between, I can't say. Ian, I think, is doing some more investigation in the full stock assessment this year. But whether it's a breakdown in the relationship of the PDO to recruitment or just a breakdown in the PDO via a decadal process, I think we're learning a lot every year.
So at this point,
at this point, we're not changing it, but that's one thing. We could always easily change that assumption. Maybe that
I just am wondering if it's flipping back and forth that much, but maybe it's not giving us a bump and we're factoring it in that every time it flips positive, it's giving us a bump. Like, could be misleading.
Yeah.
And maybe it only is positive for recruitment if that positive PDO lasts for 5 years, or 10 years, and we're just not getting that anymore. So I don't know whether it's something
and I think that's why it's useful. Why looking at these productivity regimes will be useful, because it'll give you an idea. It's like, what, if it was to break down, then this might be the case. We might be stuck in a low recruitment regime forever. It gives you more information to make decisions on. That's the way I like to think of it. But they're all what ifs, right? Yeah. They're hypotheses going into the future, and that's fine.
This might be another offline comment, but I wonder if there's any relative research being done with another long-lived species in a different PDO, like South Atlantic or Southern Ocean. See if there's a correlation on recruitment.
Pacific halibut's pretty fortunate.
sardine has.
It's pretty red. Did you say?
Yeah. What's that?
You said it's pretty fortunate?
Well, it's fortunate for us that we've actually been able to make that linkage,
Oh,
but a lot of fish species have been,
yeah.
stocks have been searching for it. And yeah, one, they don't have as much data.
Yeah.
And you're right. I think a lot of the ability to estimate this effect of the PDO is that we have over 100 years of data and good data. And that gives us a lot of power. Well, still only have like 6 observations, but you know, most of these fish stocks have data from 1 positive and 1 negative PDO, so they can't say anything.
Hey, this is Lynn.
Hi, Lynn.
Hey, sorry, I don't have much of a voice today, so I apologize. But it's a much smaller scale. But we've been using the temperature at the Scripps Pier as an indicator for sardine on the West Coast for a long time, and in the last couple of years, we found that relationship is falling apart.
Oh man.
So I mean, it's a very short-lived species, and it's just one, you know, a temperature at one pier. But that relationship had been pretty steady for quite a while, and in the last couple of years, it's fallen apart to the point we don't think we can use it in our assessments anymore.
But the recruitments haven't been bad, have they?
They've not been good.
Oh, they've not been good. Okay.
That's the trouble with hypothesis is
Mm.
you can make a hypothesis that all the data you've had up to that point
supports it,
but one bad piece of data throws it all out the window, right?
Yep. And that usually happens with environmental relationships. Okay. If there's not anything more, I think what I'll do is I'll run through the rest of this presentation. It's just a little bit and just tell you some of the plans that we have in the future. So as a reminder, in 2019, we did a reference point analysis. And this reference point analysis is where this BMSY and the BMEY proxies came from. So BMSY being a relative spawning biomass of 30%, BMEY being a relative spawning biomass of 36%. What we would like to do is, after the 2025 full assessment and the reconditioning of the operating model, is to redo this analysis, because this analysis was done before the updates on M and updates on sex ratios. And so there's been a lot of updates since then. And I just want to see, is this analysis holding up, or do we have to readjust these reference points?
Quick question. Are we anticipating any changes to the spawning, skip spawning, or any?
So yeah, so the full assessment is going to, it has an updated maturity curve. Tune into the SRB if you want to see those results. They're going to present it. Actually, the MSC is going to have very little present time at the SRB. We're really focusing on this really cool work on the maturity curve. It's great work, and then the full stock assessment at the June SRB.
So is that going to change?
It the maturity is you can see it 2 ways. It's different or it's the same. It depends on what your expectation was. It's not a lot different, but it is different. But I think what I've seen of the stock assessment didn't have a huge effect on it. But it's also still, we haven't decided what to do with time varying maturity yet. It looks like it changes a little bit over time. Time varying maturity will have a much bigger effect on the stock assessment than assuming it's static over time. Because that's, again, like weighted age changes.
Yeah.
If they used to mature early and now they're maturing later, that can change spawning biomass without any fishing. So yeah, so there's going to be a lot of changes in the full stock assessment this year since we did this reference point analysis. So we'd like to redo that. And then I already talked about the operating model development, and that is a new operating model will be conditioned in early 2026. And the idea is, what should we focus on now? I'm hoping this summer to make some improvements to that. And if I'll talk with Dave and see what my schedule holds to see if I should really dive into this summer and make some big improvements. The fortunate thing is I have a lot of faith in the framework that we've developed already. It's a good framework. It's just not perfect for me. So I just want it a little bit better. But yeah, even if we stick with the same framework, it's a really good framework. It's very flexible and adaptable. And I guess the other thing I want to work on is we were talking a little bit about how the assessment fits into the operating model or the simulation process. And I would like to improve that and actually try to bring in data feeding into a stock assessment that then spits out, have a little bit more realism for the stock assessment. Right now, it's a pretty simple assumption. So there's some technical details I want to work on this summer.
Sorry, can you say that again? How what feeds into the?
So if you remember, we have an operating model and then we have a management procedure. The operating model simulates the fishery and the population, and then that moves over into the management procedure, which collects data.
Yeah.
And then it runs a stock assessment, and then it determines the TCY. The way that this framework right now is running the stock assessment, it doesn't actually put it into files and run a stock synthesis model and create an ensemble. We did a lot of work identifying the error in the stock assessment, and we've just defined what that error is. So it's a little bit disconnected from the FIS simulation of data as well, and that's why those FIS design studies might be a little bit off. But we started work when Dr. Carpio was working with me, and just never quite finished it before she was done. So these are some of those technical details that I would like to work on. I just haven't had much time to yet, but it might be a good time to sort of focus on those. Okay, so with that, some potential recommendations are up here. We've talked about adding or updating the objective related to optimizing fishing activities and opportunities. We actually talked about another objective, the absolute spawning biomass, and we talked about the objectives as a whole as well. Request further evaluation of different MP elements. We've talked about triennial assessment frequency. Should we investigate FIS designs, the effect of FIS designs? Keep investigating that. That's a good question. Empirical rules we talked about. Constraints and smoothers we talked about. And so that's all that I had on this list. I guess the one thing we didn't talk about is if there's still interest in the different FIS designs and reduced and things like that. And then if the MSAB would like to make a request to redo the reference points analysis and to update the operating. So that's it for this presentation. And then a little reminder what's happening tomorrow morning. We'll review the report, the draft report in the morning first thing. And then we will talk about the harvest strategy policy. I don't have a presentation for that, but we can bring it up. And I really want to show you the objectives section. And then we'll talk about other business when the next meeting is. And then we'll talk about adopting the report. So, gotten through all the material.
And you thought we weren't gonna.
Oh, well, we still got to draft the report tonight, so that'll be time consuming.
And the goal for tomorrow is to wrap up midday. Is that what I mean? The agenda says 5, but I thought I heard somebody say.
Be nice.
But you're thinking.
Whenever we're done. Yeah, the agenda says 5, but we'll leave here with the report adopted. And Dave and I will clean it up and then we'll send it out by Friday. The report will be done or sent out Friday. So the goal tomorrow is to finish once the report's adopted, whatever time that may be. And I think, we'll see how it goes. What's that?
By 4th, you've got it.
Yeah, hopefully by, it'd be nice by 3, something like that. We'll see.
My plane's at 6.
All right.
Hey, Alan.
10:40.
At night?
At night.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
When number 4, request conducting further analysis of reference points, blah, 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 blah. That's just kind of what we've been doing so far. It'll just be with the new conditioned operating model.
Yeah, so there's I guess a couple of points in there. Analysis of reference points would be repeating that 2019 analysis or improving upon it, but using the newly conditioned operating model and the new stock assessment. And then the other part of that is the effects of recruitment regimes and variable weighted age, and that's been talked about here in presenting those productivity regimes for different management procedures.
So for the part about the 2019 I'm blanking out here. What was that analysis of the reference points?
That's the analysis that you always ask me. Where did we get the BMEY from?
Right. Okay.
36%.
Okay. That's the BMSY, BMEY. Okay.
Yeah. So that is SRB 14, I think it was.
Yeah. Okay.
That was presented there. We never did publish it. We meant to publish it, and now we've gotten so far beyond. I think we need to redo it and then publish it. So.
Okay, that's the paper. All right.
Yeah, go ahead, Jim.
Thanks. Sorry, I just thought I'd jump. So just following up on what you were talking about earlier, and I just wanted to confirm that I think looking at the FIS designs and the sort of potential impacts they may have to how we view the things is still important. And I know it's one of your recommendations. I just want to say I think that is one of the things I was going to bring up earlier in the day. I was just trying to figure out where it was, but I think this is the point. And just also what Greater Chris says, I think that's important as well. Number 4.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Maybe we could identify a subset of management procedures to throw in some FIS designs on, or just could recognize that it's an important concept. And
I think it's both, right? Because I kind of look at this year's FIS design and some of the areas that haven't been, and we don't really understand just at what time, what sort of stock levels do those more sort of areas on the ends kind of play more into sort of what the view of the stock is. I think some times it may be less, sometimes maybe more, but we've gone down this road of several years of sort of not ideal FIS designs, and I think having a better understanding of what that actually does mean. I mean, we have some information and some sort of modeling about it, but I kind of think it's underplayed about the importance of that, and I was just reiterating that I think that's important. A really important point is the effects of FIS designs and our understanding of what's going on.
yeah, thanks, Jim. I think that's important. We'll bring that into the report. Any other comments before we go into review of the day?
I have a comment or a question. Kind of came up yesterday, and one of the things I came to my first meeting here thinking about was the challenges that we've seen when there's revisions to the stock assessment that result in a comparative analysis and upward revisions of the stock's potential. And so I'm curious if the MSAB is interested in making a recommendation to the Secretariat or to the our SRB that maybe there's some discussion and exploration of maybe some constraints on retrospective upward revisions during periods of low low productivity or low abundance.
And so does that mean, what does it mean? You said what?
So
constraints on the upward revisions.
Right. So that a simple adjustment to an estimate of natural mortality doesn't result in an output that is suggesting, a TCEY of, 55 million pounds after we just had a survey that was, coastwide was down 20%. I think, on the docks and on the water, that's important to the credibility of the process that, and I understand the idea of saying we're going to put constraints on the best available science and implementing that into the stock assessment. I see that paradox or a contradiction there, but that has been something I've been thinking about for a few years, and has definitely been a topic of a lot of discussion and concern at the conference board over the past couple of years. So I don't want to muddy the waters here, but I'm just wondering, as a new member, how we might, just get that into the record and have make some analysis or progress on maybe on that idea.
Would you?
Go ahead. Oh yeah, and then go ahead, Linda, and then Chris.
Okay, just a question. Would your suggestion be to think about what phasing in? Like natural mortality suggests we change our estimate of biomass by X%, and instead of doing that 1 year to the next, you do it more slowly, or?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm asking the group. I mean, I don't know. I don't have that answer, but
yeah. How about let Chris go? Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question, and we sort of see that kind of built into the system. We had that a few years ago where the stock was more productive. We could harvest more, and the commissioners deviated from that, saying, well, we're not prepared to go there yet. I guess the thing is, what I see is I think we're blurring the lines here a little bit of responding, and it's one of the challenges we have. We've talked about it. We've got responding to what the stock assessment says, which is what at the present time is driving the decision making at the annual meetings. And here we're trying to deal with MSE, and that is feeding into the decision making, but it's not directly related, I think, to what you're referring to. I'm not explaining this very well. Let me just stop for a second. Okay, so we're here supposed to focus on the MSE, and theoretically, if we were doing complete MSE, the point you just raised would not come into effect until the operating model was conditioned, right? It would not, and then it would be driven by that. And that's, I think, the challenge we've got here. We're trying to develop management strategy evaluation, but it's really the stock assessment that drives the decisions each year at the annual meeting. And that's a different purview. That's not sort of within our terms of reference here, talking about MSE. I understand your point that, we get these big changes. I just don't think we can address it here, but I think it leads to the bigger question as to how MSE relates to decision-making at the annual meeting. And we're not there yet. As Dr. Hicks talked about earlier in Sablefish in BC, I mean, they do exactly what he said. They condition the operating model, and they do that once every 5 years. And then in between, they just basically put the new data in the operating model each year, the new survey results, new catch data. They turn the crank. There's the TAC. End of discussion.
Yeah, and I think that's a different paradigm than IPHC wants to operate under. And
exactly, we're not there yet. Yeah, maybe we'll never get there. It's not the culture.
Yeah, exactly. And it's been made very clear by the commissioners that they want the freedom for decision making.
Sure.
Which is a little bit different than a typical MSE or management procedure would do. But I think there is some latitude here with the MSE to address this issue. I'm thinking if you were to talk to Dr. Sean Cox on the SRB, I don't know exactly what, I know approximately what he would say. I imagine he would say that's why for an estimation model, which is what our assessment is doing, as an estimation model, we would keep it, you would find a simple model that had the performance you desired and met your objectives. So if your performance is, so it's interesting to hear you say this. So we have an objective to reduce interannual variability. And so we've been investigating things like a triennial assessment, only do the assessment every third year so that, and use something else in the other years to reduce that variability. But I think where you're going, which might be outside the MSE process, but still really useful to know, is that there's this perception of the stock assessment and the science, and these changes in the science, these updates to the science is reducing the credibility. It's reducing the certainty of stakeholders in not only trusting it, but believing the results when they say, yeah, you said this is your uncertainty window. Next year, you're going to say you're down here, and then you're going to say you're up there. So their distribution of uncertainty is actually a lot larger because they're factoring in those structural changes. So you can bring in some things, but you can't get away from the fact that science is going to evolve. Science is going to keep moving forward. We're going to learn more about the stock, and we're going to be able to do more with the assessment model, estimate M. And that was the big change with natural mortality. We finally had enough data that we could estimate M. And so before we just didn't have enough data, so we made an assumption. So that was an improvement. Now we're using data, and it's like, oops, we were a little off on our assumption there, you know. And then new methods to estimate maturity. You know, we shouldn't stop that progress in understanding it. But one benefit of the stock assessment process at IPHC is this ensemble stock assessment. And Ian and I wrote a paper about the stability of an ensemble. And because we have 4 models in there, when we changed natural mortality in one model, you saw what the change was in the ensemble. It was pretty large. Imagine if that was the only model. That change would have been massive. But the other 3 models temper that. And so we have to expect when the stock's declining, when the stock's increasing, sometimes a model might not work, sometimes a model might work. And that's why with single stock assessment models, there's a lot of changes every like 5 years or something. Whenever they do a new assessment, it swings it all around. With an ensemble, we honestly believe that it does introduce the stability to the system.
Because you didn't change natural mortality in every model in
Right.
that 1 year.
Yeah,
So
right.
in a way, that's like phasing it in.
Well, it's
That
like
changing.
right? Yeah,
So-
in a way, but it's sort of leveraging data in different ways so that this model might tell you a little bit about this, and this model might tell you a little bit about this. And when you start averaging them together, it stabilizes it because for a while, this model is going to be really stable, but then this model doesn't predict an increase very well. This one does. So this one becomes the stable model. So it tempers that change, but also characterizes uncertainty better as well. But you know, I think the MSAB has the ability to make this point. I think it'd be useful to note that changes to the stock assessment result in additional uncertainty and confusion and
Variability.
variability and lack of understanding. But what Ian has told me, he says, well, there's always going to be changes to the stock assessment, changes to the science. What really is the objective? Is it less change in the TCY, more stability in the quota that the stakeholders get? And so if that's, you know, really the case, then, you know, we can introduce these constraints and other things to try to temper that. But, you know, I don't know if we can get away from lack of trust and the lack of belief in the science, because even the sablefish assessment every 5 years, they're redoing it, and they could have just as big of a change. Yeah, go ahead, Michael.
I would like the constraint, the 15% constraint. As Linda said yesterday, occasionally we have something that indicates, especially if we go to the triennial model, we may have it more often, that 15% gets exceeded. In a case like that, what I'm thinking we would have a further constraint of, if, say that the data indicates it should be 18% or 20%, we should take that difference and split it between the years. So on a 3-year assessment, we have thirds and assign 1/3 to year 1 of the change, 1/3 to year 2. Year 3, we would be working on what we should have indicated, but it would reduce the interannual variability and stabilize the stock, the fishable stock, and increase the public buy-in of the process. And that's what you were talking about, public buy-in, right? That's
Sure. Yeah, I mean, confidence and consistency and
what's public buy-in. So that's what I think we should, that's just my suggestion.
Yeah, and I think that's similar to what Anne Marie was saying with this sort of 3-year phase in and things like that. And we'll definitely think about that. That there's the concept of catching up to the population if it's declining, and making sure that we can.
When it's declining, all bets are off. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We go down.
Yeah. And so.
But if it's increasing, then phase it in. If it's declining, our conservation says we make our changes.
I do think that the issue of lack of trust of the science is really a function of understanding it. And you and Ian and the others at IPHC do an incredibly patient, good job of explaining things and repeating certain things. But there is a motive there for all of us that come in from the industry to have our story sold. We want what we want, and we want to be able to convince others that that's the right thing to do. As you know, as the week goes on, we don't know when we first get there, but so this whole issue, it's been described in different ways of electronic fish or falling in love with the model or whatever the vulnerability is really just understanding how important these updates are.
Yeah.
And then of course how to deal with it. But I really think that if we think it through, this experience on MSAB for me has been, there is always more to learn as you spend time to just think it through and look at the possibilities over the years ahead based on what we've seen in the past. A lot that we don't know yet.
Yeah, I think that's the key. There's a lot we don't know yet, but how do we then make sure there's not abrupt changes to what matters most? And I think that's an important concept too. But I think you're right. It's a lot about communication, and that's where Ian and I really try to make sure we're available to talk about these things and make sure people understand it, because we don't want to just go, just trust me, because I know you don't. So, and that's fine. But I think more conversation it earns trust as well. Should we move on to a review of the day? Recognizing we have a little report writing to do today, and we'll have time to review this in the morning as well, and a little bit more.
we should, and I just want to make just one follow-up comment on what Peggy said. I mean, when we're given a 3-year surplus, whatever TCY would hold us steady, that's often ignored. And sometimes rightly so. I mean, we've seen track record. So like, I don't know what to make of it sometimes because I've relied heavily on that in my arguments in the past. And it's really held true, but how do we interpret, you know, how do we approach using our modeling versus, you know, outcomes that could just be way different than that? I mean, we got to trust someone in the modeling, but the outcomes don't always come out the way what modeling suggests.
Yeah, and I think the 3-year surplus is one that I've really come to like in the decision table because it shows us like how can we hold the spawning biomass steady. And I remember the first year we put it in, Dave, in 2017, the 3-year surplus was like 5 million pounds or something. Like there was no surplus, in other words. And that was really informative. No matter what you do, unless you stop fishing, the spawning biomass is going to go down. So I think that's why we present those sorts of things. That's all still based on the same model though. And so there's a lot of uncertainty in that. But I think those sorts of things can be very informative of what the expectations and what management can do to meet these objectives of increasing the spawning biomass with a 50% probability or something like that.
Well, I mean, when we have our conference board discussions, I mean, there's heavy discussion of like, how much do we trust a decision table? How much do we look at what, you know, 3-year surplus is? And, you know, if we're below 3-year surplus, then theoretically the stock should increase at that TCY. And, but there just doesn't seem to be a ton of confidence in that. And
yeah,
and maybe it's like Peggy said, because we all come in with our own agenda and want to prove something. But like, I really trust in that over the long term. But I think that there's some general questioning of, you know, like if it tells me we have a 70% chance of increasing our stock if we fish at this level, I'm like, well, that sounds like pretty good odds to me. But it doesn't to other people. You know, I don't know.
And that's, I think, a really useful way of moving to this decision risk-based format is one, don't trust the median trajectory in these models. Think of the uncertainty around it. When you know, Ian says or somebody says there's a 70% chance of the spawning biomass increasing, think about, well, there's a 1 in 3 chance it's not going to increase. You know, so
but we don't live our lives that way. You know, there's a 0.001% chance I'm going to get hit by a bus when I walk back to the hotel, but I'm not going to not walk. I mean, we just.
But what if there was a 30% chance? I'd probably take a cab. Exactly. You think of different approach.
I would look at something. But also, I don't know.
Yeah, that's really low. Yeah, no, this is a really good discussion, and I think maybe I'd love to have this discussion maybe outside the meeting as well. But yeah, but I think maybe in the report we could just have an agreed that, you know, that this is there and make some general statements on this to not lose this topic.
Sorry, we'll make
Yeah.
one statement on that.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I don't see a difference between phasing in that kind of science change to phasing in the full assessment or the triennial assessment when we, you know, update it. I mean, both of those are science improvements, as this would be. It's a science improvement to update natural mortality. But if we've done it wrong for 100 years, to do it wrong, half wrong for 1 more year is probably not like make or break it for the stock. And so I don't know, I guess, you know, we talk about what's within the purview of MSC. If we think it's within our objectives to and purview to phase in change so that rather than, you know, reduce interannual variability, then it seems like this would fall within that. And you know, I know you're saying we'll talk about it more, but it does feel valid to me to continue to.
Yeah, I think there's 2 concepts here we have to be aware of. One is phasing in changes to the TCUI or the quota, the TAC, whatever you want to call it. The other concept is, and I think somebody coming into this conversation might interpret what you just said, Linda, as phasing in the science, only bringing in half of the change to natural mortality. But that's not how science works. You just use
No,
the
but
best.
that's kind of what you did with or whoever, just change natural mortality in one model,
Mhm.
right, for that year. So we did sort of phase in the science change. And if it hadn't changed the TAC, as you said, or the TCY, probably nobody would have minded. But the fact that it did drive it up when everybody felt like it should go down, that's where that unease came from. And if we had only changed it partway and taken time to, I mean, just something to,
Yeah,
I won't
it's
belabor it, but
yeah.
I just don't see it as grossly different from what we've talked about the rest of the day with the triennial assessment frequency and resetting,
Mhm.
and whether we reset all in 1 year or reset over a couple of years when the new assessment says you're off, up or down.
Yeah, and I can see that phasing in the TCY, but the ensemble, two of the models were already estimating M and had a higher value, and then that third model then brought it in, and then the fourth model just can't do it. So we still have the assumption in there. But it is an important point of, it's about what are your assumptions, what are your hypotheses, and what do you believe about this? And so we've kept one of the models with a 0.15 natural mortality because that's still a possibility, right? We don't want to lose that until we have data that would tell us more definitively that it's not. We haven't gotten there yet.
Just one point of clarification before we wrap up the conversation is that the idea behind this was to avoid retrospective positive increases, right? That like when we're in a low period of continued low productivity and declining stock trends, that, it seems fairly common sense to me that retrospective upgrading of how much pressure we can put on the stock, that's like not the time to adjust those guardrails. And so that might be like a discussion for later of like, do we want to consider reducing SPR well before we get to 30%, kind of like we already are doing with adopting lower lower TCUIs than what the reference levels are. So I just want to make sure everybody realize that it was more intended to not necessarily protect, but just to avoid the
slippery slope is if you have the data, what do you do with it? It's new. It's a correction. My understanding is
But
that
what
was a
you're
correction.
saying is you only hesitate to embrace the correction when it's like putting more pressure on the stock,
Right.
when we're already worried about the stock. And if
Right.
it was calling for a reduction,
Yeah.
you wouldn't
So
be suggesting. Yeah.
we should move on, but I just I wanted to make the comment because it's been a topic of discussion at the conference board.
The
for years.
commission did exactly that when that new model with natural mortality that suddenly said you can take 50 some million pounds. The commission says we don't want to go there,
Right?
So they didn't.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wouldn't want that to stop the scientists from correcting any kind of retrospective bias that might have infiltrated into the process.
Sure.
So
But we can phase in the management advice.
yeah, for sure. Toast dice.
All right. Should we
Thanks for the
get
discussion.
into the summary?
Yeah.
Thanks, Derek.
Thank you.
I'll move into the summary of the day. Gwen, you did an amazing job yesterday. Would you like to
Do it again?
do it again?
I am so ready.
All right.
Okay, so I really tried with my kind of review notes today to kind of capture the overall conversations that we've had. We've discussed a lot of things today, and I try to make it as clear as possible so that hopefully it'll help us with our report writing afterwards. So with that being said, if folks are interested, I can circulate these notes after I finish the review if you'd like to reference them when we go through the report writing. But until then, buckle up. I will try to get through this as quickly as I can, but I do want to make sure that we cover, or I cover kind of all things that we had talked about today. Okay, so we started the day reviewing the draft report from yesterday's drafting session. We reviewed some added paragraphs and provided some suggestions and edits. Several items from yesterday were kind of still at the group's top of mind, and at the point of this morning hadn't really been fully discussed. So we anticipated that today's session would be more fulsome, and it was. So first, we jumped back into some of the MSE updates that Alan had been working on, and we started looking at Fizz designs. So we're looking at 3 kind of different design models: base block, core, and reduced core. The base block design would cover kind of all stations coastwide every 5-ish years, with the core and reduced core focusing more on core areas of the stock. In terms of trends across these different designs, the uncertainty and bias increases as the survey design decreases, with the amount of bias increasing the longer the survey goes without having kind of a base block reset, if you will. The intention is that we're aiming for the base block design as often as possible, but understanding that it might need to shift to core or reduced core designs every so often. And theoretically, revenue from positive revenue survey years would then be kind of stashed to help fund the survey work in some years that are a little bit more negative. Some differences in the median TCUI across the different survey designs between short and long term were noted. The median TCUI decreases as the survey design decreases in the short term, but this isn't really seen as much when we're looking at it in the long term. In the short term, the simulations are trying to increase the spawning biomass, so there's a marked negative bias being introduced to the reduced survey designs in order to try to achieve this. In terms of the amount of bias that is expected for the 3 design options, when looking at the short versus long term, there is bias, both positive and negative in both time series, with the long-term projections indicating less negative bias than in the short term. Overall, the effect of the Fizz designs is situationally dependent. If the population is increasing, the Fizz is likely to underestimate the increase and result in a lower TCUI. If the population is decreasing, the Fizz may overestimate the biomass and result in a higher TCUI. Next, we moved on to looking at weight at age and recruitment regimes and some patterns that we've seen there. We looked at different simulations of weight at age over time and simulations of PDO over time, where we know that recruitment is approximately 1.4 times higher when PDO is positive than when it's negative. And simulations can be run to see how the recruitment and weighted age performs through different PDO regimes. We spent a good bit of time today reviewing how spawning biomass may perform under different regimes of weighted age and recruitment, with combinations of high current and low weight and high/low recruitment. Spawning biomass is highly affected by weighted age and recruitment, with simulations showing us that the spawning biomass increases a lot in regimes that have high weighted age and high recruitment. It's slightly lower with high weighted age and low recruitment, but this still outperforms the other regimes simulated by quite a large margin. The regimes with current weight and low weight, both for high and low recruitment, perform more similarly to each other, with spawning biomass being the lowest at a current weight, low recruitment regime. For exploring TCUIs under these different regimes, we see a similar pattern, though not quite as drastic, and this is likely due to the difference in the demographics between the 2 sets of simulation. Spawning biomass is mostly 11 to 12-year-olds, where TCUI begins at around 7 to 8-year-olds. So there was some discussion kind of around this point on how the MSAB would like to proceed with continuing to explore these regimes in the future. couple of options that were punted around were continuing to evaluate MPs at different productivity regimes. Are these the regimes that we want to look at? Do we want to go higher? Do we want to go lower? We just had kind of some conversation about that in the last hour or so. Also some conversation on, are these the types of outputs that we like to see? How do we want to kind of explore these results? We could look at how the different objectives perform under different scenarios as well as an example. We could also explore the differences in fish distribution in these different regimes as well. Where are the fish located in scenarios of high weighted age and high recruitment versus some of the other ones? There was some interest as well in exploring what it might look like if that high recruitment anomaly that was seen a few decades ago was removed, and what these regimes would look like in the absence of it. So could this kind of really, really high recruitment event that we had seen be biasing to what we consider to be low productivity? A suggestion and a potential recommendation could be to explore looking at how the various harvest control rules perform in each scenario, rather than integrated or associated with kind of integrated results. This may be helpful to try to see if we can catch anything that individually might be quote unquote breaking, that otherwise might be a bit muddied if we only look at integrated results. Another suggestion was that it might be interesting to develop an MP that when the spawning biomass gets low, we might want to act more like we would in a low recruitment scenario. And this is because we usually don't know or understand productivity or environmental regimes until after they happen. So we can't really develop an MP that would respond to those specifically. So moving on to the MSE program of work that we discussed pretty much all afternoon. This was kind of looking at what's on the docket or what we'd theoretically like to be on the docket for the upcoming year, noting that we have a stock assessment scheduled later this year. And as Alan's mentioned, the operating model will be reconditioned shortly after that. Further discussion was had on the current commissioner priority objectives, with a couple of main topics coming up for them. The most appropriate reference point for objective B, which is currently a relative spawning biomass of 36%. The addition of spatial and temporal scales to the wording of objective B, and the changes to the wordings and kind of combination of objectives C and D. I'll start with objective B. So we did a bit of a deep dive into exploring absolute spawning biomass as a potential reference point for this objective. Now, as Alan's noted a couple of times, we have recommended or have noted to look at TCY as a reference point as well, but most of the conversation was focused on absolute spawning biomass. And absolute spawning biomass can be also thought of as B naught, and this scales up and down in response to productivity changes. The pros and cons of absolute spawning biomass were discussed, as well as whether it would be considered a fishery objective or a conservation objective. Absolute spawning biomass would be more of a measure of what we're kind of actually seeing on the water, what we're seeing in the survey, what we're seeing in the commercial fisheries, where what we're currently seeing in terms of stock status doesn't really match what we're seeing from some of the other indices. But it could also be quite difficult to set a coast-wide threshold for absolute spawning biomass, and the interpretation of like what an appropriate absolute spawning biomass would be could differ amongst areas, amongst stakeholders, et cetera, et cetera. It seems like most folks are kind of see absolute spawning of biomass being akin to a fishery objective, where this can support desired catch rates, opportunity for sectors and ranges across biological regions. However, it can also be argued that it's a conservation objective because it could maintain the population to support successful spawning and ecosystem functioning. Some concern was raised about if moving to absolute spawning biomass, because it's considered it's a fixed value, what would that actually mean in the long term? How often would this be met? Would we ever be able to reach it? But simulations could be done to explore this. And while there is some back and forth on the merits or utility of continuing to explore absolute spawning biomass, it was generally agreed to keep exploring this or TCY as a metric, and to revisit or report back at our next MSAB meeting. And with regards to the addition of the spatial/temporal wording for objective 2, still some uncertainty about where this came from, but we'll seek clarity from commissioners to get a better understanding of this. For objectives C and D, these are the trade-offs between yield and variability. There's been a tentative merging of these two objectives into one that kind of captures the trade-off of maximizing the sustainable yield and minimizing the interannual variability. So this is new from the last MSAB meeting, where originally we had recommended changing the wording of C from optimize to maximize, and to have this considered equally with objective D. So we're still kind of punting back and forth about how best to word this objective, with balanced or balancing not really being appropriate, but something along those lines. And so a reminder that Alan has given us some homework to think on this a bit more, and we'll come back to it tomorrow, see if anyone has any epiphanies there. Next up, we discuss management procedures, what has already been explored and what could be added to the docket. So MSAD's been urged to consider postponing the model results work until after the model is reconditioned, so until next spring, but it may be useful to review results that Alan had put together a couple of years ago or last year for MSAB19, the kind of collection of those purple plots of different SBR values that we explored a bit. And use these at the next meeting to review and then help prep the requests that we'll have once the operating model has been reconditioned. There's also been some discussion about exploring what TCY changes may be in non-assessment years, assuming we're moving to a triennial assessment. If the spawning biomass is continuing to decline, what it would look like if bigger cuts were taken in non-assessment years in order to mitigate a kind of a larger change from the next assessment year. And this is where we got into the conversations about some smoothing, some constraints, some phasing in. So there's been a couple of things punted back and forth that could be explored. So it could spread out the change so it's not just happening in assessment years. Could look at an anticipatory change to make it a little less painful when the next full assessment is done. Could look at using a different measure such as geomeans. Could also look at a phase-in approach to incrementally spread out the change. Then we discussed exploring different productivity regimes. This has been a popular topic, and certainly understandably. There's a request to explore the spawning biomass relative to different scenarios. Again, these are those purple plots that Alan showed us in the MSC Explorer this afternoon. So looking at how these would work at different SPR values with using SPR 100 to be a reference of what it would look like in the absence of fishing. And that these purple plots could look quite different using these different regimes. And it sounds like Alan might be able to even overlay some of these results on those purple plots with the current SPR base that we have now, so we could see kind of how they differ. So work that we would like to do after the full assessment and reconditioning the OM. This is what Alan covered near the end. And this is kind of refreshing that 2019 analysis that showed that biomass-based reference points are affected by a change in environment, but lots has happened since then. So after the 2025 full assessment, it may be useful to reinvestigate this. Productivity assumptions have changed. We have more specific fishery data and an updated maturity curve coming. So lastly, Alan is hoping to make some improvements to the OM development over the summer as well, depending on his workload. And it works, but he would like to make it a little bit better. And so we'll kind of see where everything shakes out. And that is it. I am done my review. Thanks for bearing with me, folks. But I think we had some really important conversations today, and I tried really hard to capture all of it. So with that, I'm done. Thank you.
That was great, Glenn.
Yeah,
Thank you.
nice job.
Thank you very much for that verbatim minutes.
I was in grad school for a long time. I learned how to take notes.
Okay, do we want to take a quick break before we jump into the report, or just jump right into it?
Yeah, let's take a short break, just because this could go a little while.
All right. 9 minutes?
Sure.
Come back at
20 after.
20 after. Online, ready to dig into the report?
All right, let me share my screen real quick. Okay. As when so well defined or reviewed for us, we began at the end of sort of the end of one session in the sort of updates on the MSE work. And so that would be, so paragraph, we ended at paragraph 28 this morning in the review. And so 29 is something that I wrote that the MSAB might want to consider. And it's a bit funny, isn't it? Wait, that's okay. And this is just about the FIS analysis that we did, just noting. Don't know if the MSAB wants to make a statement like that.
Yes.
My notes. Was there anything else on that part? I can't remember. Yeah, I don't have anything on my notes.
Do we want to say anything there about it reducing uncertainty? Not or
You say preferred rather than preferable.
Yeah.
or design.
And we might want to put in here also the might want to put short term because that was really the wait. About here. Because we saw in the long term it didn't have as much effect because of the switching biases.
Yeah, I'm not convinced by that.
I know. So I don't know if the MSAB wants to say anything more about that.
I sort of feel like we do. Right? I mean, something, I don't know. I feel like that long term is misleading without some qualification of assuming it all balances out over time might not be correct. I don't know.
Well, we also discussed the utility of having the lower productivity outputs of the operating model to inform that, did we not?
In this part of the discussion, sorry, it is a little confusing where we're at in the discussion this morning, but this was about the FIS designs and the bias in the FIS designs. And we might have discussed that, I don't recall, but we did discuss whether the population is increasing or decreasing. Maybe it has a big effect.
Yeah, there's sort of this assumption that it's going to balance over time, the increasing and decreasing, and it may not over a certain time period.
I'm writing off the cup here.
we can improve on that, but I think that captures the idea.
And then we also talked about that there's the risk. We were talking about the risk, like specific
Yeah.
cases, like we don't want to make any statement on that. That there is a risk in certain circumstances.
You're maxed out on size here, right, Alan? You can't go any bigger. Right?
Oh,
Yeah,
bigger
there's.
height.
I'm gonna. Oh, okay. There we go. Thanks, Rob.
That was helpful. Shane.
Let me know if you have a better wording.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what I said.
Long time ago.
And longer time periods, because
Yeah.
I think part of the issue was returning to that base design every so often.
Yeah.
Kind of mass what happens in the interim.
That's good.
Anything else with this? Anything online? Just make sure everybody can hear us online.
Yeah, we can't see your hands.
Yeah.
So I guess just speak up if you got some comment.
Okay, well, let's move on to the program of work. This was paper 8, presentation 8. And this is where, it's interesting. There's nothing here. We did talk about productivity regimes up here. I think we'll make a statement in program of work about doing simulations with different productivity regimes. But was there anything about productivity regimes that you wanted to bring up outside of the program of work? We could make it just a general statement that, the MSAB found investigations or simulations using specific weighted age and or productivity regimes was informative.
Yeah.
We
Or
should say
something
that.
along that.
Yeah.
That line.
I've got a thumbs up on the screen too.
Okay. Or you could even upgrade it to an agreed. I'm using the same word twice. It's all right. You want to say what it's informative for, or just say it was informative?
Seems like we should say more.
I know. Well, you can think on that.
Yeah. I got some ideas we can back on.
Okay. Anything else here on productivity regimes, noting we'll assign some work later on?
When they were using the FIS designs with just a core or the part of the core sampling, and there was a low productivity regime, then the estimations would be more out of whack.
Yeah, I think it was more that we're at a low productivity regime, so it's likely the population was increasing in the simulations.
Right. The simulations made the population look better than it actually was.
Overestimated
There we go.
population.
Thank you.
So it required a bigger,
No, I think it would underestimate. The bias would be negative because it's increasing. It's not capturing how it's increasing. It's always, the bias was always lag behind an increase or a decrease. So
but at low product, low, okay. I guess I'm thinking low productivity and declining is what I was thinking of. Then it would be not catching up with it.
Right. I don't know that we can say that specifically from these simulation results. All that we know is that in the short term, the simulations were likely increasing, thus we had a negative bias. And that's why the TCYs were less in the short term with reduced design.
Thinking about the triennial assessment, which way that was going to be off.
Okay. But if I'm wrong, I might have missed something. You okay with that, Scott? Not? Yeah. All right. Okay. Oh. Mute your speakers, Michael. Pardon? Can you mute your speakers?
I'm just
okay.
Looking to find that, actually.
Okay, I see Chris just entered the room.
As well.
I'll just leave the blue up there for a moment, and so we have the program of work, and that was document 8. And I believe that I moved these down here as reminders. I think we'll be okay on productivity regimes. And we'll talk about smoothers on the empirical rule. And we can talk about objectives first. So I think this statement was, I guess, does the MSAB, well, let's see. And we talked about absolute spawning biomass, so maybe we work on that first. And we can move from absolute spawning biomass to the combining of C and D, and then we can figure out what we want to do with the full set of objectives if we want it here and later in the harvest strategy policy section. We can always recall back or refer back to the earlier paragraph. Was there anything on absolute spawning biomass that we wanted to say? I think here our discussion was we're not going to come to a final objective related to this, but we don't want to lose the thread and we want to continue talking about it. And I guess I'll remind everybody what was from MSAB 20. Where is it? Sorry about that, but oh boy, find it easier in the presentation. that was, these are 2 paragraphs from MSAB 20 saying a new objective to maintain a coastwide TCY above a threshold may be useful, and also noting that. So, I mean, I don't know if the MSAB wants to reiterate either of these and add in an absolute spawning biomass. I think it might be useful to bring this one back in.
Yeah, and I do want to keep the conversation going about I don't know if absolute spawning biomass or minimum spawning biomass threshold rather than using the term absolute. Seems like we sort of decide to get away from a number, right? So maybe absolute isn't the right number, but historic minimum, historic low, whatever threshold. TCY piece is harder for me to.
Oh, this was the TCY one. Sorry, I meant to fix the other one. Okay, is the MSAB okay repeating?
Be useful as opposed to is a useful objective because we haven't figured that out yet.
What was that? Was that Jim? I think it was cutting out a little bit.
Yes, Jim.
Okay.
So we talked about is useful, but we've had this debate. Like we're not. I don't think the MSAB has a consensus on yet. It will be useful. It may be useful objective, and that's kind of part of the exercise of looking at some of the management procedures to evaluate that.
Yeah, I'm thinking about that. I'm thinking what people think about.
Well, I don't think it's universal that we all think it's useful. Chris and I both have we're willing to explore it. Yeah, because like Chris said, he may change his mind, and I'll I feel the same way. But right now, I don't think it has much utility, and that's what Forrest said. We're here to explore if it does have utility, right? I think that's kind of what we're going at.
This is a different one.
This is the
different one. Okay.
This is the current objective for relative spawning biomass of 36%.
So this is the one that allows us to really separate fishing effects from environmental effects.
Yeah. Okay. I'm jumping ahead of myself here.
Yeah. No, but I get what you're saying about the absolute one. So maybe then we lead in.
I mean, the one above does talk about
How about using a threshold based on a.
Wasn't it based on 2023? Or is that the one you're trying to capture now?
I'm trying to combine two things and, or what you were also saying, a minimum historical
low biomass.
Yeah. So I'm trying to capture two things here. One is that the former statement about the TCY, and we can pull that out if you want, and then also a minimum historical female spawning biomass. I'm going to put in actual instead of absolute. I think absolute confuses people. Minimum.
Do we want something in there referencing
the control?
The idea that having a low point that was is defined or is known to have recovered.
Yeah. That's a slippery slope because we don't know that the
Okay.
population has recovered right
Right.
now. And so if we put that wording in, we'd have to go back to the 70s, which we don't have a good estimate. And we would be way below that level, potentially way below that level right now, depending on the model.
So it's some confidence or something, I don't know. Well, okay. That's, okay, so the lowest spawning biomass, to not go below the lowest spawning biomass we've experienced, or the stock has experienced.
Actually, 2024 and the most recent stock assessments lower, slightly lower than 2023. I just looked it up.
Okay. Isn't it objective of staying above?
Yeah.
Or avoiding.
Yeah.
Right. Staying
Avoiding.
above is good.
Yeah, it's not just avoiding, we want to stay above it.
Do we need to add clarity if it's a fishery or conservation or
No,
both
we
objective?
decided not to argue
Okay.
that today. We should get rid of one of the actions.
I know. Did I still have them in there? I do. I just forgot to take them out. And this one has the may, right, Jim?
Yes.
May be useful because
Could be, yeah, could be maybe useful to avoid an unsustainable spawning biomass. So may be useful to avoid
Because
an unsustainably low spawning biomass. I don't know, I'm just trying to, that is a very long sentence.
yeah, I was thinking of, are there multiple reasons? Sort of like up here is a useful objective because 1, separates fishing effects, 2, scales with changes in productivity, 3, defines this, 4.
Okay.
Do we have a list of
It
things?
avoids an unsustainably low
Yeah.
or unrecoverably low, I think. No,
Alan.
unsustainably low.
Mm-hmm.
On 27 there, should that noted be not recalled? Because this is exactly what we wrote last year.
Yep.
So shouldn't it just be recalled?
Yeah, we didn't change it.
I think for 35, it avoids it. We don't know what that level, it may avoid it. I don't think we can categorically say it avoids it.
It may avoid, may be useful.
Yep.
Maybe useful to avoid.
And I don't think unsustainability, I don't know. I think that's, I don't know, that's the greatest word. It's like, may avoid a
I think we can just say
biomass level that is where it's goes into deposition or something like that. I don't think unsustainable is the right term, but I know what we're trying to get at, but I just don't
Levels
think that's
below which we have never gone before.
Well, it's deposition, right? If you get to a certain area where it's so low and it instead of it, you know, it depensatory instead of compensatory. I think that's kind of what we were talking about and what was in some of the, I think was in
How
one of
about
the presentations.
unrecoverably low spawning by?
Well, I think compensatory issues, I think really would do it.
Compensatory?
Depensatory, DE. So it's like, I know we use that in herring now. We've done a lot of work with that.
Yeah, we did the work.
Different reasons why in herring, but the concept is similar.
What's the root word of depensatory? I don't understand that word.
So it's okay. Go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, it depends. Well, compensatory means that a population is producing more recruits than itself, so it increases. Depensatory is the exact opposite.
Oh.
Is that it cannot produce. So we did an analysis last year on depensation, and we actually put into the recruitment curve levels of where if the population got to a low level, it would not recover.
Right.
And we had to really crank it up for any effect.
Like the North American population.
What's that?
Like the North American population.
Of
we're not replacing ourselves.
Oh.
Yeah, but we have immigration, so we're good.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We'll get,
Good, Jim. I love it.
we'll get,
It's all good.
get Atlantic halibut over here.
Okay, so is 35, this is a serious question. Is this a fisheries objective or a sustainability objective?
That's what Andrew asked.
We decided not to argue about that.
Oh,
tonight.
sorry.
You
Okay.
missed that decision.
I missed that one. I was inviting.
Is the point of this paragraph just to state that we want to continue the conversation about
Yep.
this? So
Yeah.
do we really need all these reasons?
Yeah,
Or can
true.
we just say
I
it
don't
may be
think
useful
so.
to continue investigating or something like that? Discussions or
And do you, Jim, do you still want it to say maybe useful to investigate? You're still not convinced it's useful to investigate it more?
It's different. But no, yeah.
I think maybe useful to investigate is still good because I think Chris and I are on the same. I think we're on the same page on this, and he had to leave. But I'm, yeah, I think if we get back into the wherever that section is, we talked about it's we don't know if it's useful, but let's look at it, right? So.
It would be worth saying maybe useful to investigate and has been scheduled for a future meeting.
Yeah, I think that's fine because that's what we talked about.
Just at future MSAB meetings.
Yeah.
Maybe useful to investigate at future. Oh, okay.
Or
Oh, that's good.
Yeah,
That's
because I
fine.
don't think the scheduling is actually up to the side.
Yeah.
Continue investigation.
Commission.
What's that?
Continue investigation
Or
instead of
discussion.
investigating.
Any suggestions? And do you want this as agreed or noted?
Useful to continue
I
to investigate.
I think agreed. That's good.
We could even elevate it higher to show up even more. If we put
Yeah,
in
we
like,
did agree to it. I think that's. I don't think I was hearing anything different.
Okay.
okay. All right, have a think on that overnight and we can modify it tomorrow. So, okay, that was absolute spawning biomass. The next thing is the recalling the, so this is going to recall the paragraph from MSAB 20 on
Going down a wormhole.
can't remember where that is. But I can find it later. Oh no, it's right here. 14. So just recalling this paragraph 14, and I can make that formatting better tonight. the So then, now that you've recalled that, does the MSAB want to say anything specific about the maximize yield, minimize variability in yield?
We had such a discussion about it. I'm just, I just think we're splitting hairs here with the commissioners, but combine them or split them. I don't know. I mean, I think we went around in a circle on this one, I think.
I thought we ended up saying we're okay with combining them. We want it stated as an objective and balanced trade.
Yeah.
Sound like
Yeah. But then we had questions of people, do we want to push back on the commissioners? I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's, I think one of the things was here or there, but whatever people want to write in today, I'm good.
Yeah, I think if this statement's here, just recalling that, and then later there's the actual wording that the MSAB supports. We talked about maximize coastwide yield while minimizing variability and removing the word balance.
Well, we struggled coming up with metrics, and it made us question.
That's what it was. An objective. Yeah, I thought we had a discussion about how to evaluate both of them as they're combined. And then there was discussion about requesting the commissioners define the spatial and temporal
language.
Yep. Yeah, so let's back up just a little bit here.
And
But that's not the same one as the.
Yeah, the temporal and spatial thing was a different one.
Yeah, that's
B.
this one up here.
Yeah.
So we'll back up a little bit.
Am I off, or am I on the right one saying we struggled with the metrics part of it?
Yeah, that was
CD.
CD, yeah.
Yeah, so A, we want to get rid of, or 1, we want to get rid of the comma. B,
I think we can get rid of the commas in the specific wording that the MSAB will suggest actual.
Right, oh, right. Yeah, and then we were just looking, well, there was some wanting to get the commissioners to just think about putting a period after activities, fishing activities, and dropping the rest. Yeah, do they really want that in there? And then C and D was more what I think Forrest was bringing up of metrics.
So I think what we can do is we'll recall those objectives. That's what we said we would do. And then here, we can just say that's B in that paragraph up above. And so we have the current commission objectives up there, and then we can say the same thing from paragraph whatever. And we say MSAB requested that the commission clarify the statement in objective B from paragraph above, quote, Um, I'm sorry, how's
I-
that?
Change statement to phrase.
Okay, yeah. And being requested, that'll be elevated. Okay, and yeah, and then in my notes, I have this paragraph 36, recalling C and D. That's all that I had in my notes on objectives, other than spelling them out. I guess the one thing to consider is we could spell out the 4 objectives, or 3, whatever they become, here in this section under program of work, but it may fit better if later on the MSAB says the MSAB recommends that the harvest strategy policy contain the following priority objectives. And then it's 1, 2, 3, and then it's clear that you're suggesting it go into the harvest strategy policy. So, you know, I think I made a note. Oh, I have it down there. Look at that. While I was talking, I was writing it in. No. And so we can work on this wording tomorrow when we look at it. This is where we changed balance to a while. I'll just put in this. We don't have to work on this right now, but just so that we remember. And that's in the harvest strategy policy section, which we'll discuss tomorrow. Okay, was there anything else on objectives that you want to put in here? Recalling, talking about the current B, clarify that, absolute or actual spawning biomass objective, and then recalling the MSAB's previous recommendation. All right, so now.
I have one question, Alan.
Yep.
I think on 26, did we, we're going to continue the discussion. Let's see. Is it up there?
Right here.
26?
36, I think.
No, back like where we just were.
This is about the.
The next one up. Sorry, 34.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Or 27.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah. Did we, in order to be able to have more discussion on that, was there any thing we wanted to request to like improve the utility of that potential objective, or that I'm just wondering, we're just kind of sidelining it and we'll talk about it later.
Yeah, so the one that's highlighted up there is the current objective.
Okay.
Of relative spawning biomass. This one under 36 is a potentially new objective that we are
We're still going to
sidelining.
Okay.
We're just noting that we have not come to any resolution. Want to continue discussion and investigation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let's see. I think this is off the table. Yep, That one's off the table. I don't know why that's in there. Okay, so now we're into the MP elements. I'm just going to delete these because we'll get to those. Those are just reminders. Okay. So there were actually a lot of really good ideas here. In the past, we've just written pretty simple statements like this one paragraph that says, do some of this, do some of that, and do some of this, and go away and figure it out. But I think this time we may want to split it out. Maybe we want the MSAB requested further evaluations of the following MP elements after the OM is conditioned following the full stock assessment. So we can think about that statement. And I think here, maybe just list them generically. And then in the following paragraphs, I don't know, maybe, yeah, we can see how we bring in the details. But there are a lot of really good details. So here we can put like, so fishing intensities, but this way you're not limiting me. And I guess a question I have is when you say SPR 100%, there's two options here. One where there's really no fishing, no bycatch, no nothing, no subsistence, nothing. And the other is no directed fishing. And that's a little different because no directed fishing means there's a small amount of bycatch and a small amount of subsistence that still occurs in the simulations. So does anyone have any preference on what this is?
The second one.
No directed fishing?
No
So
directed fishing.
include bycatch and all of that?
Yes.
I don't know about in the United States here, but in Canada, we can't legally stop First Nations fishing.
Yeah, I think similar in the US, but there will likely always be bycatch.
Yeah.
As well.
We can't legally do it. So it's better to just say no direct.
Can anyone refresh me on what the adopted TCY ended up being for
This year?
Yeah.
Coastwide was like 29, 20.
No, but what for SPR?
Oh, I think it was around 52.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
Okay. Should we do? I'd like to see some, maybe like a 55 or
Bracketing that a little
or
more.
a 60 or something,
Yeah. You want to go with this?
Do you maybe say, but not limited to SPRs ranging from 40 to 100%, and then you can kind of, I mean,
Yeah.
I agree. I think 52 would be a really interesting one to look at, as well as 43 and 46. Just
Yeah.
those are relevant.
I think when Chris mentioned this, he really wanted 43, 46, because that's been a recommendation, 52, because that's the current. And then 100% just because it was, a comparison.
So I think that, okay, it means up to you, Alan, you want to add some more, but I think we kind of had the bookends of 40 and 100, which we're not at, 43, 46, 52, which we're at now. Add another one or two. I mean, that's up to you about the time, but I don't see the utility of going up to 60 or something, but if you have the time to do it, then, okay.
We're going to swap 55 with 60.
I'll put 55 and then I might go up, I might go beyond that.
Yeah, I mean, if there ends up being something interesting, like some equilibrium point or.
Yeah, a lot of times I look at it and I go, oh, I want to finish out this curve or something.
Right.
Okay, so that's the SPRs. What about a triennial assessment frequency? I think that was still on the table. This paragraph says with each of the 3 FIS designs.
So that was a recommendation from last time, right?
Yeah, I think this is very similar to the recommendations from last time. I think I tailored them a little bit.
And it's only been done with the base block design or with the triangle.
Right.
Like I guess I would suggest that you continue to look at the 3 FIS designs, because everything that comes after that, all the empirical, all the smoothers, all of that, it's going to be sensitive to whatever bias is going to be coming out of the FIS and what you do in the intervening years. So I know it adds kind of an axis of uncertainty in your factorial design of all the stuff you're looking at, but it is all these results are going to be dependent upon that. So
would it be best to list elements without the 3 FIS designs here and then have a separate paragraph that maybe says the MSAB requested looking at some of the above elements using the 3 FIS designs to be determined by the Secretariat? Sure. Something like that, instead of having to do all of these times 3.
Yeah, well, right, yeah. I mean, selecting like a relevant SPR rate and then whichever one of the smoothers or 2.
Yeah, I think the point was the FIS design has a really significant impact on what the results will be. So we need to sort of consider them. And so how the Secretariat wants to decide how to best show those impacts, I think, is up to the Secretariat, but as opposed to doing all those different SPRs. But
I think modeling out on something within the normal range is going to give us a 1 or 2 SPRs. Probably going to give us a really good build.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what Linda mentioned was our baseline. What we were looking at was F43, but we're actually at we're at SPR 52. Mm-hmm. So yeah, being able to compare apples to apples to what we're
seeing right now,
right, and what the commissioners are comfortable with being at. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know. I don't think we need to write it down, but I do feel like this is most pertinent. Maybe not most pertinent, but very pertinent.
You want to get this?
No, I have an appointment.
Since you're using empirical FIS relationships.
Right. Yeah.
Can you elaborate on that?
So, so this paragraph has to do with the 3 FISs and like cortisone.
Mm-hmm.
And the point is that when you're doing the triennial assessment and you have some empirical rule that you're changing it based on FIS results,
mm-hmm.
that's going to be really sensitive to the design of the FIS that you're using.
Sure.
So if there's bias in the FIS, then there'll be bias in the intervening years, no matter what smoother or whatever it is you use. So when Alan goes and investigates this, that of the bulleted points in the previous paragraph, that one is particularly interesting to look at.
Sure.
So put an example: SPR 43%, SPR 52%, and the triennial assessment. So we just highlight those, and then any others.
yeah, I think that's good. Alan?
Yep.
For 39D.
Okay.
I know we talked about this before, and some people were around when Slow It Fast Down popped up, and others weren't. Is there an actual definition of Slow It Fast Down? Because it changed over the years, and I find this. I thought, okay, maybe it's just a personal issue that I find this a really difficult. I don't like it, but people bring it up. But maybe we should have in some place what we actually define as slow up, fast down.
Yeah, I would actually recommend moving away from the language slow up, fast down, or slow up, full down, or whatever you want to call it.
Just get rid of it and put it in a bag with weight and put it in the ocean and sink it down.
Along with exploitable biomass in the blue line.
Yep.
This, Jim?
Huh?
It was something like 50%.
Yeah.
No, it was slow up was like 33% down if it's going down, and 10 or 15% if it's going up, and it was all about when they changed the models.
No, it was 75 going down. It was huge going down.
Anyway, we'll get rid of it.
Anyway, see, we all can't remember, and we were there. So let's just get rid of it.
We all remember. We just all
Yeah,
remember
we
different
can
things.
actually just define what the constraint is.
Mm-hmm.
A phased-in approach. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm trying to this is going to be the hard one to capture here, because this was a lot of good stuff. So we first talked about, we talked about in general smoothers and constraints. Some of those came in non-assessment years. Some of them were applied every year. So I wonder if,
Might this be a separate bullet in terms of things to further explore, is how to limit the interannual change?
Yeah.
We did a lot of that. We did a lot of that work in other previous MSABs or meetings, especially in the ones before when we were in person. We did a lot of it. So I don't think you have to reinvent the wheel on this one. It's just.
It sounded like there were a few different ideas that came out this call.
Yeah. But they were all pretty much ideas that we discussed, 6 or 8, 10 years ago.
Okay.
And I just think maybe we've lost them because we had a lot. We had slow up, fast down, but then we had a number of different ones that were actually empirical metrics or whatever you want to, actual metrics.
So I brought up using like a rolling average to temper the empirical rule if we do that in between assessment years. The reason is because the assessment itself tempered things. And if we lose that, we know that there's survey jump. We've seen it historically. The only thing I thought afterwards, and I didn't bring it up, is if we are in a declining stock, it could wreak a little havoc. But I mean, we just, by regulatory area or coastwide, we definitely do have survey jumps up and down. And once we lose the tempering of the assessment, we probably want some protection there.
So the 3-year rolling average, and we talked about the geometric, what was it?
Geometric.
The
geometric average.
Yeah.
But I think you got to remember, right? We're talking about MSE, not the assessment model, and I think we kind of lose that focus at times. We're just looking at things, this is not the assessment. This is the MSC process.
But doesn't it stand open for adoption as an actual part of future MPs?
Well, it's an MP, but it's still the MSC, right? So we're not. I mean, I looked at the discussion we had this afternoon before we went into report writing, whatever, and we spent a lot of time on really what was model assessment stuff as opposed to MSC stuff.
Yeah, I guess I'm sorry.
Across the lifetime of the change. On going down, you went down immediately, indicating the amount.
But I think we've just experienced before, if we don't have it looked at, sometimes, fast forward and our opportunity went by and the commission did something, and because we didn't have it looked at. So if it's a realistic tool that we want to have investigated, it probably needs to go down there as if it could be implemented soon.
phase-in approach for changes to the TCY?
Yeah. I'm just typing in my notes here so that they're down. I'm trying to capture what was said.
I get your point, Jim. I just think that this is likely getting traction, and I think it has a likelihood of being implemented, and so it wouldn't be bad to be able to get it looked at, in my opinion.
I've heard a couple times the last 2 days that maybe there's some expectation or momentum behind adjusting the from going from F43 to F46. Is that accurate?
Was that yeah, there was a recommendation to move to a 46%.
Okay.
I think, have we brought that back in? I think we want to recall that recommendation.
Okay.
Maybe it might occur, I think, in the harbor strategy policy section.
Okay. And maybe this isn't relevant for right now, but I'm wondering if we're talking about smoothers and reducing annual variability. It kind of goes back to where we were earlier with the SV 36 and just kind of continuing that or just discussing that later. But we're talking about adjusting from F43 to F46, but we've been more like F50, around F50 for a couple of years right now. So wondering if maybe on the way I'm looking at it or thinking about it is on this slide 19 on document 6 with the fishing intensity and the stock status, where we have the rainbow color with 20 stock status being at 20% and being in the red. I'm assuming that this has been discussed, but could it be useful to consider maybe somewhere between a stock status of 0.36 and 0.4 that maybe we step down to F50 instead of F46 at higher levels of spawning biomass. And I don't want to go down a road of that's not relevant to.
No, that's simply a investigation of control rules. So that's what I just wrote there. Control rules with triggers at higher values than 30%. I mean, you can have a control rule that just starts at 40 or 36 or 30. But you can also have a control rule that does something weird and starts kinking and stuff. But I don't think we need to go quite there yet.
Right. I guess it was more intended to kind of just it would in some ways it would justify what we've been doing. Not justify.
Provide the rationale for.
Right.
Yeah, control rules. On the Skeena River, our salmon control rules are stepped rather than sloped. And then we have a slope section at the end. But you have these step control rules, so you can, we're at this point here, we're stepping up to here. Rather than, we're kind of halfway in here, So we're halfway in there.
So these are, sorry, could you scroll up again? These are all listed under question further evaluation. Okay, great. After.
I think what I'm going to do here, I think I'm going to delete this one and let the whole next paragraph.
And what? Make it its own paragraph.
Yeah, and that's what this paragraph below is, just on the constraints and smoothers. Sorry, I'm jumping all over here and probably hard to follow. So here, take a look at 39. Let me clean it up just a little bit for you. Wow.
Higher values than SB 30. Is that what we want to say there? The SB 30%.
Yeah.
Oh, didn't realize it shrunk.
Yeah, so basically evaluations of fishing intensities, triennial assessment frequency, various empirical rules, which I don't think we really talked about them other than smoothers on them, and that's fine. And control rules with triggers different, or control rules based on actual spawning biomass relative to the spawning biomass observed estimated in 2024. So this is now getting at the new idea Scott initially brought up of if there's a if the actual spawning biomass, is 1.5 times it was in 2024, that we start ramping on or ramping down fishing intensity or reduce it to 52% or something like that. And I think for me, having this level of detail is fine, as long as you're okay with me and Ian and others coming up with the actual very detailed specifics of these types of things. But if you have really details, like Scott was saying, with
50%.
yeah, that's going to be a challenge to simulate, unfortunately. But I think I can get at things like that. We can at least begin to understand the benefits of these, if you're okay with that. But feel free to add anything in.
When you're referencing 2024,
It's because it's lower than 2023.
Yeah, 2024 is actually the lowest biomass estimated now.
Okay.
It's just a slight bit smaller in 2023.
So
But
that
we
would
can use
become our
whatever.
new absolute target because we survived it, or
Potentially new.
Yeah,
No guarantee we survived that.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's why I didn't want to put in that phrase that has recovered, because
Hasn't yet.
and then investigating constraints and smoothers that include a 3-year rolling average on the FIS 32 used in the empirical rule, constraints specifically on non-assessment years and specifically on assessment years. That's not very detailed. Phased-in approach for the change in TCY and assessment years. Constraints applied. I'm going to do it different here. Oops. And then a phase-in approach. And there were some ideas floated there. And then using trends in fishery CPUE or FIS CPUE to determine if a bigger reduction should be taken than suggested by the unconstrained reference TCY to curtail further reductions in the spawning biomass. This is what Robert was talking about.
Well, which one was the one that Anne Marie
That would come under a phase-in approach, and I didn't want to try to write out the details of that, but.
No, that's fine. I was just because
Yeah.
I was just curious about that one.
Yeah, so if you do want more details in any of this, let me know in any of these. Were there any others? I know there was the talk of when it's declining, it's a full down, a full reduction.
I think I mean, I don't want to be too prescriptive. I think we should see what the Secretariat can come up with in terms of and how they can apply it as well. So.
Yeah, and we have to prioritize some of these things because this is where it really starts ballooning out into a number of different simulations. So we might try to, we'll see how many we can actually do. But I think getting all of these approaches down is useful because we can carry it forward. Okay, and so then the MSAB requests that the Secretary investigate some of the elements. For example, for example, SPR 43, 452 in a triennial assessment in the above paragraph with each of the 3 FIST designs. But let me know if I'm going too fast here. Just basically reading my notes. Okay, so then we talked about productivity regimes.
Adjusted from the previous.
What's that?
I was going to have you scroll up just slightly to read the sentence. Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Sorry, were you done reading that?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the following productivity regimes. I'm going to put in a subset of the MPs. And let's see, the MSAB. I wonder if suggested is a good word to me.
Yeah,
I don't
throw it
know
out
that.
there.
I don't think I've ever tried it.
The word police may get out there. You never know.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Yep. Be a rebel.
Life on the edge.
And it's after 6 on the Pacific Coast.
Recommended and suggested are pretty similar, aren't they?
No, I think they're different. We'll find out where suggested falls in the hierarchy.
Suggested presenting, what are you working on?
This is the visual aids.
Should we recommend?
Is presenting unfished.
I feel like going in.
Listen, our notes, she could just
Yeah.
read to us, right? Like,
Yeah.
she could send them to us and we could just like plug it in.
This is what Garrett was suggesting, presenting suggested.
I think that was a recommendation myself,
We can make it a requested then.
or a request or whatever. Yeah, a request, I should say, because I think that's it falls in with all the rest.
We're conforming.
There's purple plots, I call them. Some people call them spaghetti plots or trace plots.
We like the purple plots because we know what we're talking about.
Yeah, trace plots, aka purple plots.
Purple cloud.
Yeah.
Is that gonna make it?
With uncertainty. Yeah, I doubt it'll make it, but that's right. It's being a rebel. And
because it is 6:30.
I know.
Thanks for hanging in there, Jim.
Yeah. Are you the last one standing, Jim?
I don't know. We can't see who's. Oh, now we can. For most of the afternoon, we couldn't see who was online.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Jim, I know my wife would be like that. I am still involved, but if I was still in the back room.
I'm here, but I'm not standing.
I gotcha. Okay, so we have that, and then the last one is the MSAB requested conducting further analyses of reference points and the effects of, conducting. This is where we want to be careful. Maybe tonight have a think about what the MSAB, and we can discuss this tomorrow too during our other business and what the next meeting might look like. But what might the MSAB like to see at the next meeting before the reconditioning of the operating model, and what we might want to hold off on?
So I think we had a little bit of discussion on this. And I'll just kind of remembering kind of what Chris was saying is that I think we covered it earlier, the different productivity regimes, low weight, high productivity, or low weight, low productivity. I think just to have a reference of kind of what that looks like in the shorter term going forward, or maybe in the longer term, if we're in that period of time, to give people give them some sort of grounding on kind of, well, here's what we can expect. Here's what 43 does for SFR 33 or 46. And really, the sky's not going to crash, or maybe it will, but I don't think it will. Because we still have a challenge between these two worlds of assessment world and MSC world. And I think this would be useful and we know that it's going to change somewhat after the conditioning, but we know that it's not going to happen it may happen by the annual meeting, it may not, right? But I think it would be good to see it if you can do it by October, just with the existing operating model, unless you've, like you said, you've worked all summer, you've done the Superman thing and got everything done, but the assessment stuff's not going to be done until November,
right?
So I just think it's just a term. It's just a kind of an example of, oh, hey, here's what it looks like under these assumptions. But the absolute numbers may change a little bit, but the actual patterns aren't. Maybe that's the word I'm looking for. So I think it's useful.
Yeah. So this is various productivity regimes with like just an SPR 43%.
Yeah, and 46.
43, 46, and 52.
No, I you know what? Maybe I think Chris was saying 43 because I'm just sort of basically stepping in for him because this was his sort of thing.
Yep.
I think 43 is good, right? But here's what it looks like at 43. At low things, and so because we get caught up in this. Well, in the next 3 years it's going to look like this, but that's not what MSC is about.
Yeah, so I've already done those.
And you look at some of those. Sorry. You look at some of those individual runs, and they're quite dramatic. But overall, because we look at things right now, and some of the things are quite dramatic. Things are low and high and low, and
I just think it's helpful to have, when every one of or half the graphs we were looking at today is like in the short term, that it jumps, our TCUI like jumps up, like whatever it ends up being 5 million pounds immediately, and so looking at it with an SPR 52. Or where we're actually at right now, I think is also, it has some value.
Yeah, don't disagree. I don't disagree.
Yeah. How about, do you want to see all those 6 combos, or do you just want to see these 3 that are up here?
I think the 3, they're to provide some context, right? I think that's how, I think when I was talking to Chris at lunchtime, it's the context about what do these really mean.
That's sort of, you look at what those 2 and you say, oh, somewhere in there's got to be an inflection. So it's hard to do with just 2 big pieces of data. But
Alan, would you expect drastically different results between the conditioned update model and the conditioned, reconditioned model?
It's hard to say. We'll see what the full assessment produces. I think the results will be slightly different, but I think, as Jim said, the patterns will probably not be different.
And once you've coded for this, is it easy to just run it under a new assessment model? Or is it lots of extra work?
Once the new assessment's done, then I have to take all that new data and refit the operating model, and that can actually take quite a bit of time. That could take like a month, three weeks maybe. And
is that Star Trek time or real time? So if you don't get the context, if Scotty would always overestimate his time, and then when he get it done with the unrealistic thing of his captain, he goes, "You're a genius." No, I just always overestimate, so I always get it done properly.
Yeah, you figured me out.
I would say my experience with assessment people is often the opposite direction.
Yeah.
That you think you get it done faster than it actually takes.
Because Star Trek time is working all night. That's Star Trek time does.
That's right.
And
they have a whole crew. They just assign.
Yeah.
Make it so.
There is like, how do I say this? Like foreshadowing to like what some of the results from the assessment could be this year, with the maturity stuff, and how that relates to weighted age. Like we may be having similar conversations here again next year in regards to this. And I guess I'd also say that like it can't be underestimated the amount of time that you devote to reworking some of this in terms of the coding and making it more efficient so that you can look at more stuff.
Right.
Is like there's a balance there between looking at stuff before you've updated the MSC with what is going to happen this year. Am I saying that right? Maybe my mouth isn't saying what my brain is thinking.
Well, I think sometimes if you haven't updated the model, you might present some results, and then you come back and you present different results, and that reduces your credibility. That's what we were saying earlier. Like if I come back and I say, hey, look this, and then we update, and I'm like, holy cow, maturity had a big effect on this productivity regime. So I come back, hey, I was wrong, and now I'm doing this. That doesn't.
No, you weren't wrong. you were just using a different data set, and I think that's a communication issue that
Yeah,
we need to
I
work
would.
on.
Yeah, I'll just say the MSAB was wrong, and they.
No, it's a communication thing. It really is.
All right.
This is science. We get rewarded for making mistakes.
Yeah. So, okay, I think we're in a pretty good place right now. It is getting a little bit late. And the last thing is this discussion we had about stock assessment credibility. And I'm struggling with that one. So maybe we can think about this overnight and come back and talk about this tomorrow. I think this is one that we need to craft.
Yeah, I have a
Paragraph.
couple paragraphs
Excellent.
that I'll send out that we can kind of.
Yeah, and I'll give it
take
some
on.
thought too. I don't want to jump into that one too quick. Okay, that's all that I have in my notes for what we would probably put in today. Tomorrow we'll talk about the harvest strategy policy and we'll put in a recommendation of the wording of the objectives. So be ready for that. Tomorrow is going to be a day of report writing and reviewing a lot, except for I'll walk through the harvest strategy policy pretty briefly.
Okay.
Anything else for today?
Thanks, Alan. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, I'll
Thanks,
clean
Jim.
this up and then send it out sooner than I did today. So sorry about that.
Good night.
All right,
Thanks, everyone.
20 minutes before. Okay. The bar is low.